This boy joined the academy to hand out shots and back shots. But right now, everyone was thinking, if I end up on this guy's team, I'm definitely going to fail, because the academy test was about to begin, and for the first time in ages, everyone was shocked that someone had chosen a handgun in this world. It made no sense. Modern weapons had the lowest potential because mythic items carried the power of ancient heroes. So spears, swords, and even bows made up 99.99% of all chosen weapons. But for the first time, someone had actually picked a handgun, making every student anxious, because the test teams were randomly assigned in groups of 4, and when Hajin saw Johanna's name, he flinched. This girl had the biggest ego in the academy. Yes, she was definitely a genius. Ranked 7 on the first day and born to inherit a top guild, but she hated losers. So the moment our boy landed on her team, she immediately scoffed at him. Bro couldn't even say 2 words before getting put down, but the test was already underway. After running for 40 minutes, they finally reached the target area, but Hajin was already exhausted. His stamina was terrible compared to theirs. Johanna told everyone to get ready, and then she saw the black octopus appear. No cap, this sounds like a hentai monster. Johanna told our boy to stay back and not mess anything up. She really told my bro he was better off AFK at base, but he wasn't about to let that slide. Then the creature started destroying everything, and the team engaged. The axe guy drove it toward the shore, while Yanha strode forward like she was the next Jinwoo. The boss attacked with a spore, shower. Axe homeboy already needed help, and Yanha easily saved him. Then she tried to solo, farm, but the creature easily spotted a gap in her movements. A face-sucking creature was about to bite into her smug face, but then, boom, an American citizen stood on business. Like a Chicago pedestrian, my bro nailed it. From the sidelines, Yana still tried to curse him out, but the black octopus launched a massive barrage of tooth monsters toward her and Hajin. Unfortunately for the monster, this boy was basically Texan, so he simply closed his eyes and activated bullet time, one of the few skills he had as a mere extra. It slowed time drastically for 3 seconds. With that, the American eagle went on a rampage. After the screams, time resumed, and every monster in the arena exploded from one moment to the next. Yenua was completely confused, but she used the opening to lock the monster's mouth. Then they finished it off with ease, while our patriot rested. We then learned that his team ranked 16, and Yenua was furious, because the girl she considered her rival, Chai Nayun, had ranked 4. Even worse, when she spoke to her, Nayun said ranking 16 with a gun user on the team was a miracle. But Nayun knew Hajin had contributed far more than expected. She had chosen the wrong route, costing them 40 minutes of running. Of course, she refused to admit it. There was no way she'd say a gun user was even decent. Worse, she didn't even remember his name, because this boy was the extra of all extras. He was actually the author of this story, a novel he had already abandoned. But after receiving a random comment, he was suddenly transported into it as a student at Cube, an isolated training facility that produced the next generation of soldiers and heroes. Worst of all, he was an extra so insignificant that he literally had no fucking face. This dude had an actual question mark for a face, while everyone else had that protagonist energy. But all of a sudden, his old laptop appeared in his apartment. It was the same laptop he had used to write the story. The moment he picked it up, the question mark shattered, like bro had evolved into a Digimon. At least now he had an actual face. Because of that, his stats reset and he gained points to distribute. Dude went full Vegas mode and put every point into luck. then added some perseverance for the test we just saw. From there, we know what happened. He chose the American household utensil. Everyone thought Bro had just forfeited, but he farmed aura off Yunha, who was now staring at him and wondering, how did this guy accomplish so much with guns? He even got more attention from their teammates than she did. So who was he? Meanwhile, the protagonist was already back to training, likely trying to improve his stamina after what happened. He realized he had forgotten to check his alerts since starting his workout and wondered how many points he had earned. As usual, luck seemed to be helping him greatly. His accuracy had risen sharply, and his gift had improved too. Now every shot counted as a true bullseye. MC's senses, including sight and hearing, had also sharpened, and his story points had increased by 27. Thinking back to the monster round, Hajin figured luck must have played a huge role there too, including with his CC points. His plan to get involved with Yanahai was working so far. His physical stats had also improved through training. His strength, stamina, and health had all risen, with luck boosting that growth even further. Having trained enough for now, he decided to wrap things up and head back. Meanwhile, in her dorm, Yana was reviewing footage from the monster round. What caught her attention most was Hajin's shooting. He had fired 60 bullets in only 3 seconds with a single pistol. Yana tried to imagine someone firing 20 rounds per second and concluded that a handgun should never be capable of that. She wondered whether it had been some kind of automatic weapon. She also examined his physical stats. His agility was excellent, but his health and overall build were below those of the other cadets. On top of that, he had suddenly changed weapons during selection. Yana's instincts told her something was wrong, and she couldn't even remember seeing the protagonist at the military academy. While thinking it over, Yuna received a message from Junghak, someone she clearly liked. She told him she was busy analyzing the footage. Junghak asked whether she had found anyone valuable on her team since she obviously intended to lead the best group. That caught Yuna off guard. She hadn't thought anyone on her team was particularly noteworthy, except for the mysterious shooter who was the one person Junghak actually wanted to know about. A faint smile appeared on Yuna's face. She was happy that the guy she liked was showing interest in her. Still, Yuna said Hajin was merely decent for his rank, which was somewhere in the 900s among the cadets. Junghak was surprised and wondered whether MC had simply gotten lucky. Yuna thought about that and began asking herself the same question. Was he truly skilled, or had it all been luck? With that topic settled, the story moved to the guild building known as Holy Grace of God. There, the vice captain was completely focused on Suho's remarkable performance. Among all the footage, Suha stood out enough to catch the attention of Yeonsung Ah, the guild's vice captain. She praised his precise movements and exceptional swordsmanship. To her, Suha had reached a level where fighting looked effortless, almost as though he were dancing. On top of that, his cutting power seemed strong enough to split space itself. Because of this, all 3 of Korea's largest guilds were now watching him. They all wanted to recruit him, and Yeon Song-ah wanted to act quickly, especially since he had not joined any guild yet. After Suho, the next person to catch her interest was Ha Jin. She was shocked that out of every weapon available, he had chosen a gun. Her assistant confirmed that the protagonist had already attracted attention in guild circles. Many people had reviewed the footage because Yona was on his team and they had wanted to study her match too. The biggest question online was simple. How had he fired 60 shots from a non-automatic pistol in 3 seconds? It made no sense. Even with absurd speed, the gun should not have been able to withstand that much recoil so quickly. Because his talent seemed strange and difficult to explain, people had begun calling him unconventional. Yona Sanga also learned that shortly after entering the academy, he had switched from a sword to a gun. That made her suspect he might already have awakened his true talent. She was referring to the moment when a person's special ability fully manifested. No one could know from the beginning what kind of talent they would receive. That was why some cadets changed weapons after their gift awakened, especially when it did not match their previous training, but doing so usually caused a major setback, often leaving a cadet at least 3 years behind. That was why the military academy encouraged students to train with many weapons instead of relying on only one. Even so, Yoon Song-ah could not understand how a 17-year-old had reached such an awakened state. Still, she believed his talent might be limited if it only worked with firearms. At first, she considered him a possible recruit, but then decided to wait and observe how his talent developed before making a move. She wanted proof that Hajin could truly live up to the hype surrounding him. It was Wednesday, which meant training was underway. Suho was matched against another student in a fair one-on-one fight. This part of the program was called anti-personnel training, and it was normally conducted in pairs with training weapons, ensuring clear results and minimal injuries. For Hajin, however, everything went terribly. He had the worst performance of anyone. Even with his passive skill, he was the only student forced to spar with the instructor instead of another cadet, and he lost 18 times in a row. The real problem was that training guns were not properly designed for this kind of match, and using a real one against another student could seriously injure someone. That was why the instructor took responsibility and fought him personally. Hajin was beaten badly and begged to surrender, but the instructor ignored him and threw a punch straight at his face. Just before it landed, Hajin slipped away, and the punch smashed into the ground instead. His teacher was shocked that he had dodged it. Then the protagonist avoided 2 more attacks, making the instructor realize something important. Hajin might look sloppy and average, but his eyes could track attacks with incredible precision. That was another effect of Deodai MC's gift. It sharpened his senses and allowed him to read the path of incoming movements, helping him dodge each attack. The problem was that seeing an attack was one thing, while moving his body quickly enough was another. The other students watched and thought he merely looked clumsy and lazy. Even though his classmates mocked him like a complete loser, he still gained 40 story points, so in a way he got what he wanted. Still, he hated being laughed at. After the exhausting training, Hajin took a break with a soda, then glanced to the side and noticed Yoonha walking past. She gave him a disgusted look, as though she saw him as beneath her. It was rather ironic, since he was the author who had written her personality that way. Today, however, he felt like testing something, so he called Yoonha by name and tossed her a drink. She caught it instinctively and asked whether he was trying to start a fight. His charm was apparently that bad. She genuinely thought he had attacked her. Hajin explained that it was simply a thank you for helping their team advance during training. To him, this small test mattered. He wanted to see how many story points he could earn from a simple interaction with one of the main characters. Since side characters usually only gave him around 40, Yoonha handed the drink back and warned the idiot not to act so familiar with her. It was his first warning, and not one he should ignore. As she walked away, Hajin smiled. He had already gotten the result he wanted. Later, when Yoonha picked up her bag to leave, she was surprised to find that it felt heavier than before. Noticing the difference, she opened it and found another can inside. He had secretly slipped in a second one, earning even more of Yoonha's hatred. She wanted to crush the can, but stopped herself. After all, the can had done nothing wrong. Yoonha secretly liked ordinary food such as burgers and Coke, but because of her family's image, she was never seen buying it herself. Hajin had designed this entire test around that hidden side of her, something no one else should have known. Even then, the brief exchange did not earn him many points. That pushed him to involve himself in major story events instead, since he already knew what was coming next. The protagonist believed the demonic human attack at the National Weapon Museum would happen soon. Demonic humans were evil people who had made deals with demons. In exchange for their souls, they gained tremendous power and became tools used by demons for dirty work. The upcoming incident would be caused by one of them hiding in the museum and waiting to kill a specific target. In the end, that demonic human would be defeated by Suho and the other main characters present. Through the incident, Suho would earn their recognition and respect. The main fighters would be Suho and Neon. The villain would not be too difficult to defeat, since this happened near the beginning of the novel and was essentially Suho's first real enemy. Since he already knew all of this, Haijin began planning how to insert himself into the event. While he considered how to enter the museum, an instructor yelled at him for standing outside the dorms doing nothing. So MC grabbed his laptop and headed out just as he received an important system message that had not yet been revealed. The academy offered clubs as extracurricular activities. Cadets could join groups and create their own activities. These included academic clubs, martial arts, and even simple hobbies such as painting or music. There were hundreds of clubs inside Cube. One of their greatest benefits was helping cadets grow, build connections, and get to know one another. Eventually, Haijin decided it was time to join one himself. At Cube's entrance, he signed up for the travel club and was welcomed by Han Yoon, the club president. He was excited to greet so many new first-year members. In fact, when the applications first arrived, Han Yoon could hardly believe it. The club had attracted several impressive cadets. He welcomed them again and explained that the club's goal was rest. It sounded simple enough. Members could use a portal up to twice a month to travel outside Cube. For their first outing, Haijin announced that they would visit somewhere nearby, Seoul, the capital of Korea. Haijin thought a trip to Seoul would be easy enough if they split into pairs. So far, nothing had changed from the novel. Haijin had no idea that the protagonist's real objective today was the first major arc, the Seoul Weapon Museum. Once he arrived with several main characters, MC planned to influence the story from the sidelines. The club president told everyone to draw lots for partners. That caught Haijin off guard, because the groups had not been formed that way in the novel. Still, he did not care much and continued with his own plan. To his surprise, he ended up paired with Yuna, of all people. Acting like herself as always, Yuna coldly said they should each handle things on their own. The protagonist agreed and let her go her own way. Before leaving, Yuna turned back with a deadly look that practically said she would kill him if he spoke casually to her again. Since this was his second offense, she made it clear there would be no mercy next time. Haijin simply accepted it and moved on. The scene then shifted to the National Weapon Museum, the main setting of the story's first arc. It housed the largest collection of weapon replicas in the country. Still, MC walked through it with little interest. Then he noticed Na-yoon on his left, focused on a weapon. If Na-yoon was there, Haijin knew the main lead had to be nearby too. Sure enough, Suho was just ahead, examining a weapon by himself. Just as in the novel, Haijin approached and asked whether he was looking at the seven-branched sword. He introduced himself as well, which helped Suho remember him. To Suho, Haijin was the sniper from the travel club. The protagonist reflected on how Suho had been written: strong, handsome, and kind. Readers used to complain that he was too perfect and cheesy. Apparently, haters never changed. Suho then mentioned a nearby weapon exhibit and asked MC to accompany him. MC agreed, though he doubted they would make it there after what was about to happen. Without warning, the museum went on alert. A broadcast warned that monsters had appeared outside. The civilians froze in fear. That fear quickly turned into panic, and everyone rushed to escape. People began shoving one, another without caring who got hurt, not even children. In the middle of the chaos, someone slammed a fist into the glass, making everyone turn to look. That single action froze the crowd. Even Suho was surprised to see that it was Neon. She told everyone to calm down, explaining that the museum's standby hero would arrive soon. Taking advantage of the moment, she grabbed a bow from the display and warned that running outside would only turn them into targets. But removing the weapon triggered the security system and locked everyone inside. So she told them to take weapons and hold out until the real heroes arrived. Suddenly, Na-yoon sensed a dangerous man in the distance and prepared herself. He radiated a dark red aura, and one look made it clear that he was the demonic human behind the attack. Hajin recognized him as Lucius's dog, a key villain in Suho's development. The demon extended his claws toward Na-yoon, but while his attention was on her, Suho seized the opportunity to strike from behind with the seven-branched sword. His blade was about to cut down the demon, which should have meant the story was still on track. Suho was supposed to defeat this man easily, but instead a brutal counterattack sent Suho flying. The blow was so powerful that he crashed onto the floor directly in front of Hajin. Hajin could only stare. This was never supposed to happen. Suho lay on the ground, and the protagonist could not make sense of it. The story was never meant to unfold this way. Suho should have won. Even if he struggled at first, he still had more than enough power to crush the demonic human. But that was not what happened. Suho's sudden defeat shook Na-yoon, and she screamed his name, coughed up blood, and could barely stand. Hajin knew Suho was in serious danger and had no time to recover from such a devastating setback. The demonic human advanced toward him, ready to finish the job. Na-yoon reacted quickly and fired arrow after arrow at his face, but he endured every shot as though it were nothing. Confused, Na-yoon kept trying to bring him down, but nothing worked. Her arrows caused absolutely no damage, and despair began to show on her face. She could not understand what was happening. Even worse, the demonic human was not using any skill to block them. He was simply enduring them through raw physical strength. Hajin realized Na-yoon was in danger as the enemy closed in. The demonic human swung his claws directly at her face. It seemed like the end for Na-yoon until Suho leaped back into the fight and kicked him in the face. He had managed to stand while Na-yoon bought time, but before they could recover, Suho was blasted away again, barely blocking the dark energy with his sword. Then the demonic human shocked him by transforming, wrapping himself in that dark aura. The gap in power became overwhelming, and Suho was immediately knocked down again. Na-yoon began firing from behind, prevent Suho from being killed. The monster turned toward her, then swung a massive claw at Na-yoon's face and smashed her into the wall. To Hajin, the situation was a complete disaster. He was horrified that any of them could die at that moment. After watching the story deviate from his script twice, MC had no idea why the main plot was changing so drastically. He quickly opened his laptop, trying to save the situation. Hajin steadied himself and gathered his bullets, already knowing that his mana rounds would not damage the demonic human enough to matter even with a critical hit. Still, he had built this world, so he believed its major rules should not have changed. As he typed, he modified his mana bullet's attributes to suit the fight. He increased its attack power to 6 and spent 100 story points to make the alteration possible. After reloading his gun, Hajin prepared himself. In a fight like this, flexible skills mattered more than anything. While Suho and the demonic human were locked in a standoff, Hajin found the perfect shot. Since the enemy had a dark attribute, he used the one thing capable of destroying darkness. He shouted Suho's name and told him to move. Then, using the light attribute, the protagonist fired a white light bullet. The shot struck the demonic human cleanly, and a blue beam of light erupted. The bullet tore off the demonic human's arm and made him scream in pain, while Na-yoon escaped as the dark energy disappeared. She collapsed to the floor, and Hajin decided he had done enough. The enemy was badly wounded, and Suho should now have had the opportunity to finish him. MC's body trembled from using his skill, so he left the rest to Suho and trusted the protagonist to end the battle. Suho raised his weapon and surrounded himself with a blue aura. He activated the Sword Saint's magic power, then unleashed his ultimate slash. That final strike ended the battle, as Suho cut down the demonic human in a single blow. The monster fell defeated. Suho could barely remain standing, and Nayeon was not doing much better. He approached her and asked whether she was all right. Angry and upset, she knocked his arm away. Hajin thought they should be left alone. Her brother was supposed to arrive soon and comfort her, just as he had in the original story. But then both of them gave him a sharp look. A background extra like him should not have known anything about their personal lives. Nayeon began to question him, but she was too weak to continue. Meanwhile, outside the museum, the remaining monsters were cut down by the vice captain and her twin swords. Soon the situation outside was under control. She asked what had happened inside and learned that cube cadets had defeated a demonic human. Wanting to know who they were, she asked for their names. The vice captain was shocked to hear that Nayeon, Suho, and Hajin had been involved. She rushed into the museum because Suho was the only person she wanted to see. She was so excited that she began wondering what she should even say to him. Just then, Hajin was leaving the museum and ran into her. Curious, she tried to ask about Suho, but Hajin answered first and told the vice captain that he was still inside. She entered, but immediately felt unsettled, because that random cube cadet had somehow known she was looking for Suho from the beginning. Later, the protagonist rested in a park and reflected on how unexpected it had been to encounter Suho like that. Oh, I can't wait. He wondered whether that meeting mattered and whether it could be another reason the story was changing. To organize his thoughts, Hajin returned to the beginning. He saw himself as nothing more than an outsider and an extra with almost no importance. Until then, the plot had progressed normally, making it seem impossible that he was the one changing it. Then it struck him. He had forgotten one thing, namely that this novel also had a co-author. MC explained that the current version of the story was a remake of his novel, based on an email he had received from a fan at the beginning. That was why the main arc had unfolded differently from what he expected. If that was true, then every prediction he had relied on was useless. The thought terrified Hajin because he no longer knew what would happen next. He checked his laptop. There was a message about a review. The message said the story lacked any serious threat, allowing the protagonist to crush every problem too easily. A plot like that would only cause readers to lose interest and become bored. Because of this, every boss in the story would now be much stronger, even if that made events messy and difficult to predict. After the museum incident, the instructor called Hajin and Suho in to give a report. He kept it brief and avoided requesting every detail, deciding that their condition mattered more at the moment. Still worried, Suho asked about Nayeon. The instructor explained that she had taken medical leave and returned home with her family. He then told both boys to return to their dorms and rest. He made it clear that he would not push them any further that day. That gave Suho a chance to stop Hajin and call out to him. The blue-haired lead wanted answers. He asked why the protagonist had said that thing to Nayeon about her brother. For a moment, MC looked caught off guard and remembered. He began to explain, but the co-author's message returned to his mind. So instead, he asked why Suho cared so much. Suho was not stupid. The act quickly annoyed him, and he took Hajin's attitude seriously. Irritated, he ended the conversation and decided they would discuss it another time. The story then shifted to Nayeon herself. Nayeon had ranked 4th in her class at the military academy and now studied at Cube. She was known for both her talent and the influence of the Che family. She was Shin-yuk's daughter and Jin-yoon's younger sister. Those names stood out as Hajin investigated her. What he could not understand was why she had reacted so strongly when he mentioned her brother. Then Hajin found a news report stating that Jin-yoon was in critical condition after a monster operation. He had fallen into a coma. The protagonist immediately recognized the mission as the Firestorm Demon Suppression Operation. That mission was supposed to help Jin-yoon make a name for himself by stopping the threat. It should also have brought him even closer to the main heroes. One of Na-yoon's greatest joys had been watching her older brother succeed as a hero, but now everything had changed. Jin Yoon was the one trapped by the disaster, and that became the source of Na Yoon's trauma. Soon afterward, Haojin received another message from the system. It said that whenever he identified a difference from the original plot, any future changes to the story would immediately be shown to him. The system also warned that Jin Yoon, one of Suho's supporters, had been heavily altered in this version of the story. Then it revealed what had happened. Jin Yoon had been severely injured and left barely conscious after suffering a brutal blow. The co-author had decided the protagonist had too many supporters, so some of them needed to be removed. Jin Yoon had become one of those sacrifices. 4 years earlier, shortly after becoming a hero, Jin Yoon had become a demon seed. That twist was far worse than anything Haojin could have imagined. Even he had never expected something so horrifying. The story moved to Na Yoon. A radio broadcast reported the sudden monster attack at the National Museum, stating that 7 people had died and 50 had been injured. Already shaken, Na Yoon could not bear to hear more and turned it off. She collapsed onto her bed alone until her worried father rushed in, calling her name. Na Yoon looked at him and asked why he was away from duty. Shin Yoon did not care about that at the moment. Since she was in the hospital, he wanted her fully examined just to be safe. Nayeon pretended she was fine and tried not to worry him, even thinking he had gone too far by coming all that way. But he was still her father, and he could not stop worrying simply because she claimed to be fine. Nayeon finally asked whether she could see Jin Yoon at least once before she left the hospital. Seeing how weak she was, her father agreed. The story then returned to Jin Yoon's condition. To understand his fate, we first need to understand demon seeds. Demons were among the strongest beings in this world, stronger than devils or humans. One of their most terrifying abilities was targeting humans and turning them into demon seeds. Once marked, the victim entered an incubation stage. It was essentially like a parasite feeding on its host. Over time, the demon seed took complete control and transformed that person into a full demon. So Jin Yoon's condition was far worse than anyone believed. One day, he would become a demon. The incubation period usually lasted 5 years. Since 4 years had already passed, the end was approaching. Jin Yoon would soon transform. Meanwhile, his younger sister headed toward his room. As she entered, Ha-jin concluded that there was only one solution in a case like this. Before the demon fully awakened and took control, the only way to prevent that horrible fate was to kill the host. That was the terrible choice hanging over Jin Yoon as Na Yoon stood before her unconscious brother, ready to speak to him. At the same time, MC felt it might be impossible. He could not think of anyone who could truly do it, killing Jin Yoon before the transformation began. Even a mercenary would likely refuse a target that dangerous, especially since Jin Yoon was expected to inherit Shinyuk's position. Worse, the germination process caused no visible changes, so no one could intervene early. The greatest problem was the demon inside him. Once awakened, it would be too powerful even for Suho to handle. Ha-jin believed that if the true heroes fought demon Jin Yoon, many of them would die. To prevent that future, he decided he had to do whatever was necessary, especially because those heroes would be needed for the battles ahead. While Na Yoon sat beside her unconscious brother, the protagonist was overwhelmed by a cold, crushing sense of defeat. He understood what it meant. He would commit the terrible act himself and take a life to prevent something even worse. Nayeon told her brother about the monster attack earlier that day. She admitted that she had never fought a demon that powerful and had believed an ordinary cadet could never have stopped it. As much as she hated admitting it, Ha-jin had been the sharpshooter who intervened and saved them. In the end, she decided not to continue talking about him and realized that visiting hours were over. Nayeon prepared to leave, hoping she would see her brother again soon. But as she walked away, Nayeon suddenly stopped, overcome by a growing sense of dread about him. She had tried to bury the memory, but there was no way she could forget Ha-jin's words. With cold eyes, he had said something she interpreted as a threat while she was vulnerable. Her eyes hardened with anger and resolve as she remembered what MC had told her. The story then moved to the Hero Tower, where Vice Captain Seong-ah was doing something risky. She was searching through restricted files on her own, putting her position at risk. Seong-ah wanted the records from the museum attack, and her assistant was clearly nervous because what she was doing was illegal. Still, the investigation revealed strong traces of light attribute magic on the defeated demonic human's body, which meant whoever had taken him down could use light mana. That excited Sung-ah because demons were weak against light, and she immediately wanted to recruit the mysterious hero. After checking the footage, Sung-ah remembered that only 3 cube cadets had been inside the museum, meaning one of them had to be the light user. It was obviously not Suho or Nayun, since both of their talents were already known. So the vice captain became curious about the 3rd cadet, the one she knew almost nothing about. Meanwhile, he made a discovery of his own. It turned out that no one else in this world could see the laptop he used. Because of that, he could safely check the story without anyone noticing. Once he learned that the laptop was invisible, the protagonist added another function to it. It now warned him immediately whenever the story changed. At the training center, Rachel was giving her partner a brutal time, defeating him repeatedly until he begged to switch partners. Hajin's newest feature handled detection and change tracking. If something shifted within 30 meters of the original story, he received an instant alert. He could not simply wait for messages from the co-author or hope to notice every small detail himself, so this helped him stay ahead of surprises. Even so, he had not expected an enraged Nayeon to suddenly appear behind him and demand a practice match. MC looked at her and flatly refused. Fighting Nayeon offered him nothing. Nayeon called him a coward and snapped that he had mentioned her family for no reason. The other cadets began wondering whether the situation was about to explode. Hajin refused because of his bullets. In a practice match, they could seriously injure her, and he wanted no part in that. She interpreted that as him looking down on her, which only made her angrier. Then the training instructor arrived and interrupted them, yelling at Nayeon for trying to fight Cadet Kim when he did not even have a practice weapon. Because of the danger, the protagonist was strictly forbidden from sparring with other students. Nayeon stormed away, and MC realized an apology probably would not help anymore. As the author, he knew what he had done was foolish, but it was too late to undo it. Still, he had another objective, so he continued training relentlessly to become stronger. The bruises on his hand proved it. His true goal was to kill Naeun's older brother, so apologizing to her seemed pointless. If he became close to her now, it would only make things worse later, and the betrayal would hurt her even more. The story then shifted to another club orientation. Many students had gathered for it. The club president was Jung-hyun, leader of the Verities Study Club. He explained that the club focused on monster analysis and combat research. Its purpose was to study monsters together and exchange ideas. As he spoke, many students were clearly captivated by his appearance and charm. He had a way of drawing everyone in, but Hajin knew it was all fake. In his mind, he noted that Jung-hyun was using a demon's power. That brought him back to the first half of the story. At this point in Cube, many incidents were supposed to occur. Cadets would disappear, monsters would invade, and chaos would spread. Jung-hyun, the club president, was one of the people controlling events from behind the scenes. His pleasant image was a lie. Jung-hyun had made a pact with the demon Lilith, gained charm powers, and become a demonic human himself. That was the real reason Hajin had joined this study club. Among the cadets, Yeonha also seemed unaffected by Hyun's charm. Continuing the orientation, Hyun showed the students how the club normally conducted its analysis. He displayed a hologram of a high intermediate monster called the Mountain Tyrant. It had first appeared after the disaster that brought towers and dungeons into the world, and no one had defeated it yet. Yeonha explained that information on high-level monsters was priceless to the institution because it helped plan raids. and discovering a monster's weak point could make that data worth billions. Hyun then chose someone from the crowd and asked Yeon-ha where she thought the creature's vital point was. Yeon-ha answered that its weak point had not been discovered, which was true. Even so, Hyun said her opinion still mattered, since this kind of speculation was part of the club's appeal. To conclude, he invited everyone to the after party so they could continue exchanging ideas about the monster's weak point. Once the presentation ended, Ha-jin approached Yeon-ha and asked whether she planned to attend. She ignored him, so he tried again, this time shouting to get her attention. Yeon-ha finally stopped and said she would attend because she might obtain useful information there. Quickly understanding, Ha-jin asked whether she wanted that information to lead her future strike team in her guild. That caught Yeon-ha's attention. The essence of the Straight Guild was a major force with a long history. When monsters first emerged through the gates 50 years ago, Yeon-ha's clan founded the guild. That was why it had become one of the most powerful guilds in the country. The protagonist then shocked her by revealing how much he knew about her guild. Recently, the vice leader had been gaining influence and even threatening her position as the next successor. So he asked whether that was why she wanted information from the after party. Annoyed that he kept circling the issue, Yeon-ha asked what he truly wanted. To her surprise, Ha-jin proposed a major deal. He claimed to know the mountain tyrant's weakness. The sudden offer caught her off guard. MC told her this was exactly what she needed if she wanted to prove to her guild that she was serious and worthy of leading it. He explained that the monster had a small blue mark hidden on its heel and striking that spot first could freeze it in place briefly. Then he added that the information was not free. In exchange, he wanted something from Yeon-ha's guild. The item he wanted was a prized weapon from their armory, the Desert Eagle. Yeon-ha asked whether he had any notes or evidence supporting his claim about the mountain tyrant. Ha-jin merely smiled and bluntly admitted that he did not. It was a ridiculous answer when he had no research to present. Yeon-ha went blank for a moment, realizing he might simply be mocking her. She turned and stormed away, but he called after her that she would regret ignoring his advice. She might not believe him, but if she did, Ha-jin may have just gained a powerful ally. The amusing part was that Yeon-ha immediately contacted one of her guild's handlers. Embarrassed, she messaged the strike team hunting the mountain tyrant and told them to target the blue mark on its heel, since it might be the weak point. So, despite having no proof, she still followed the protagonist's advice. He believed this could be a smart investment, since Yeon-ha was destined to become the Queen of Seoul. Then Kim, ranked 1100th, met his greatest enemy yet, a student loan bill. He was burdened with a debt of 300 million won. His expression said everything. He could barely comprehend how much he owed. He had already exhausted his student loans from the start, and Ha-jin could not help wondering what kind of miserable life Chundong had lived to need so much money. Then it became worse. He checked his account and found only 3 million won remaining. That was nothing compared to what he owed the school. At this rate, he had no realistic chance of returning to his old world. Instead, he might remain trapped there forever, working only to repay the debt. Scratching his head, Ha-jin realized the answer was simple. He needed a job. In this world, there were two quick ways to make serious money. The first was stocks. Since towers and dungeons had begun appearing, hero guilds had started clearing them, and many of those guilds now traded shares on the stock market. As the author, he knew which guilds would go public. The problem was that he still needed starting capital, so the plan could not help him immediately. That left the second option, which was currently his only real choice: field hunting. A field was a dangerous zone filled with monsters. Unlike towers or dungeons, it contained many different kinds, and hunting them could earn substantial money once their bodies were sold. But Ha-jin himself was the problem. His stats were poor, only slightly above average, so he was unsure whether he could survive a hunt in his current condition. He also thought Spending story points to upgrade his training gun would be wasteful, so he began looking for another way to strengthen his weapon or improve his stats. Just then, someone knocked on the door. A voice announced that he had received a package from Cadet Yu Yonha. Hearing that name, Ha-jin paused. Yu Yonha was not someone who normally dealt with him, so he had no idea what it meant. He opened the door and found a small box. When he opened it, he was stunned by what was inside. The scene then jumped to the Gwangju Field Zone in Gangwon Province. The protagonist had arrived for his first real field hunt through the portal system. After checking in, he received a polite send-off from the receptionist. MC noted that cadets were treated respectfully wherever they went. He then left the portal station and stepped into Gangwon Province. The area was considered low risk, so it had become a popular destination for adventurers from around the world and earned the nickname International Metropolis. Nearby, a man shouted that he needed a mage to join his party before entering Chokjangyang Mountain. Many others were doing the same, and Ha-jin quietly moved through the crowd. To observe how things worked, he saw an employee confirming the kill of 3 hobgoblins. From that, he realized he could earn decent money by selling monster materials through an agency, which would make the process easier. He began looking for an agent, but then someone called to him from behind. The man seemed to know exactly what Ha-jin wanted and asked whether he had come to hunt monsters. The protagonist said yes and discovered that the nervous man was actually an agent. He even presented his business card as proof, though MC had not expected him to appear so desperate. Then Ha-jin read the agency name on the card. It was operated by Park Soo-hyuk, the same major figure who would one day become Suho's personal agent. Even if he looked uncertain now, he clearly had a talent for scouting top-tier individuals. Later, he would become the CEO of Korea's leading agency. That was why it was so strange for Ha-jin to meet him this early. For now, he was still inexperienced, which explained his awkward behavior. The protagonist immediately became interested and extended his hand, ready to sign with the agency. MC knew the story was still in its early stages. Many people had not yet grown into who they were meant to become, so building connections now was essentially an investment in their futures. Then a thought occurred to him. If this man was supposed to work with Suho later, was it really acceptable to take him first? A little later, while heading toward the monster zone, Ha-jin asked whether the agent was managing on his own. It soon became obvious that the man was completely exhausted, as though he had never run that far in his life. It made sense. Cadets were far stronger, while agents usually followed by vehicle. As they approached the danger zone, the agent noticed a cluster of hobgoblin tracks. Still, that kind of prey would not earn Ha-jin enough money. A single mana bullet cost 200,000 won, so he needed larger targets than goblins. He spotted a target below the cliff, pointed to a boar-like monster, and asked whether hunting it would be acceptable. The agent immediately panicked because it was a steel boar, a monster known for deflecting bullets because its hide was too tough to penetrate. Ha-jin barely reacted and continued as though it were nothing. The agent was speechless. From his perspective, the protagonist was practically asking to die. But Ha-jin insisted that he carried an extremely powerful gun, one capable of bringing down almost anything. He had good reason to be confident. He had recently received a new gift from Yu Yonha in exchange for the valuable information he had given her. MC pulled out the Desert Eagle. He had also upgraded it with a new effect by spending additional story points. The agent continued warning him not to provoke the boar and urged him to be careful. But Ha-jin did not care. He aimed and fired a single explosive shot. The bullet tore through the monster with perfect precision, killing it instantly. The sudden gunshot stunned everyone nearby, and the agent nearly collapsed in disbelief. The system then reminded Ha-jin of the special effect he had added. Every time the gun scored a kill, its destructive power doubled. With an ability like that, he would become terrifying. He was clearly pleased with how well the new weapon performed. Seeing both the gun and the protagonist's accuracy, the agent was deeply impressed. Hajin barely had time to enjoy the praise before he simply aimed at another target and fired again. The agent asked what he had shot this time, and Hajin explained that he had spotted a black pelican in the distance. To the agent, that was unbelievable. MC could see that far and even hit something in midair. Hajin confidently joked that he had eagle eyes after all. He told the agent that he was heading down the cliff to collect the monsters, and the man hurried after him. With both a black pelican and a steel boar defeated, they had secured 2 valuable monsters in a row. The protagonist asked whether the agent could transport them safely, and Soo-hyuk said it would be better to pay a shipping fee and call the logistics team. He even calculated how much they would earn after taxes. Hajin was impressed by his attention to detail, the same quality that would later make the agent famous nationwide. The man confidently shook MC's hand, and both looked forward to working together again in the future. Remembering that this was Hajin's first field hunt, the agent asked what he planned to do with the money, and Hajin said he was going to buy stocks, completely bewildering him. The rising guild known as Pack Horsemasters had originally been founded by a demon. It played a major role in the original story. Back in his room with his laptop, Hajin concluded that the guild itself was not the main issue. The next dungeon raid was. In the main plot, Pack Horsemasters cleared the Devil's Den dungeon. Immediately after that raid, the guild's stock price exploded, rising by almost 1,000%. That was why the protagonist eagerly invested early, planning to cash out once the boom began. It was the easiest and most efficient way to make money. Using his knowledge of the future, he spent 3 million won to complete the purchase, then wondered where else he could find stock information. Internet forums had not been useful, so he considered checking a suspicious site such as Violet Haze. That thought reminded Hajin of something. He remembered the masked group that became a major villainous force in the second half of the story. Very little was known about them, but as the author, MC knew exactly who they were and where they hid. He might have been the only person in the world with that knowledge. They were criminals, but even they hated demonic humans. So he wondered whether becoming close to the group's leader could help him someday when Chae Jin-yoon returned as a demonic human. Considering his options, he concluded that there should be an open position in the organization, meaning he had a chance to make a move. But while he was searching, the laptop screen suddenly went dark, and Hajin leaned forward in panic. This was disastrous for him. The laptop was his only connection to his old world, and losing it would severely hinder him. Fortunately, it turned back on, giving him some relief. A full month had already passed since he arrived in this world. The laptop had merely forced a sudden update. It frightened him so badly that he nearly fainted, believing he had lost everything. The scene then shifted. In a restaurant, 2 people sat alone and drew considerable attention. They were Jong-hak, who clearly did not want to be there, and Yeonha, who was enjoying herself. Jong-hak began complaining. He hated formal meetings between nobles and wanted no part in them. Yeonha teased him and pointed out that the meeting only benefited him. After all, he was speaking with someone expected to lead society one day. She asked about his grades, learned that he was doing well, then mocked him for not aiming for first place. But to Jong-hak, doing well meant nothing if he was only in second place. He remained near the top, but his standards for himself were merciless. Their meeting was interrupted by an unexpected guest, Naeon, the girl Jong-hak liked. He practically leaped from his seat, abandoning his cool demeanor to gain her attention. Watching him react that way immediately ruined Yeonha's mood, since she also had feelings for Jong-hak. He quickly asked whether Nae-yoon was all right, and she said she was. But as they spoke, Yeonha grew annoyed at being ignored. Then Nae-yoon mentioned Hajin, which immediately caught Yeonha's attention. She turned and asked what Nae-yoon meant. Nae-yoon explained that during the demonic human incident at the National Museum, only 3 cadets had been inside, and the protagonist was one of Them. The demonic human had overwhelmed both Suho and Neon, and they could not stop him until someone suddenly intervened. That person was Hajin. His shot had blown apart the demon's hand. Neon had witnessed it herself, and she still could not believe he had done it with a training pistol. That made her wonder what he was truly hiding. Yanha fell silent in thought, and Neon asked what she thought of him, especially since they had been together during the first training exercises. Yana hesitated before answering. Because of her suspicions, she had already investigated Hajin. All she found were the basics. He was an orphan, he had joined Cube, and he carried a debt of 300 million won. Beyond that, nothing unusual appeared. She also could not understand how he had known the mountain tyrant's weak point when even top researchers and analysts had not discovered it. Yonha remembered asking him before, but he had stubbornly refused to explain anything. That was why she wanted to investigate him. She believed he could become a valuable asset to the Yonha Guild someday. At first, she had thought he was nothing special. But after reconsidering, Yonha realized that the attacks he used during training were not powerful enough to tear off a demon's entire arm, so she concluded that he was hiding some kind of secret trump card from everyone. Then Neon quietly suggested something outrageous. Perhaps Kim, ranked 1/100th, was actually a demonic human. The suggestion shocked both Jonghak and Yonha. Even Jonghak struggled to believe that a demon would kill another demon for no reason. Still, Neon could not explain it. She simply felt that something about Kim Hajin was wrong. At the same time, his laptop began behaving strangely. The update was nearly at 100% when a warm sensation suddenly spread from his wrist. The pain became sharper. Blood began soaking through his sleeve. Hajin panicked as intense pain burned through his wrist. The new update was creating a stigma, a mark connected to the creator's authority. As his influence and story points increased, the mark would evolve as well. The magic stored inside could be used when needed, then required 24 hours to recharge. The protagonist had suffered a pounding headache and pain throughout his body, as though too much information were being forced into his mind. Back at the restaurant, Jonghak slammed his palm onto the table, irritated that Neon was still so upset about what Hajin had done. Meanwhile, MC could barely remain standing and collapsed onto the floor. Back with Neon, she could not stop thinking about those cruel words Kim had said. She admitted that she truly could not stand. Him, the protagonist, remained unconscious, his body completely spent, while the stigma created by the update became visible. Then his laptop displayed a new notification. A new ability had been added to his gift of observation and reading, making it even stronger. The scene then moved to the association tower in Seoul. Following the National Museum incident, Suho, Neon, and Hajin were summoned because they had participated in the fight. They were being awarded certificates of recognition for what they had done to protect the city. MC's wrist was still throbbing from the previous day. It had improved, but the pain had not disappeared. He also still did not understand the purpose of the mark. Unfortunately, he ended up seated beside Neon. Furious, she told him to shut up, even though he had not said anything. Merely sitting next to him already irritated her. Hajin asked whether she was still upset about what happened, then reminded her that he had saved her life that day. That frustrated Neon, but she could not deny that he was telling the truth. She snapped at him, and Suho stepped in to calm them. He even offered to switch seats with her, but she stubbornly refused that too. After more arguing, she finally exchanged places with Suho, who sat beside Hajin and began speaking to him. He thanked the protagonist for saving them, which Hajin clearly had not expected. Suho said that without his help, they would have lost the fight. To him, MC had been their savior, and he was sincerely grateful. But MC remained calm, believing they probably would have won even without him. If Hajin had not been there, Suho would likely have performed some protagonist miracle and grown stronger on the spot. Just to defeat the threat, that was what protagonists did. They faced danger and kept becoming stronger. The scene then shifted to the auditorium, where a famous hero was making his entrance. He walked in confidently, looking bored with the assignment he had been given. The man was Yu Shi-hyuk, a top-class hero ranked 37th in the association. The entire crowd fell silent around him as the award ceremony began. Nayeon, Suho, and Ha-jin were all waiting there. The winners were called onto the stage. The 3 cadets had been selected for their courageous service to the city. Shi-hyuk presented the awards, praising them for defeating a demonic threat and protecting innocent lives. First, Shi-hyuk approached Suho and handed him his award. He said Suho's power showed real potential and called him someone worth recruiting. Suho received his certificate, and immediately afterward, Shi-hyuk offered him a place under his command as a hunter for the Abandoned World Guild. He explained that hero work was tedious and burdened with responsibilities he did not care for, but Suho confidently rejected the offer, remaining determined to become a hero. Losing interest, Shi-hyuk moved on to the next cadet. Standing before him, Nayeon looked confused because he appeared to know her. It turned out that this man was essentially her teacher, or at least that was how she wanted to see it. In reality, Shi-hyuk did not consider her his student at all. Her father had begged him to train her, and that was the only reason they were connected. His blunt answer crushed her excitement, while Ha-jin quietly enjoyed the awkward moment. Then came the final cadet. Shi-hyuk was strangely interested in the protagonist from the start, because he had no idea who the plain-looking boy was. The first thing he asked was who MC even was. Ha-jin took it as complete indifference, just like everyone else. Shi-hyuk barely seemed to notice him, and the ceremony ended rather uneventfully. Afterward, Nayeon was the first cadet asked how she felt about receiving her award. Meanwhile, Ha-jin was happier than ever. He had just earned 15 million for helping defeat the demon, and he needed every bit of it for his 300 million debt. Sitting alone, he began planning how to use the money. He wanted to buy more guild stocks, while at the same time, he was eager to inspect the new features his laptop had gained after the painful update. When he opened it, a message listed the changes: the stigma mark, internet access, and an upgrade to his observation and reading skill called the Tome of Truth. The protagonist struggled to understand how to use the new skill. Just as he thought about activating it, the stigma formed a shield, indicating that it was about to trigger. Startled, Ha-jin did not want to risk testing it there, so he decided to return to the dorm, where no one would see him. It would be troublesome if anyone noticed. The second update was internet access. MC moved the cursor over the button and clicked. After a brief pause, the screen opened several websites, including Law-Abiding Spirit, Violet Haze, The Sword of Jeremy, and others. He did not merely receive ordinary internet access for free. He also gained free access to restricted sites. Among them, the most important was Violet Haze. It was the most famous membership site available, used to trade critical information, weapons, bounties, requests, and more. Only a small number of heroes did not use it, so the government largely ignored the black market transactions occurring there. Normally, the access fee was outrageous. For Ha-jin, it cost only 200 of his precious story points, and he paid it to create an account. Just as he was about to enter a certain page, someone called out to him. It was Sung-ah. The vice captain had found him. She knew he recognized who she was, and she also remembered that he was the only person who had slipped away during the earlier ceremony. She had come specifically to give him a card from her guild. Holy grace of God! This was a major development, and even Ha-jin understood how meaningful receiving that card was. Sung-ah had several important questions for him, so she sat down and asked whether he would answer them. The protagonist already suspected she wanted to recruit him, so he sat with her and asked what she wanted to know. Sung-ah appeared kind and gentle in the media, but that was not the whole truth. Even top talents were treated harshly by her. She cared only about the very best and discarded anyone she considered unnecessary. That was the real Sung-ah. Building a connection with her now could be crucial for Ha-jin later. So before she could truly begin, he interrupted and coldly said he had nothing new to tell her. Even after being rejected, Sung-ah quickly clarified the situation. She was the one interested in him, and she reminded him that she was the vice captain of the country's most important guild. MC acknowledged Seung-ah's status in Korea but dismissed it. He knew she had come for personal reasons. He was certain Sung-ah had appeared only after watching the footage of his light attribute shot. She was not truly there to recruit him yet. She merely wanted answers. So Hajin played hard to get. He wanted to appear calm and in control, hoping her brief curiosity would develop into genuine interest. Then he made a bold move and said he was leaving immediately, catching Sung-ah off guard. Examining his stigma again, he learned more about its function. If his total story points surpassed a certain threshold, his attention score would rise and another mark would be added. He could use its power whenever he wished, but after one use, it required 24 hours to recharge. To test the new ability, the protagonist concentrated and attempted to create a dagger with magic. Instead, the mark suddenly produced a mythical sword from nowhere, and it was real. Hajin swung it and immediately recognized that it was ready for use. The strange thing about magic was that it depended on natural talent and knowledge. Since MC had been thrown into this world without any knowledge of his origin, he had assumed he would be unable to use magic. So he was pleased to discover his own method through the stigma's power. The final thing he wanted to test was the Tome of Truth, which should have enhanced his reading and observation abilities. After considering it, he spoke the skill's name aloud. Stigma activated again. This time, it summoned a book containing the truth. The book's strange power allowed Hajin to receive answers to any question, as long as the answer remained within the limits of his magic. That was absurdly powerful. Even the author needed a moment to process it. To verify that it worked, the protagonist asked for his height. It revealed that he was 174 centimeters tall, about 5'8". Each question cost 1 story point when he used the tome. Then Hajin's smartwatch suddenly began blaring. It was an emergency alert from the school. A group message asked whether anyone knew the location of a missing student. Seeing the red warning, MC became concerned. He suspected this might mark the beginning of the story's second major event. The main story's next major arc involved the serial disappearances of cube cadets. 6 cadets would vanish without a trace. The culprit concealed every clue perfectly, leaving the investigation useless as the number of victims continued to rise. Hajin knew the incident was important because the criminal's final target was Yu Yonha. He also knew events could become dangerous if the co-author interfered and altered the plot, especially after what had happened at the museum. He wanted to catch the criminal himself, but he also feared that intervening could permanently disrupt the story's flow. For now, all he could do was wait and observe. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center. Suho was drinking water when a friend pointed something out ahead. Hajin was trying to train his body when a group of irritating punks arrived and began harassing him. They mocked him for being unable to lift a simple weight and even claimed he might have bribed his way into the academy. Suho wanted to intervene because he could not tolerate such behavior, but his friend stopped him and pulled him back. He could not believe Shin Jong-hak was simply watching. But Jong-hak said the protagonist must have somehow angered those guys, and if Suho interfered, he would become a target too. There was also a possibility that they were behaving that way to test Hajin's reaction. Suho could not believe that excuse. Still, Shin Jong-hak believed that someone who had destroyed a demonic human's arm would not fear a few weak thugs. He assumed MC was hiding his true strength. That theory quickly collapsed because Hajin genuinely could not lift the bar. He struggled by himself and eventually gave up. Even the troublemakers thought he looked pathetic. Now Jong-hak began thinking that the protagonist might simply have been lucky before. Suho ignored him and rushed over to help. The other cadets quickly noticed that a fight might break out. and Neon was listening as well. Then the instructor stormed in like an enraged father, furious that they were turning his training session into a joke. He ordered everyone to gather because the quiz results were about to be announced. The scores would be posted on the wall for everyone to see. The cadets crowded around and realized that many of them had failed. Only one name stood at the top, Kim Ha-jin, the same boy who had been unable to lift the bar earlier. Rachel was second, while Shin Jong-hak took third. MC was not surprised. After all, he knew the story better than anyone because he had written. When the result finally registered, a girl's sword fell to the floor. She was too shocked to speak. It was the British princess who had ranked third in admissions. The key fact about Rachel was simple. She never placed second on a written exam, regardless of the subject. So finishing second this time completely shook her. She stared at Ha-jin as though she had seen a ghost. He was equally stunned and did not know what to say. To understand why this affected Rachel so deeply, we need to look back to when she first entered Cube. Her attendants had worried that she would soon stand beside the world's finest hero candidates. They also feared she would have no one close to rely on, since everyone in her class would be Korean. Rachel had not minded. She was not nervous. She simply wanted to meet everyone's expectations. She carried that pressure for the royal family. But that day she felt something new: fear, defeat, and profound disappointment. To her, the result felt like she had failed her people. Teacher even praised Ha-jin's exam, highlighting how brilliant his new perspective on phenomenological analysis was. He received special recognition as someone worth consulting as an academic resource. Rachel knew phenomenology was not easy. She did not even believe she could close the gap before midterms. So this quiet, distant protagonist continued to impress her, even though he barely appeared to pay attention in class. Now completely curious and eager to learn how he studied, Rachel became even more interested in him. Later, in the information office, Ha-jin reviewed a pile of results. Now that he possessed the Tome of Truth, he finally had a way to solve his problems. With enough story points, he could fill almost any gap in his knowledge. Still, he did not have much working in his favor yet, so he could not expect major gains. All he could do was hope things improved. Next, MC began the agent registration process and planned to spend some of his story points to complete the rest. Then the story entered its second major event. After it occurred, people began doubting the institution's role as a place of safety and authority. It no longer felt secure. Even with his current abilities, Ha-jin knew he was still too weak to face a demon alone. Still, Jong-hak becoming angry and sending his lackeys after him had earned Ha-jin many story points, which ultimately helped him. So he decided to spend some of them to improve his chances of surviving what was coming. First, he considered upgrading his weapon. Since he already possessed the Desert Eagle, he added a transformation feature that allowed it to become a sniper rifle. For a moment, Ha-jin wondered whether that might be excessive, but in the end, he spent 250 more story points to add it. The gun transformed into a golden sniper rifle, proving the upgrade had worked. Even the protagonist was impressed, but it was far too flashy and would attract excessive attention, so he changed it back into a pistol for now. His next objective was to create a technique that could help him. He had 3 slots available. Unlike magical powers, techniques were trained physical skills that had to be learned rather than gifted. For a long-range fighter, one of the most important survival skills was reaching the best position before firing. So Ha-jin wanted a technique that would help him reach the perfect location and avoid danger later. He entered the details into his laptop and configured the technique. At last, the ability was complete. He named it Parkour, and it transformed him into a master of movement across the battlefield, helping him remain mobile and avoid being trapped. The effect cost him 350 story points. Those 350 points disappeared. Strangely, MC felt no different even though he knew the skill had been added. Then his smartwatch suddenly buzzed. It was a group message. people were searching for Sunjian, the second victim of the attacker inside the institution, Yoon Hayan. The message explained that the students who had disappeared before Yoon Ha had already been murdered by the culprit. So once someone vanished, they were effectively dead. Since Hajin was the author, he knew how dangerous the hidden villain was, and he also knew who would become involved in the case. That left him with a difficult choice: ignore what was happening for the sake of the story and his own benefit, or intervene. The scene then shifted to the training grounds beneath Cube. An instructor told the cadets that they were about to begin a special hands-on exercise. The cave before them was actually an artificial dungeon created with magical technology. It contained illusions based on real monsters, making it the safest way to train for future dungeon battles. Today's mission was a simulated dungeon raid. Still, the instructor warned them not to treat it as a joke merely because it was practice. Because the artificial dungeon was enormous, the Veritas and cultural groups would work together to clear it. One team from each unit would combine into a single assault party, and the cadets were instructed to form their teams. Everyone immediately began talking and grouping together. Team 8 included Hajin, Hazuki, and Hosung. From the cultural side, they were joined by Jaden and the others, forming a complete team of 8. The artificial dungeon was filled with dangerous traps, and Hajin suspected some had been designed with demonic humans in mind. To prepare, he had already created special bullets. Even so, he still wondered whether he would survive the training. Then, the system suddenly issued a warning about a discrepancy in the story. That was bad news for the author, because he had no way to know exactly what had changed. Worse, 3 parts of the story had been altered during this single event, leaving Hajin with no idea what was happening or who was responsible. As the teams gathered, the uncertainty continued troubling him. While he was distracted, Suho's teammate from the cultural unit, Yoon, mocked him for spacing out instead of listening. The system immediately noted that Yoon's temper had increased. At the same time, Yoon met Jaden from the cultural team. He appeared excited, but she barely reacted and maintained a blank expression. Even so, the system reported that Jaden's growth potential had increased because of the interaction. Then Yoon began speaking with a cadet she recognized from the hunting club. He introduced himself as Sven, greeted her with a bright smile, and ended up pairing with her. But for some reason, his mental state deteriorated further, placing him at even greater risk of becoming a demonic puppet during the raid. Hajin was completely confused by the sudden changes and knew they could seriously affect the story. So he focused on the 2 people he needed to watch most closely. The first was Jaden from Team 8. He was supposed to be a thug-like character, rough, arrogant, and somewhat of a bully. What truly worried Hajin was the unexpected increase in Jaden's growth potential. Jaden then introduced the rest of his side of the team. Yoon Ha's did the same, though she conveniently forgot the protagonist's name again, clearly to annoy him. Setting that aside, MC turned his attention to the second problem on his mind, Sven. He was a government-sponsored cadet from Germany and was considered an elite hero prospect. There was one crucial detail about him. He liked Yoon. Like the other foreign students at the institution, Sven had come seeking glory and success. But he had achieved neither, not with people like Yoon, Suho, and Yona around. Compared to monsters like them, Sven had begun losing his confidence. Before coming there, he had never truly experienced crushing inferiority or defeat. That insecurity consumed him. In his desperate desire for power, Sven eventually sold his soul for strength, or at least that was how Hajin had originally written him. The real problem was that his transformation was supposed to occur during this raid. Now it seemed to be happening earlier than expected. Even if the change appeared small, Hajin knew it could still be dangerous. His thoughts were interrupted when Jaden suddenly grabbed his shoulder and told him to stop zoning out. Hajin shrugged him off, but Jaden quickly called him trash and said, "The rumors must be true." Hearing that, the protagonist realized his reputation had hit rock bottom. One rumor in particular had spread throughout the unit, that he used his status as a cadet to bully others. It was obviously fabricated slander, but people were paying attention to it, and MC had a good idea who had started it: Jonghak and his lackeys. What annoyed him even more was that Hazuki and Hosung did not defend him at all, despite being his teammates. In any case, the order was decided, and the teams would enter beginning with Team 1. While they waited, Jaden continued trying to impress Yunha, boasting about how powerful their combined team was. He even dismissed Hajin as dead weight, which was almost amusing at that point. Soon it was finally teammates' turn. They entered the dungeon. The group advanced carefully, with Jaden confidently taking the lead. Before long, they reached an area where the path divided. Someone asked which route was best, and Jaden said they could depend on their ranged fighter if necessary. After remaining silent for a while, Hajin suddenly told them to take Route 6. Jaden was clearly irritated, but one of the others trusted Hajin's instincts and agreed with him. The quick approval caught the protagonist off guard. Even while calling him useless in front of everyone, they still admitted that he had good instincts. Hajin found that irritating, but he let it go as long as Route 6 led them to Ne Yun. If Sven truly made a deal with the demon hiding in the cave, Ne Yun would end up carrying the burden alone. If she fell there, the entire story could collapse. She was too important to lose, so the group entered Path 6. Jaden continued throwing petty insults at MC, calling him an attention seeker, but MC ignored him and focused on what lay ahead. The others could not see anything in the darkness. Hajin, however, detected a salamander nearby and suspected it might be connected to a dungeon mechanism. Concerned, their archer suggested firing a light arrow to inspect the area. After receiving permission, he prepared himself. Then he fired, sending a trail of light through the darkness. Sure enough, a salamander was waiting ahead. Jaden was stunned, and the team immediately formed a battle formation. Hajin, meanwhile, waited for something else before acting. One of the cadets drew a whip and charged first. The whip cracked toward the monster. It interrupted the attack forming inside the creature's mouth. The monster had been about to fire. With its mouth restrained, Hazuki and the other melee fighters rushed forward and struck it with powerful attacks. Since it was only a hologram, they defeated it fairly easily. The battle ended with almost no damage to the team. Then a rumbling sound echoed through the area, and they realized the dungeon was changing after the monster's defeat. Hajin noticed the electrical charge running through the whip. He was impressed that its user had already awakened that power. Just as they were about to move again, the protagonist tripped over a rock and crashed into a teammate from behind. At that exact moment, a sharp projectile sliced through the spot where they had been standing. Both of them slammed onto the ground. Hajin broke into a cold sweat, convinced he was finished. The other cadet tried to ignore his ridiculous behavior and brushed him off for the moment, but then she snapped and tried to hit him. Before she could, the others pointed out the arrow that had nearly killed them. That was when MC realized their fall had caused them to dodge a poisoned arrow that could have killed them. The story then cut to Sven, who had been struck by one of those arrows. He begged Neon to leave him behind. Dragging him along, Neon yelled at him to stop talking and run if he could. She still could not believe what had happened. An arrow had appeared from nowhere and struck Sven in the back, so she had fled. That made even less sense because this was supposed to be an artificial dungeon, where such a thing should not have been possible. Then we saw what was pursuing her. A massive lava golem resembling a miniature Godzilla directly behind Neon. No wonder she was furious at Sven for speaking nonsense while injured. Meanwhile, the cadets continued advancing through the artificial cave. They were busy fighting fire salamanders that fired beams from their mouths. Hajin's team was performing well, especially the ranged fighters who defended the group while returning fire. He and Johanna were also eliminating the monsters with little difficulty. Jaden was even enjoying himself while cutting them down. So far, the battle felt easy. None of the monsters were particularly dangerous. Aside from the poisoned arrow, They did not believe there were any real traps, so they continued deeper. But the co-author could not ignore the feeling that the poisoned arrow was wrong. He had even received a system notification about it, so he could not believe these idiots still thought it was part of the exercise. Hajin's mind raced. Then a terrifying presence emerged behind him. A fully charged salamander was there, prepared to unleash a deadly blast at any moment. The protagonist was shocked that one had survived. A massive wave of fire erupted directly toward them. Yana and the others were completely exposed. A single hit could wipe them all out. That was why Hajin stepped forward and used his stigma magic, consuming his one-time ability to instantly create a water barrier. The barrier rose and protected the team from the blast. The beam was powerful, but the water barrier held until the attack finally faded. After using all of its power, the salamander collapsed. It had been the creature's final move. But what Hajin had just done left everyone stunned. Jaden grabbed MC and demanded to know why he had concealed his water power when they could have used it earlier. Hajin remained calm and said it was merely the effect of a magical item. But Jaden did not believe him. Yana stepped between them and separated the two. What truly worried them was that they had just fought a real monster inside an artificial dungeon. Yana guessed that the facility was meant to imitate a normal dungeon. So perhaps another dungeon had somehow merged with it, or something else had gone wrong. She decided not to dwell on it and said they would probably receive points later for defeating a real monster. Then Yona left the group as though none of it had bothered her, but inwardly she was certain Hajin had lied about the magical item. He could not even afford a desert eagle, so there was no way he had casually obtained a magic item, especially one containing water magic. People like Jonghak or Suho might manage that, but the protagonist? Impossible. Yona began connecting everything unusual about him, from discovering the mountain tyrant's weak point to using magic at all. She could not understand why he had worked so hard to hide his power, which brought her back to Neon's earlier theory that he might be a demonic human. Because of those suspicions, Yona had been watching MC closely. Now let's return to Neon and see how she dealt with her monster. The megalith was a genuine threat, an intermediate rank monster that seemed nearly impossible to stop. They believed it might be the dungeon boss, and defeating it with a normal team seemed absurd. Their plan was to reunite with the other teams and launch a combined attack. They were also worried because Sven was in terrible condition. Neon still did not understand where the poisoned arrow had come from, and she was beginning to think the dungeon was far too difficult for cadets. Sven's condition was even worse than anyone realized. He felt like dead weight for failing the group, and that destroyed his mental state. Doubt began consuming him. Then a voice took advantage of his weakness. It asked whether he wanted power, especially after all the suffering he had endured. The voice promised to give him exactly that, the strength he had always desired, in exchange for everything else. Broken and desperate, Sven eagerly accepted without hesitation. The moment he agreed, the demon seized his soul and twisting pain tore through him. He screamed as his body surrendered to the agony. Neon rushed to him and called out to her teammate, but his screams drew the giant monster toward them. It almost seemed to look at them as though greeting them before flooding the area with lava. The monster swung its massive fist and smashed through the surroundings. The cadets ran for their lives, knowing that if they slowed for even a second, the fist would crush them. Another blow landed, sending several cadets flying. They were trapped with almost nowhere to escape. Even Neon, while carrying Sven, reached a dead end and could not find a way out. Before she could catch her breath, the creature appeared again, staring at her. It was a nightmare. Neon could barely believe what they were facing, and now she knew the monster was real. Terrified, she finally admitted, that they could truly die inside an artificial dungeon. The monster prepared to attack. Then a mana bullet flew from nowhere, struck the monster and pierced the top of its head. Nayeon turned toward the distant shooter. It was Hajin saving her again. Now, let's rewind a few minutes and see what happened with Jonghak's team. They had been stopped by a massive wall, which irritated Jaden because this path was supposed to lead to the dungeon boss. Hajin said they were still on the correct path. In fact, they had never been closer. He simply had not expected a wall to block the way. Rather than overthink it, Hajin said the monster was directly behind the wall and told the group to try breaking through. Jaden became angry because he considered himself the leader. Even so, he struck with all his strength. The result? A violent shock blasted him back because the wall had extremely strong defenses. Not even a magic-enhanced attack could break it. Then Hazuki noticed something and pointed toward an opening above the wall. Hajin said they could use the gap to cross, but Jaden called the idea insane. In his mind, no one could climb 10 meters. Realizing Jaden simply could not do what he could, the protagonist decided to go first. He used his Parker technique, strengthened his grip, and climbed with expert speed and control until he reached the top. Then he left the group behind and began running. At that moment, everyone heard a loud crash from the other side. The dungeon was shifting again, suddenly and unexpectedly. Jaden had no idea what was happening, but they did not know that the massive lava golem had been tearing through the area. That was when Hajin arrived to save Nayeon. He was relieved to see that his shot's paralysis had not lasted long against such a massive creature. He shouted at Nayeon to run while she still could, instead of sitting there, but the situation quickly became worse. The giant monster selected MC as its new target. He turned pale and begged Nayeon to save him. Instead of running at once, the group formed up and attacked the lava golem from several directions. But even their strongest blows had no effect. The beast remained as durable as ever. Seeing the others come to help, Nayeon steadied herself and prepared to fire a powerful arrow. She told them to keep the monster occupied while she charged. A few moments later, Sven suddenly rushed in. He kept the monster distracted, giving Nayeon more time to gather power. Remembering what had happened against the demonic human before, she swore that this time would be different. Then Nayeon released the shot. The arrow struck and completely destroyed the monster's face. The golem's body crashed down as the lava around its head began to melt away. The cadets could not believe they had defeated something so fierce by working together. Some were already hoping for a large point reward. Nayeon and Sven also caught up with the others. The others were stunned by Nayeon's sudden attack, and she proudly called it her finishing move. Hajin hardly cared. Instead, he watched Sven, who still had not transformed into a demon at that point. This differed from the original story, but Hajin knew the transformation was still coming. Sven had already made a pact with a demon in the cave, so it was only a matter of time before he betrayed the group and threw everything into chaos. Nayeon's attention shifted to the boy farther away, who was still catching his breath. For a moment, she set aside her anger toward him and walked over to speak with him privately. She knew she owed him something, so Nayeon awkwardly forced out a quiet thank you. To Hajin, hearing that felt almost unreal, and he had no idea how to respond. Lost in thought, he asked what she had said. That only annoyed her further, and she snapped that she would not repeat it. The protagonist could not believe Nayeon had actually thanked him like that. Her entire life had been filled with pain. Her first great tragedy came when she was 6, when a monster killed her mother. That loss drove her to pursue becoming a hero. Most children were taught to laugh and play, but Nayeon was different. She was filled with anger and trained her body relentlessly from a very young age. She kept herself isolated and could not form genuine bonds, because opening up to others meant exposing the pain she carried from her past. Because of that, only a few people had ever earned her gratitude, and almost no one could truly call themselves her friend. That was why this mattered so much to Hajin. The character he had written as someone who could barely say sorry had now expressed something entirely different. As the novel's author, He understood that better than anyone. Nae-yoon had changed. Then Nae-yoon asked why he allowed Jong-hak's lackeys to bully him when he was clearly so capable in a real fight. After all, a single shot from his gun had been enough to immobilize the monster. People like them should not have been able to trouble him, so she could not understand what he was trying to accomplish. MC said that he genuinely had no reliable way to defeat them. Nae-yoon found that difficult to believe after seeing him handle a monster with his gun. He showed her the weapon and explained that it was merely custom-made equipment that helped compensate for his weakness. In other words, he was pretending to be stronger than he truly was. Naeon was shocked that he admitted it so casually. Modified guns were illegal at the academy and could result in immediate suspension. Hajin said that was exactly why he used it only when absolutely necessary. Fortunately, he had discovered a way to hide the gun inside his stigma, allowing him to store stronger weapons without being caught each time. Even so, Naeon still did not fully believe his excuse after seeing how strong he was. So she asked whether he possessed some kind of gift connected to firearms. Hajin avoided giving a direct answer, but she appeared satisfied enough and began to leave. She promised not to report the gun, though she told him to stop using it. Then she paused and mentioned the same issue that had made her hate him in the first place. He remained silent for a moment and still refused to explain or apologize. He did not want her forgiveness or a closer relationship, because that would only make things worse later. He planned to kill her older brother Jin-yoon in the future. Becoming close to her now would only hurt her more, but his objective would not change. When Na-yoon returned to her group, everyone wanted to know whether she had somehow become friends with him. She quickly denied it, but Sven's strange expression suggested that he had noticed something. Then an announcement suddenly informed all cadets that the dungeon exercise was being terminated immediately. The order came too late. Without Hajin, they might have been collecting bodies. Many things had gone wrong during the assault drill. First, every surveillance camera had failed immediately after it began. Then real monsters had appeared instead of illusions. Finally, the staff had waited until the last possible moment before intervening. By then, everything had already gone wrong. It was a major incident, but because no one died, Cube chose to conduct an internal investigation instead of contacting the authorities. The protagonist explains that demonic humans hidden among Cube's executives probably managed to bury the case. He knows the investigation will not truly progress until episode 2 ends. Right now, what worries him most is the co-author's goal and what they want with Sven. A demon pact causes side effects, emotional pain, and obsession. Hajin's greatest fear is that Sven will lose his mind and kill Naeon, and he wants to ensure that future never happens. That is why he secretly keeps track of both of them. MC opens his messaging app and quietly apologizes to himself for using shady methods to get what he wants. The system connects him to Nayeon's account, where he finds many chats, including ones with Suho, Sven, and Junghak. The only one he truly cares about is Sven, who is inviting her by text to this week's hunting club event. In the original story, that event is when Sven's unstable condition finally erupts. To prevent anything from going wrong, Hajin decides to follow them and intervene if necessary. He has also raised his stats, so he thinks it is finally time to hunt in the garrison dungeon. Later in class, he suddenly receives a message on his smartwatch. He has no idea why Suho is contacting him out of nowhere. Suho asks whether he is free on Friday because there is something he wants to ask him in person. As for Garrison, it is a mountain in Gwandu famous for its spiritual energy. Martial artists from across the country call it a training paradise and visit to sharpen their skills. But they are not the only ones. Many wanderers visit too, roaming the mountain for buried treasure instead of risking their lives against monsters. One of them is the ginseng gatherer Kim Yoon-jin, who will join Hajin on this trip. The protagonist is completely unmoved by Yoon-jin's excitement. Yoon-jin is certain MC's method will never find any ginseng, but MC tells him he is not there for that. He wants something else. There is so much pointless chatter that he simply tunes it out. Yoonjin smugly assumes the kid has no experience, and honestly, he is not entirely wrong. Hajin keeps tripping as they travel, but then he discovers a glowing ginseng root. He can hardly believe it. The protagonist ends up eating the 7-year ginseng root. Thanks to his modification ability, it temporarily raises each of his stats by 2 points. What makes this even crazier is that the ginseng could have sold for 700 million. MC still uses it instead of paying off his debt. After stumbling some more, he realizes it makes sense that the dungeon he wants has not been discovered yet. Beyond Garrison's fame lies the place he came for, the Dungeon of the Undead, a cave of terror now standing directly in front of him. The dungeon boss is the Death Knight, a very powerful upper intermediate monster. The ginseng boosted Hajin's stats, but this enemy could still crush him. Even so, he does not care. He came for a different reason. Just then, a horrifying hand rises from the ground, and a horde of undead crawls out to greet him at the dungeon entrance. Ready to face them, Hajin uses his stigma magic and reminds himself that defeating the boss is not today's true objective. What he really wants is the dungeon's hidden stage. Suddenly, the skeleton monsters rush the seemingly helpless boy, but they are about to regret it. The protagonist draws his pistol and blasts one undead monster at point-blank range. The rest fall just as easily, one shot after another. He activates his precision skill Eagle Eye to track every bullet's path. Then he uses his speed and agility to leap over the monsters, attacking from above and piling up even more kills. After taking down enough of them, Hajin stops firing and realizes he has cleared them all out. Still, he knows the number of undead will keep increasing as he approaches the hidden stage. That is a clear sign that he is heading toward the Gospel's location. Evandel is actually a witch meant to serve as the hidden stage boss of the Garrison dungeon. She becomes extremely important later. In the future, she will build Evandel Castle, the most terrifying undead fortress in human history. She will use an abandoned school as her base and cause chaos. And once she fully matures, dealing with her will be a nightmare. That is why Hajin wants to reach her while he still can. If he defeats her, he expects to receive 2 items. The first is an upgradable piece of gear called Ether, and the second is the Seed of the Gospel. In the original novel, those 2 items help the demon Tomer become powerful enough to join evil's top forces. So if Hajin wants to become stronger much faster, Ether is the better reward. MC approaches the hidden stage door, where only darkness awaits. Activating Eagle Eye, he moves forward. With Eagle Eye active, he peers deep into the cave and ignores the lesser monsters. There, he spots a dead tree glowing with crystals. His true target is the young witch, still immature and vulnerable. Defeating her later, once she fully matures, would be far more difficult, so this is his only good opportunity. For now, the little witch is merely playing with magic like a child at play, but Hajin came to prevent the disaster she would one day cause. His emotions nearly hold him back, but as her creator, he forces himself to act. Even Tamer once made the same ruthless choice. As he approaches, the protagonist reminds himself of one thing. She exists because he wrote her, and now she may die for the same reason. A normal spirit form witch cannot be killed with bullets. Not even mana bullets. So Hajin uses stigma magic to create a spear filled with light magic. That should be enough to kill her in one strike. He is also shocked by how much the old ginseng boosted his stats. MC hurls the spear with all his strength. It blasts through the baby witch's head and destroys her spirit body in one clean strike. Brutal, but effective. He thought that would finish her. But she is tougher than she looks, even while immature. She survives the hit. Using what little power she has left, she begins rebuilding her spirit body. Then the entire dungeon shakes violently, and the young witch finally loses control of her form. She bursts apart into a cloud of dust directly in front of Hajin. At last, the 2 items he wanted fall to the ground. The Seed of Evandel contains the witch's soul, allowing Evandel to revive once it fully sprouts. The other item, ether, allows its owner to strengthen a weapon and increase its power. The moment Hajin obtains ether, all his stats rise by 0.6. The system also says the item can no longer be traded. The protagonist is pleased with the outcome. The raid was a success, and once ether levels up, it should make his abilities even stronger. With everything he has gained so far, MC feels strong enough to stand beside Cube cadets at his current level. On top of that, he earned nearly 50 story points and gained the effects of the ginseng. Still, the greatest prize may be the seed of a vandal, since it can revive the witch through germination whenever he chooses. The title Witch of Despair makes her sound like a pure villain. But if he handles this properly, a vandal could become a powerful ally. According to Hajin, raising the seed is not actually difficult. It simply needs a great deal of blood over time. The witch's personality will also be shaped by whoever provides it, so he must choose carefully. He is already considering asking Suho or Rachel, hoping the witch becomes at least somewhat kind to him. At the same time, he cannot imagine asking Yonha or Nayeon. They would cause a huge scene, and worse, they might twist the witch's personality. The real challenge is obtaining the blood. The protagonist decides to worry about that later. For now, he should rest. Tomorrow is the main event, and it will take a lot out of him. The hunting club trip, where Sven will likely cause trouble for Nayeon, is approaching quickly. The next day, at the Baekpahat Springs, the cadets are excited for their first outdoor orientation, and one girl begins addressing the group. She reviews the club activities one final time while Hajin listens closely. Liana Das will hold its usual hunt, but she reminds everyone that this is not merely a game. It is real work intended to protect the public. While she speaks, MC is drenched in sweat. He has no idea how much the events may change. All he knows is what happened in the original story. In that version, Sven attacked Nayeon, leaving her badly injured before dying in battle himself. Hajin wrote it that way so Suho could grow closer to her and care for her. The twist is that while everyone focuses on Nayeon as the demon's target, Leona becomes the helpless victim instead. That difference makes Hajin deeply uneasy. Events are already drifting away from the plot he originally gave Sven. Even with some demonic power now, Sven still has not fully transformed. The protagonist believes the best outcome would be for Sven to lose control here, where others can help stop him. Meanwhile, Nayeon begins noticing how often the protagonist keeps looking her way. It makes her uneasy, and she cannot understand why he is watching her so closely, unaware that MC is actually tracking Sven's every movement. She even begins wondering whether he secretly likes her. Sven notices it too and warns her to be careful, but Nayeon dismisses him because Hajin does not seem dangerous. Sven explains that he means the recent disappearances, hinting that Hajin could be involved. But Nayeon trusts him enough to believe he is too harmless for that. The hunt begins. Sven and Nayeon move ahead while Hajin follows them, prepared for anything. Some time passes, and deep in the forest, a deer is torn apart by a demon. That demon is Sven. He is testing the new demonic power he has just gained. When Nayeon calls to him, Sven releases the animal. She has hunted something too. What shocks her is how much more Sven caught in such a short time. He stands there acting normally, while she has no idea what is truly happening. Sven wins their hunting bet, meaning he can ask her for anything, but when the moment comes, he stumbles over his feelings and tries to ask her out. While that happens, Hajin watches them closely, knowing the situation could turn ugly. The demon Sven contracted with is the carnal demon of desire, so anyone turned into its puppet becomes consumed by their own cravings. That is why Sven can no longer control himself. Finally, he forces the words out. He wants Nayeon to become his girlfriend. She freezes for a moment, uncertain how to respond. Her confused silence makes him think she is rejecting him, and Nayeon admits she does not know how to feel about dating someone she barely knows. The cold response hits him hard, and Hajin thinks that should be enough to set him off. It should push Sven over the edge and reveal his demonic side. Then Nayeon adds that she likes men stronger than herself. If the first answer did not sting, that one certainly does. And it does. Sven looks completely devastated. Nayeon repeats herself and begins to leave. But Sven still does not understand. He asks whether all he needs to do is prove he is stronger than her. Now she is becoming annoyed and uneasy. Then a demonic hand shoots toward her. Sven smashes the ground directly beneath her feet. His body twists into a beast-like form, almost resembling a tailed monster. Nayeon survives only because Hajin jumps in and expands his defensive shield with ether at the last second. The moment he turns to see whether she is all right, Sven drives a powerful strike directly through him. Nayeon reaches for her weapon with the little time she has, while Hajin struggles to breathe as the demon chokes him. She instantly uses magic power condensation and cuts off one of the tentacles, ordering Sven to release the protagonist. Instead, he becomes completely insane, ranting about how much he loves Nayeon. The deeper his obsession grows, the stronger his demonic form becomes. Furious, Nayeon continues using magic power condensation while MC remains helpless. Then a flash of green light erupts as Nayeon reaches an entirely new level of power. Hajin explains that some people in this world choose weapons that do not match their true talents. Nayeon is one of the clearest examples. Her true gift is not long-range combat but magic. With all her strength, she forms a massive sword and demands that Sven release him right now. Then Nayeon charges forward and unleashes a devastating strike against the demon. The attack leaves only destruction in its wake. She tears through the ground itself, and even Nayeon is stunned by her own power. Hajin can barely believe it either. To him, it looked as though she had unleashed a gigantic blade of light. Nayeon is equally confused and has no idea what she just did. What matters most is that she worries about the protagonist first. He says he is fine, but her condition is terrible. That final attack completely drained her. Her vision begins to blur. She collapses. Hajin rushes to catch her. After some time, the unconscious girl finally wakes with a start and realizes MC is carrying her on his back. She is so embarrassed that she immediately demands he put her down. But he knows that is a bad idea and only wants to help, so he lets her go. The moment he does, her legs give out and she collapses to the ground again. Chae Nayeon panics because she cannot even stand on her own. It is as though her legs have stopped responding to her. Hajin gives her a puzzled look and asks whether this is her first time experiencing mana exhaustion. From the way she is panting and staring blankly, he can tell she has probably never even heard of it. He explains that mana exhaustion occurs when someone uses every last bit of mana they possess. Since that is what happened, moving will not be easy. He even jokes that perhaps he should simply leave her there. With no other option, Chae Nayeon accepts his help and climbs onto his back. On the way back, Hajin asks whether she still intends to keep using a bow as her main weapon. He witnessed something incredible during that fight, but Chae Nayeon has no idea what he is talking about. The protagonist tells her she must have felt it too. Something new awakened inside her, a power she did not know she possessed. With her magic, she could destroy hundreds of monsters and demons with a single swing. In a full-scale war, Chae Nayeon would be nearly unstoppable. That is why she is later called the supreme ruler of the battlefield. But to reach that level, she would have to abandon the weapon she has treasured since childhood. That only makes Chae Nayeon angry. She hates how he acts as though he knows what is best for her. MC assumes she will remain with the bow for now. Once they approach the portal, he tells her to manage the rest by herself. Chae Nayeon is left helpless by how suddenly he tries to leave. She even begs him to stay, but Hajin simply walks away. He is calm, distant, and clearly not trying to become her admirer. The next day, news of the attack on Chae Nayeon spreads throughout Cube. The cadets even learn that Sven was responsible. Hajin simply walks past them without reacting, then approaches a door and opens it, only to find several important people gathered inside. There is Horak, Junghak, Yu Yonha, and the class representative, Shin Jong-hak. Many key figures are present, and now Hajin is one of them. But first, let us return to the day before Chae Na-yoon's incident. Suho had asked the protagonist to spare some time on Friday because he needed a favor. When Hajin asked what it was, Suho said he wanted help investigating the missing students. The school had selected him to lead a cadet team. Since they wanted to avoid outside involvement, they decided to conduct an internal investigation using cadets from every grade to catch the culprit. The first-year team included well-known names such as Suho, Jong-hak, and Chae Na-yoon. Suho added that the school could have used staff members, but if the culprit was hiding among the cadets, then cadets themselves were the best bait to draw them out. MC understands that part, but he still does not understand why, they asked him. Then he learns that Chae Na-yoon personally requested his inclusion, so Suho came to invite him. That is why Hajin agreed to come. It could also earn him additional story points, which works well for him. Suho begins by saying they need everyone's ideas to narrow down the case, and he wants to review the theories they have developed so far. For now, none of them believe Sven's attack on Chae Na-yoon is connected to the missing student case. But the moment Suho says that, Jong-hak interrupts and asks whether they mean the Chae Na-yoon from his class. Suho does not understand why he is reacting that way and says she may become the next target. The idea makes sense because demons control other demons. So whoever made a pact with Sven might continue targeting Chae Na-yoon through different puppets. After that, Suho asks whether anyone has a suspicious name to add to the list. Hajin actually knows who is behind the disappearances. Still, he has been trying not to interfere with the story, so he does not want to reveal the culprit yet. At least, that is what he thought. In the original story, 6 students vanished over 2 months. But now 3 have already disappeared in only 2 weeks. That means events are progressing faster, and more students could become victims soon. Thinking about that and how he just helped Chae Na-yoon, Hajin faces a difficult choice. Letting the story unfold as planned could also mean endangering people he now cares about. He no longer wants to be someone who ignores evil, so he raises his hand and says he knows a possible main suspect. Hyun, the charming bastard and president of the study club. The room falls completely silent after the accusation. Suho argues that it cannot be him because they already investigated Hyun and found nothing. Shin Jong-hak mocks the idea, saying that would mean Hyun is using psychic magic to lure his victims. Hajin replies that he does not know whether it is standard psychic magic, but he remains suspicious. Then Yoo Yona joins in and turns the accusation against the protagonist. She says it is strange for him to accuse anyone at all. In fact, instead of the study club president, she believes the protagonist is the person most likely to be behind this. The accusation catches MC off guard. Let us return to the beginning of the novel. While writing it, Hajin felt that the main character needed someone from beside him, a strong-willed and complicated person who could support Suho. So the author, Kim Hajin, happily created that character and named her Yoo Yona. Back as in the present, Yona doubles down and calls the protagonist the true demon in the room. Suho tries to defend him, pointing out that MC used a portal when the incidents occurred. Yona responds that she is only making baseless accusations in the same way he did. To her, accusing the study club president makes even less sense when Yonha's alibi is stronger than his. The protagonist tries to calm the situation, but it has already spiraled out of control. One of the others becomes excited and suggests they all attack him to see whether he transforms. The room begins siding with Yonha, exactly as she intended. Meanwhile, Hajin is stunned that he has to carry everyone's suspicion like this. Then he gives a brief laugh, and instead of backing down, he snaps at the cadet to try it if he truly wants a bullet in the head. Suho quickly attempts to stop the fight, while Hajin says they should ask Na-yoon and settle the matter. He is about to explain that they were together near the portal when Jong-hak suddenly throws a basketball at him with full force. Furious that MC mentioned her name, Shin Jong-hak demands to know why he brought it up at all. Hajin responds that he and Chae Na-yoon fought the demon together. He even mocks Jong-hak and the others for not caring enough to learn the basic facts of what happened. Jong-hak loses his temper, and the class representative intervenes to calm him down. The entire meeting falls apart. After clearing his name, Ha-jin turns to leave. But just as he reaches the door, a cadet charges at him with a powerful punch. The protagonist immediately senses the pressure and ducks, avoiding the blow as it smashes the door into pieces. Even Jong-hak is shocked by the sudden attack, and the attacker is equally surprised that Ha-jin dodged something so fast. Now MC is truly angry, so he draws his gun and aims back. The cadet charges again, and Ha-jin prepares to fire. Before either side can move, Suho stops both of them with a slash of his sword. He says Kim Horak has gone too far, and Jong-hak is only making matters worse instead of asking Chae Na-yoon first. Then he pauses and uses his smartwatch. Ha-jin leaves in a rage, and Jong-hak soon hears directly from Chae Na-yoon that it is physically impossible for the protagonist to be the suspect. Now that Chae Na-yoon herself has cleared him, everyone in the room feels embarrassed and guilty for treating him so poorly. Honestly, MC walks away in disgust and heads to the field to clear his mind. He has reached a genuine breaking point and cannot understand why living this life feels so difficult. First, he was dragged around by the plot of the novel he wrote, and now he is forced to fight the very characters he once created with care. Unable to continue, Ha-jin curls up and admits that he is tired of this world. He misses his real family back home and wants to return to his own world. Even small concerns begin troubling him, such as whether his lease has expired and whether he has already been reported missing back there. Then he thinks about his parents, wondering whether they are safe and whether they are searching for him. He has been suppressing so much. In this moment, he feels weak, trapped, and completely alone. He knows there is no way back, but he still cannot stop wishing. For one, while he complains, the system appears and reveals that his endurance stat has increased because of everything that happened today. Hajin thinks it is not especially useful, but he is still glad his endurance rose slightly. He knows that the person transported into this world might already have died without the toughness to keep moving forward. So he decides to stop whining, dusts himself off, and rises from his curled-up position like a hero ready to face life again. Now let us return to Suho and the rest of the idiots who handled everything so badly. Someone asks where Ha-jin went, and Suho says he probably left to be alone. Yuna knows that idiot Kim Horak even used his skill just now. That only makes her more suspicious, because Ha-jin somehow dodged a martial artist's attack despite supposedly being a long-range fighter. Then she suddenly receives a message. It is from Hyun, asking to meet her in the study room the next day. That is exactly what Ha-jin warned her about, but suspicious as she is, she still agrees to meet someone who is literally in the middle of killing people. The protagonist begins to understand why people say staying busy helps with depression. Since entering the novel, he has been so focused on training and hunting that he barely had time to think about what he misses from the real world. Now he sits in silence while Suho and Jong-hak continue worrying about him, especially after the disaster from the previous day. Hajin is frustrated to realize that he is trapped inside a story he wrote, so he begins seriously considering how to find a way home. Naeon returns to class after recovering, although Jong-hak is still worried about her. Suho offers to help because she has not fully returned to normal. Jong-hak becomes openly possessive of her, while MC keeps watching Yeonha, who behaves as though nothing happened yesterday. Class begins with the instructor reminding everyone that midterms are approaching. The written test comes first, followed by the practical exam. The practical portion has 2 evaluations. The first consists of cadet duels, and the second is a monster battle using beasts summoned by mages. The instructor makes it clear that both tests will be more difficult than ordinary training. Hajin considers this and realizes he is not worried at all about the written exam. The only thing on his mind is the duel. Each cadet receives 3 nomination cards to choose opponents. At first, it sounds as though top students could simply crush weaker ones. But Cube already addressed that problem with a reward rating system. If a high-ranked cadet defeats a low-ranked one, they receive almost no points, and depending on the gap, they may even lose points. Still, not everyone cares. One fighter has only one objective in mind, crushing Hajin. But that is not the only thing bothering him. Rachel has been acting strangely around him and staying unusually close. He notices that she keeps secretly watching what he is doing, even though she normally studies alone. He has no idea what she wants or whether she is trying to copy his work. Rachel glances at his notes and sees him happily writing down his parents' names. That only confuses her even more. The scene shifts to Yu Yeonha's side, where Hyun waits nervously for her arrival. Unsure what he wants, she heads to the study room where he greets her like a cheerful prince. She does not care much, but quickly notices that none of the other club members have arrived. Hyun tells her to sit, saying they will come soon. Yu Yeonha notices a strange scented candle in the room, and Hyun claims it helps him concentrate while studying. They begin discussing the investigation into the missing students. Hyun says he is also on one of the teams, but his group has found nothing, so he asks whether Yu Yeonha has any main suspects. She says no, though she cannot help remembering Hajin's accusation. Curious, Hyun presses further. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he takes control of Yu Yeonha's body, making her feel deeply relaxed and almost hypnotized. Under the effect, she admits that one of her classmates suspects Hyun is the demon, and that he is using psychic powers on the victims. Hyun eagerly asks whether there is any proof. That is where the bastard slips up. The moment Hyun mentions proof, Yu Yeonha catches it. He tries to act innocent and says he misspoke. By then, her suspicion is already firmly established. Yu Yeonha prepares her weapon and says innocent people do not start discussing proof when accused. They simply deny it. She lashes Hyun with her whip and demands to know who he truly is. The truth is finally revealed. The sinister villain shows his real nature and tells Yu Yeonha that her turn will come soon, so there is no need to rush. Then the story moves to the second-year dorms. Yu Yeonha wakes up and finally regains consciousness, only to discover that she is tied up. Her eyes scan the objects inside the empty room. She quickly realizes that she is in the second-year dorms, meaning Hyun captured her. That also confirms he is the hidden villain behind the student disappearances. Only now does this idiot realize that Ha-jin was telling the truth. Instead of dwelling on it, she focuses on escaping. She struggles against the ropes around her wrists and begs for someone to save her. It is useless because Hyun is already there and orders her to remain quiet and obey him. Then the scene cuts to Ha-jin, who receives a sudden message late at night. It is from Yu Yeonha, and he cannot make sense of it. She sent only the number 9, which is far too cryptic for him to understand. Immediately, meanwhile, that bastard Hyun smashes her smartwatch and mocks Yu Yeonha for sending such a vague message in the middle of a fight. He also notices that it was sent to the protagonist, the same person Yu Yeonha refused to believe before. To him, that means the protagonist is doomed as well. Yu Yeonha yells that he will not escape, especially with the investigation team hunting him down. Hyun destroys the rest of her watch and reminds her that he has no intention of remaining at Cube. He plans to kill her and leave. Hearing that fills Yu Yeonha with a rage so deep that it only amuses the charming psychopath. Then he decides to call upon the demon Lilith, the one bound to him by contract, but Hyun wants to transform that rage into terror. Now we return to Ha-jin, who is still trying to understand what Yeonha meant with that message. Questions pile up until he suddenly understands. It is supposed to mean 9/11. He immediately pulls out the tome of truth and asks for Yeonha's exact location. When the answer points to the second-year dorms, Ha-jin is stunned. The scene returns to Yonha, who now hears the voice of the demon, Lilith. Lilith speaks to the girl's loneliness and tries to comfort her, but Hyun's psychic power still is not enough to break her. Yonha glares back at him, proving that her will is strong and that she refuses to lose her dignity. She fights off the mind control, so he moves closer and brushes her hair, claiming that even Lilith wants her to surrender to the spell. Yonha struggles with everything she has to escape the psychic hold, while Hyun smugly says there is no escaping Lilith's power, no matter how fiercely she resists. Then, without warning, he is shot in the head through the window. Blood and brain matter hit the floor as he groans in pain. A voice calls out to Yeonha, mocking her for getting into this situation after refusing to believe him. The wounded demon curses the unseen attacker. Ha-jin cheerfully explains that the bullet was custom-made by him. Without proper surgery, it cannot simply be removed and healed. Away, Hyun loses control and unleashes his demonic power, demanding that MC reveal himself. In a frenzy, he tears the room apart, and even strikes Yonha with his attack. Ha-jin thinks Hyun is merely wasting energy. He mocks him for still having no idea where he is. Our boy prepares to fire again and says he is sitting somewhere far away. Then he sends 3 more shots, directly through the demon's body, knocking him down. As Hyun collapses, he finally spots the protagonist's hidden position in the distance. The protagonist has been firing with perfect accuracy through his transformed sniper rifle. Easy kills are exactly why he loves long-range shooting. He tells Yonha that he is about to waste every bullet she gave him, continues punching holes through Hyun, and says she had better repay him later. By now, Ha-jin has completely terrified the demon, who begins thinking this man is crazier than a real demon. Another powerful shot tears through Hyun's back. At this point, Hyun resembles a walking corpse, filled with holes. Satisfied, MC assumes that should be enough. He asks whether Yonha is hurt, and fortunately, she is not. He tells her to remain unconscious because the rescue team will arrive soon. As she loses consciousness, she thanks the person who saved her life. Yonha wakes in the hospital with Suho sitting beside her, peeling an apple. Suho says there is nothing physically wrong with her, so she should recover without trouble. Annoyed, she asks why he is there, and Suho explains that everyone has been taking turns watching over her until she woke. It simply happens to be his turn now, and Yonha cannot understand why they would do that for her. Sue says they feel responsible. They were part of the investigation team, and while they focused elsewhere, one of their own was injured, so he apologizes on behalf of the entire group. Yana does not know what to say. She thinks Suho is stubborn, but the gesture also makes her like him a little more. Even so, her misunderstanding with Ha-jin remains stuck in her mind. She asks whether a certain person came to visit her, but Suho has no idea whom she means. Too embarrassed to explain, Yona drops the subject. Instead, she simply looks out at the sky. Later that day, Ha-jin receives a private message from Yonha. She wants to repay him for what he did. For him, the entire situation turned out rather well. He gained almost 500 story points, and his Deidai skill rose to rank 7. It is the most story points he has ever received from a single action. To him, dealing with a major story arc was worth it. Although he has not used his sniper abilities much, they were enough to save Yana. Just then, someone calls out to Ha-jin. It is Agent Shin-hyuk, pleased that the young cadet contacted him first. The man even falls to his knees, begging the protagonist not to cancel their agreement. But Ha-jin never intended to do that. Instead, he places down a briefcase and says he wants to invest in SH Entertainment. That shocks everyone present. Here is Ha-jin's reasoning. The ginseng he obtained and sold online earned him a massive 300 million. He already used 250 million of it to purchase Pack Horsemaster stock, and now he wants to invest the rest in SH Entertainment. Because of the company's growth potential, he is certain it will make money. 2. The agent is too stunned to speak. He does not even feel worthy of managing that much. money. Hajin tells him to accept it because the arrangement benefits both of them. He also asks him to purchase a magic bag and a high-utility vehicle with the funds. After asking the agent's age, MC tells him to stop speaking formally and talk normally. The agent cannot do it, so MC wonders whether he should simply cancel the investment. That immediately makes everyone tense again, and the agent quickly switches to a more casual way of speaking with him. Then they head to a convenience store to purchase something. The agent asks why the protagonist suddenly cares about lottery tickets, knowing that he can claim the prize alone without an active guardian. Still, he makes the bump-off possible. Hajin wins 2 billion won in the lottery. That is approximately $1.5 million. He plans to invest that money as well and tells the agent to update the contract. The agent treats the ticket like a sacred object and protects it with his life, terrified that someone might steal it. Meanwhile, inside an unknown warehouse, a spirit creature appears and tells its master that a certain group has begun moving. Pack Horsemaster has been brought in. The leader cares only about stealing one specific item. The spirit also reports something unusual. Someone has been purchasing Pack Horsemaster shares very aggressively. It began with 3 million, then 10 million, and now an outrageous 250 million. For someone with no proper name attached, that appears suspicious. But the leader does not care and remains focused on the mission. The spirit adds that many new pages have also appeared on the website. They contain information about relic hunting and the Agency of Truth. Something about that agency feels suspicious, and the spirit wonders whether they should submit a request to locate the target. The leader sharply calls Drune by name and orders him to stop fooling around. Drune reminds her that the midterm exams begin tomorrow. Everyone is discussing Suho and Jonghak, and Drune wonders whether his boss plans to step in. It turns out she does intend to move. She hopes to find someone useful there, and it is clear that person is Hajin. After some time, the practical midterm examinations finally begin. Hazuki happily runs forward and hugs her mother. It has been a while since they last met. During practical week, Cube is open to many groups, including guilds, the association, and the cadets' families. That turns the academy into an enormous crowd, almost like a festival. An announcement confirms that Cube is the world's leading hero academy for developing future talent. One of the top heroes, Jin-Ah, personally delivers the speech. But Hajin is not impressed at all. He merely wonders whether he should wait a little longer. He purchased drones from Shin-hyuk and placed them around the school to secretly search for intruders. While walking around, he suddenly bumps into a woman and quickly apologizes. She is the same woman from the secret warehouse, the one who came searching for talent. The moment Hajin sees her up close, he freezes. He had completely forgotten to include this character, even though she was supposed to appear during the practical exams. His shocked reaction reveals too much, and realizing he has made the situation awkward, MC looks away and tries to correct it by saying something. But instead of apologizing, he blurts out praise about her appearance. She responds with a cold, blank stare that makes it obvious he has only made things much worse. Without speaking, she walks away as though he is not worth her time. As she disappears into the crowd, she tells Drune to watch the person she just passed. Somehow he noticed her despite the item that blocks perception. Since that makes him suspicious, she wants Drune to investigate him further. Hajin reflects that heroes are not the only ones welcoming the cadets. The chameleon troupe is here, too. Their main objective is to recruit Suho or Jonghak. Since they are top-ranked, Suho rejects their beliefs, so he is eliminated as an option. Then they focus on Jonghak. That is how the original story unfolds. The problem is not merely the infiltration, but how the story may change because of it, especially with security heroes becoming involved. If events go wrong, it will not end with only a few deaths. It could become far worse. Meanwhile, the heroes are frustrated because they still cannot locate the suspicious person. One of them says it would look terrible If an intruder slipped through during practical, weak. These two heroes are Jin-yuk and Junji, both highly ranked in ability. They are trying to eliminate the threat before it affects exam, weak. Elsewhere, the suspicious group is shocked that a boy could see through the siren necklace, an item designed to conceal someone by blocking perception. That interests the man because in his eyes, everyone around him is weak. Drun still cannot tolerate this idiot. All he thinks about is fighting strong people, and now he wants to fight Hajin. He is ordered to remain focused on the mission. They still do not know the protagonist's true ability or whether he is dangerous. Drun also points out that the duels are about to begin. The second arena is packed as the crowd prepares for the first match of the day. The opening duel was arranged through a nomination ticket, and Kim Ha-jin is on his way there when Yeonha suddenly stops him and asks whether he is heading to the arena. He says yes because he is scheduled for the first match. Satisfied Yeonha has her servant give him 100 top-grade bullets just as she promised. He is not supposed to use them during the test, of course, but what he does with them is his choice. She also says she can lend him more later if necessary. When Ha-jin takes the case, Yeonha makes one thing clear. This is not repayment for saving their lives. She wants him to regard it as a gift from her. Then she adds that many people have been asking about the person who defeated the demonic human Hyun during the previous incident. But because she knows his identity matters to him, she remained silent. MC is pleased to hear that and hopes she continues doing the same. If people discover that he defeated Hyun, it will only create trouble for him. Yeonha is unusually talkative today. She says she accepts that he conceals his power for a reason, but she also thinks he has no chance if he does not use it. He looks caught off guard. When she asks whether he even knows who his opponent is, his expression reveals that he has no idea. In the trainees' waiting room, an angry, muscular man lifts weights while waiting to crush Kim, the protagonist, in their upcoming match. The focus returns to Yeonha, who has investigated MC's background. On paper, there is nothing remarkable. He is an orphan, entered military school, and ranks low without any outstanding talent. The only thing that stands out is his enormous 300 million debt. Thinking back to their encounter, she wonders how he managed to overcome the perception-blocking trait of her item. She still has no idea how he saw through her artifact, and Drun cannot explain it either. The large man from earlier, Dongzhang, goes to meet the leader of the chameleon troop, and she is already irritated. He wasted time elsewhere before returning. Dongzhang acts as though it does not matter, but she cuts him off and asks what he discovered. He says he noticed no one remarkable along the way, only a group of weaklings. Dongzhang says that was obvious. What she truly wants to know is whether any cadets stood out, and he says no. Drun reminds him that this year's first years are supposed to be exceptional, so he should investigate them instead. Besides, Ha-jin's duel is about to begin. This is the same boy who saw through their captain's perception blocking skill. Back at the arena, the top heroes are stuffing themselves with food and talking about old times and family, when one man catches their attention. He is simply sitting there with a strange smile on his face. They wonder whether he is some hero fan watching them from a distance. In any case, the match is about to begin. The fight starts now. Horuk from the martial arts division is the first to step onto the stage. His opponent is ranked among the school's worst students. Ha-jin and Horuk face each other. Since Ha-jin knows he angered Horuk before, he continues provoking him to destabilize him mentally. Horuk's specialty is using mana to create an invisible layer around his body called enhanced protective energy. Against training rounds, he is practically bulletproof, and anyone who approaches him is in serious danger. It is the first duel of the year, and both fighters are ready. The referee gives the signal, begin. Horuk makes the first aggressive move while Ha-jin waits for the right moment. He instantly activates bullet time to read Horuk's movements. It now lasts a full minute instead of only 3 seconds. giving him enough time to keep up with Horak's speed. Even so, Horak strikes the arena hard enough to shake the ground beneath the protagonist. Even Hajin thinks this man is a monster. Horak continues charging, tearing apart the arena as he pursues him. Then MC notices his opportunity and finally draws his gun. He fires, making the overconfident Horak think he is an idiot for attacking a shield like his. Horak assumes the bullet will bounce away without a problem. That is exactly what Hajin wanted. The shot strikes and sends sharp pain through Horak's shoulder. He freezes in shock, just like everyone watching. No one has ever heard of a bullet-piercing enhanced protective energy. Only now does Horak understand what kind of opponent he is facing. As far as he knows, no bullet should be capable of penetrating his shield. The thought unsettles him. He curls up to protect himself from the next shots, but every bullet still strikes with painful force. Hajin almost feels sorry for him. The truth is that these bullets were specially loaded with stigma magic, mana, and anti-demon properties, making them far deadlier than ordinary rounds. He continues firing, forcing Horak entirely onto the defensive. The crowd cheers for Hajin, but Horak has had enough. In a burst of rage, he smashes the arena to interrupt Hajin's relentless barrage. The flying debris forces the protagonist to move and dodge. Then Hajin gives Horak a warning before throwing a knife directly at his face. Panicking, Horak dodges instead of deflecting it, afraid that the knife may be rigged. But that was another trick from MC. The knife was fake. With Horak exposed, Hajin fires even more shots. That leaves Horak unable to rise again, and Hajin slowly approaches the martial artist with his gun raised. Horak's body trembles, and the crowd is horrified by what appears to be coming next. Hajin's finger rests on the trigger. He is ready to finish it. Horak is helpless, and the protagonist is about to fire. Then, to everyone's shock, MC runs out of bullets at the last second. Horak is exhausted, but he still manages to stand once more. Then, taking full advantage of the moment, Hajin simply surrenders. It leaves the bitter sensation of both victory and defeat at once. Even the heroes are stunned by the sudden surrender. The duel ends abruptly, with Horak declared the winner. Such an ugly victory does not suit a brute like him, and he roars for Hajin to return. But Hajin remains calm and walks off the stage. After the match, the medics are shocked by how quickly Horak recovers, even after being struck by what appeared to be real bullets. Among the high-ranking heroes, Junyax asks Yoonji what she thought of the fight. She says the protagonist displayed genuine skill, while Horak made too many mistakes. If Horak had remained calm instead of rushing forward, he might have won. Even so, Yoonji cannot stop thinking about Hajin's performance, his inhuman firing speed, and the extraordinary eyesight required to track a martial artist moving that quickly. She also notices that once Horak began slowing down, MC matched his pace perfectly. It makes her wonder whether MC has a gift that allows him to adapt to any opponent. She is also troubled by the fact that his bullets appeared infused with mana. Yoonji thinks that should be impossible. Even mana-infused bullets should not be powerful enough to penetrate enhanced protective energy. Yoonji says they still do not fully understand Hajin's gifts, and there is also a possibility that he enhanced the bullets himself. From what she witnessed today, she is almost ready to say that he could become the greatest hero of all time. After that brilliant performance, she makes certain to remember his name. As for Jonghyun, he does not appear impressed at all. For some reason, he feels no sympathy for the protagonist. To him, MC is weak and boring, merely a child with a small gun. He resents that the captain ordered him to watch the fight, but Yoon explains that MC possesses anti-demon power, and that alone is important. Jang Hain still does not care, and thinks that means nothing beside true strength. Yang calls him a coward for looking down on Hajin simply because he fights from range. Zhang Hain believes a real battle only counts when both sides fight with lethal intent. He mocks the entire situation and asks whether this loudmouth at least investigated Suho and Jonghak, the real targets. He says they are both impressive, He saw Jonghak fight with a spear, and his physical skill is remarkable. Jonghak's aggression alone pressures everyone around him. Yoon assumes he must have a terrible personality if someone like this actually likes him. Then the discussion turns to Suho, whom he finds strange. Suho's sword fight was interesting because he moved with nearly perfect rhythm, as though he were dancing. His technique was sharp and refined, but something about it still felt wrong. Suho ultimately won, yet Jang Yoon believes he is hiding his true identity, as though pretending to be someone else. Still, that only proves his combat skill lives up to the hype. Jang Yoon is not excited by any of the fighters so far. Then Ha Jin's name is mentioned, and that alone is enough to make his blood boil. Jang Yoon reminds him that the captain is interested in anyone with anti-magic abilities, but Jang Yoon still despises him. While he is shouting openly, a guard notices and says outsiders are forbidden in the forest, so he must leave immediately. Already irritated at being discovered, Jang Joon walks toward the guard and kills him as casually as swatting an insect. One effortless motion crushes the man's head, and his body falls. Hearing that, Droon asks whether this idiot truly crushed someone's skull. Jang Joon happily confirms it, which will obviously make the captain furious over such pointless trouble. The story returns to the leader of the chameleon troop, who begins thinking about painful memories from her past. Because of that, she waits for the day she can take revenge. She orders Jun to continue watching her 3 preferred candidates, but Hajin is the highest priority because his special magic may help them overcome mana disability. Jun wonders whether that is truly wise when they know almost nothing about him. But the leader does not care. She simply wants the assignment completed. After all, she plans to meet him personally tomorrow. On the second day of midterms, the crowd is just as excited as before. A scout from the Razorblade Guild is present, and even Holy Grace of God has appeared. Many major figures have come to search for promising cadets in the duels. According to the Academy rankings, Suho is scheduled to face Yohei, the school's number 8. Then Rachel will fight Nayeon, and their rankings are almost identical. It is a clash between the best of the best, and the first match is the girls' duel. Hajin watches from the stands. For now, he simply sits and observes. Since he already knows how this unfolds, the protagonist is certain Rachel will overwhelm Chai Nayun. Nayeon still has not changed weapons, and that will cost her. The 8th first-year duel begins. Chae Nayun views this as her opportunity to surpass Rachel. She fires a powerful arrow upward, and it splits into a rain of projectiles aimed at Rachel. Rachel remains calm, dodging one arrow after another, but one is aimed directly at her head, so instead of moving, she knocks it aside. Chai Nayun is stunned by how solid Rachel's defense is, especially when the close-range fighter begins advancing. The crowd erupts over the match. At the same time, the leader of the chameleon troop sits beside Hajin. She stares directly at him, and he is too shocked to say anything. Now we learn who she truly is. She is one of the most wanted criminals alive, a leading figure in the masked syndicate and the underworld with many false identities. Her real name is known only to her. Just as she is about to greet him, someone suddenly spills a cold drink across her face. Her hair is ruined, the mood disappears, and even Hajin is left speechless. The person apologizes, and because of that, they miss the end of the match. Rachel wins exactly as MC wrote in the novel. In any case, he gives the woman a tissue so she can wipe herself off. Afterward, she finally mentions why she came, his duel with Horak. Impressed by what she witnessed, she hands him a business card and tells him to contact her. She also asks whether the power he used was some kind of skill. The name on the card is merely one of her many aliases, Li Shofan. It is not her real name, because Hajin might recognize that one as the author. Pretending ignorance, he asks whether she is there to recruit him into a guild. He reaches for the card even though recruiting cadets this early is illegal. But when he tries to pull away, she grips his hand tightly and refuses to release him. She says she cannot prove everything yet, but she has much to offer him. Then she asks him to call someday. After that, she leaves. Ha-jin remains confused. There is no clear reason she should have visited him, making the encounter even stranger. Meanwhile, the Suho versus Yohei match ends, and the result is not surprising. Suho wins. That concludes today's duels. Everyone discusses Suho's outstanding performance, while Chai Na-yoon's defeat against Rachel shocks the crowd. No one expected a top Korean talent to be beaten so badly by an international student. The protagonist retrieves his drone, hoping it captured something useful for his investigation. He plans to return to his room and study the footage, but then notices a girl crying alone. It is Chai Na-yoon, and the defeat has clearly affected her deeply. He remembers writing this scene in the novel. In the original story, Chai Na-yoon breaks down here, and Suho comes to comfort her. That moment helps her open up to him for the first time. Ha-jin wants to encourage her, but he believes empty comfort will not help now. Sometimes people must learn to let things go, but that is not Suho's nature. He is stubborn and never overlooks anything. MC wonders whether Suho can truly help Chai Na-yoon here. Then he suddenly gets an idea. Without warning, he sends her a message praising her fight. Chai Na-yoon reads it in confusion, her face turning red. Then Ha-jin begins teasing her, saying she would have performed far better with a sword. He tells her that she should change weapons, just as he did. Somehow, his words affect her in a strange way. Suho arrives to play his role from the novel, but when he approaches to comfort her, he sees Chai Na-yoon glaring with the fury of 10,000 lions. Instead of feeling sorry for herself, she is now focused on hating the jerk who looked down on her after her defeat. That is how the first-year midterms end. Later, Ha-jin casually reviews his drone footage when he notices something horrifying. It is Jong-jun. He tears someone's head off with a single strike. The scene is a complete bloodbath, and it makes Ha-jin wonder whether this man is connected to the criminal group as well. From the way he behaves, Ha-jin can tell he is a genuine madman, someone who kills without hesitation and, worse, enjoys it. There are many people like that in this novel. The cities may appear advanced and make life comfortable, but monsters still hide beneath them. People with no sense of right or wrong. They may appear human, but they stand against the world's heroes. These are not ordinary criminals. They are the true villains of the story. The protagonist realizes that guarding against the original antagonists is not enough. Because of the co-author's changes, almost anyone in this world could become his enemy. The first midterm is over, and now it is time for the second practical test at the monster examination site. The cadets are greeted by Jin Yua, the mage overseeing the test. Before it begins, she explains the rules. This is where the cadets will fight monsters summoned by Yua herself. The exam is meant to be their most dangerous training yet, because the summoned monsters are as powerful as real ones and will not disappear, even if Yua tries to send them back. The cadets are shaken when they realize they are risking their lives for this test. Yua tells them to admit defeat quickly if necessary. As for grading, she says their scores will depend on how effectively they fight the monsters. Then she orders everyone to take their positions and do their best. 4 cadets are called first for Group 1: Juno, Hazuki, Yunjin, and Spencer. They wait as the monsters are about to be summoned. Yua tells the remaining cadets to watch carefully. Those who are not fighting will study their classmates' performances and grade them based on their actions. They may even add notes suggesting better strategies. Yua is ready to begin, but first she tells everyone to turn off their smartwatches. She also reminds them to write honest reports because those reports will affect their written exam grades, meaning even lazy Neon cannot do a half-hearted job this time. In any case, the monster battles finally begin. The mage casts a summoning spell and calls forth the first beast. Hazuki's opponent emerges from the spell. An evolved ghoul, it is fast and powerful, immediately pressuring the cadets. As the fights continue, the other cadets complete their reports. Once Group 1 finishes, Group 2 takes over. One cadet easily destroys a snake monster. It is class representative Jonghak, who defeats it without any difficulty. Then a beam of light suddenly crashes down onto another monster. It is Nayun using her arrows to defeat the unicorn monster and complete the test. After that, Yu Yeonha appears to be merely playing with her own monster. Several more groups pass, and then Group 10 is called. Hajin faces a rare enemy, the Chrome Monster. As expected, he handles it with intelligent, evasive tactics. After finding a good position, Hajin thinks the battle is almost too easy and will end soon. But then something goes wrong, throwing the cadets into confusion. MC looks up to see what happened, while Jin Yuk is called to respond as part of his duty. He is scolded for slacking off, and Jin Yuk is reminded that a guard was murdered yesterday, so this is no time to be lazy. An emergency alert has been issued, but Jin Yuk asks whether she discovered where it began. Jin Yua thinks it came from the nearby seafloor. While they are speaking, a man steps out from behind them. It is Jang Jun, the villain, and he looks pleased to face the man now standing in his path. Jin Yuk warns him that he should not be trespassing in a restricted area. Zhang Jun does not care and prepares to fight. Jin Yuk tells Zhang Jun that this is a battle he will regret. But just as they prepare to clash, the shaking grows even stronger and captures their attention. From the sea, an enormous whirlpool rises, forcing the examination to stop. The cadets are ordered to evacuate immediately and prioritize their safety. The final group, still fighting monsters, is told to flee at once instead of completing the test. Hajin is frustrated that he must stop halfway and wonders what is causing the disturbance. The building shakes while monsters remain loose. Hajin hides behind cover, terrified because the monsters still have not been unsummoned. He calls for help, but no one appears to be nearby. Hajin considers his suspicion. He immediately rules out Jin Yua because the system would have warned him if she had changed. That means no one at the examination site displayed any new change that could explain this. Hajin suddenly realizes what is truly happening. He figures out the real cause of the chaos. Elsewhere, Rachel is stopped by a strange warrior, and his presence alone makes her tense. Meanwhile, Hajin sorts through everything and begins to suspect that the story itself is creating a new event. Like Kim Chun-dong, a character the author never wrote, Sir Lancaster appears connected to Rachel and is likely the one controlling events. The story has taken another massive turn, and Hajin has no idea why. Rachel comes face to face with Alex Lancaster, a mage who disappeared during the London incident years ago. She questions him, but he responds only with a cold, twisted smile. Rachel immediately understands that this man sold his soul to demons for power. She cannot accept that the former captain of the Royal Guard has fallen so far, but Lancaster barely cares. Instead, he smugly corrects her and reminds Rachel that he was betrayed while serving his king and country. So he simply chose a new master. Rachel draws her sword, accepts him as an enemy, and vows to bring him to justice. With astonishing speed, the top student slashes at him, only to freeze when her blade passes directly through his body. Lancaster apologizes. The man before her is merely an illusion, so he cannot be harmed. He leaves Rachel trapped there, knowing no one will come for her, while the other monsters keep everyone occupied. Lancaster points out how different this institution is. His country would have sent hundreds of guards merely to protect royalty. Rachel remembers the pain Lancaster endured after losing someone dear, and that only makes her more certain of what he has become. The mage says he has no time to argue, and decides to leave. Rachel attempts to stop him, but she never truly had a chance. Lancaster's body melts into darkness, and a faceless assassin emerges from it, wielding two swords. The killer vanishes before striking Rachel with crushing force. She staggers backward in shock. The assassin continues attacking with powerful blows, leaving shallow cuts across Rachel's body. This is not an enemy she can defeat head-on, so she waits for a single opening. But the opportunity never appears. Rachel's weapon is knocked away, leaving her defenseless. The dark figure stares at its prey now that she has nothing left but her unprotected body. Still, Rachel has one final trick, telekinetic magic that can summon her sword back. The blade flies toward her just as the assassin moves in for the final strike, but an unexpected blast from outside interrupts both of them. A man enters through the rubble. The moment the assassin sees him, it changes targets and attacks immediately. Ha-jin changes his weapon configuration again, and this time he uses American breathing style, second variation, shotgun mode. Ha-jin defeats the target with almost no difficulty. One shot is enough. He does not mind spending 250 story points because the result was worth it. Then Rachel realizes that the person who saved her is actually a classmate. The boy offers his hand and asks whether she is all right, somehow ignoring the fact that she is covered in blood. Ha-jin uses bandages to wipe it away, leaving the princess flustered as she squirms while he treats her. Fortunately, the injuries are not as serious as they appear. While cleaning the blood, Ha-jin examines the bandage and suddenly realizes he has obtained a sample from the top-ranked cadet. It is exactly what he wanted. Rachel thanks him for saving her. Then the institution's mages rush over and ask whether either of them is injured. They move in to assist, while Jin, the magic instructor, is informed that 2 more cadets are seriously wounded. Jin is furious and demands to know who caused all this destruction. Back at the shore, Jun-hyuk-yu meets a friend who asks about the monster attack. Unfortunately, the creature was driven away not by Jun-hyuk, but by an intruder. Jun-hyuk-yu cannot understand what made the monster so tense and enraged when that outsider still handled it with little difficulty. Judging by his power, the man was terrifyingly strong. He struggles to believe it, and Jun-hyuk agrees because he feels the same way. He is also certain that the same man was connected to the guard's murder. With both a high-level monster and a mysterious intruder appearing, the institution's midterms have fallen into chaos. A day passes, and the previous day's monster incident appears on the news. The entire world begins asking questions, so the midterms are postponed. With most teachers busy giving explanations and helping repair the damage, the students' classes are canceled. So Ha-jin's class happily celebrates because they now have 10 full days without schoolwork. Some of their classmates nearly died, yet somehow they are still excited. Then Ha-jin's laptop receives another alert. It reports yet another divergence from the story, which is already troubling enough. Worse, depending on how events unfold, it could push him even closer to becoming a larger villain. Fortunately, Ha-jin remembers Lancaster from the list of British characters he wrote. Lancaster was supposed to be a major villain, so his appearance now is far too early. Ha-jin regrets not creating more heroes to support the main cast because the villains in this story are becoming uncontrollable. Even so, he is pleased that he obtained Rachel's blood without raising suspicion. Suddenly, a girl strikes him on the head. Only Na-yoon would be bold enough to do that. She is angry, and honestly, she has a reason. Ha-jin keeps telling her to abandon archery and learn something else because he believes the bow does not match her potential. Suho and the class representative watch from a distance. Seeing the 2 troublemakers arguing again, Suho strangely thinks that they have actually grown closer. Lately, Naeon returns to her dorm, satisfied that she got to retaliate against him for teasing her. But then Naeon receives a message on her smartwatch. It is the feedback report for her recent test. Excited, Naeon begins checking what the others wrote, especially Suho. Surprisingly, Suho says she appeared frightened and uncertain at first, but then became confident and proved herself to be a skilled cadet. He praises her persistence and talent, and he clearly supports her decision to continue using the bow. Suho even mentions that some people question her abilities, but the only thing she truly lacks is confidence. In the end, he believes Naeon can become one of the strongest heroines if she continues proving herself. Reading those words, Naeon is deeply moved, almost to tears. She feels more confident than ever in her talent as an archer. and ignores Hajin's criticism. Then Naeun opens the second report, written by an anonymous account. For some reason, this person wrote an entire essay, and even more eager after reading Suho's review, she quickly continues. After a brief pause, Naeun's entire body trembles with rage. Her blood boils at what she is reading, so intensely that Hazuki hears her screaming from inside the room. Furious, Naeun swears that she will prove the anonymous bully wrong. After placing Rachel's blood sample on the seed, Hajin waits eagerly. The Evandel seed he found in Garrison has a special power. If it receives enough human blood, it will eventually give birth to the Witch of Evandel. Hajin feels somewhat relieved that it now contains Rachel's traits, so the seed will not grow into a threat beyond his control. Otherwise, he would be dealing with a full-blown villain. Growing impatient, he pokes the tiny seed and begs it to grow already. Suddenly, the author is struck by sharp pain throughout his entire body. His face turns pale because he knows exactly what is happening. The second stigma mark has appeared on his wrist, promising the same hellish pain as last time. His screams fill the night. The next day, our boy is completely exhausted. Even his agent notices how troubled he looks and asks whether he is all right. Hajin changes the subject and asks about the agency. Fortunately, things are improving. They finally have proper transportation for hunting, and they have gained more clients. That gives the man some peace after all the stress of field work, and he thanks Hajin for all his support. Hajin decides to move on again. Seeing a crowd gathered nearby, he asks what is happening. At first, he wonders whether it is a guild. Then it turns out that heroes from Essence of the Strait are arriving, causing all the commotion. Among them, Hajin notices Yonha and wonders whether she is also there investigating with her team. To his surprise, she notices him watching. Yonha approaches and asks whether he has any business in the field. He politely explains that he is only there to earn some quick money and even introduces his agent. The man is shocked that Hajin knows an important member of Essence of the Strait. Hajin thinks for a moment and realizes that Suho being paired with Yeonha would be one of the worst possible combinations because their personalities clash so badly. As established earlier, Soo-hyuk was supposed to become the main hero's agent in the original story. When Yeonha learned about his agency, she became the one who invested in it. That investment allowed Soo-hyuk's business to flourish. But now there is a serious problem. No one knows whether the current Yeonha will consider Soo-hyuk's agency worth supporting. If she does not, Soo-hyuk's future could take a very bad turn. Still, Yeonha suddenly makes a surprising decision and joins them on the trip to the hunting site. It catches Hajin off guard, and his mind fills with questions. The car ride continues in awkward silence, with both of them maintaining their distance. He waits quietly observing and trying to understand what Yeonha truly wants. At last, she speaks and directly asks whether he has any plans for the future. Caught off guard, Hajin asks what she means. Yeonha wants to know what he intends to do after graduating from the academy. The protagonist responds normally, saying he has not thought that far ahead. She says that makes sense, but by their third year, they will spend little time at the academy anyway. That is when cadets become heroes in training, and life becomes much harder. Then she gets to the point. Yeonha openly invites MC to join her guild, saying it is already ranked second. Holy Grace of God remains number one, but once Yeonha takes over her guild, she plans to make it the best in Korea. She also promises full support, agents, weapons, and everything else. Poor Soo-hyuk begins sweating when he realizes his role may amount to little more than cooking. Yeonha confidently says she is making a generous offer to someone who still does not understand how valuable he is. Hajin reminds her that she cannot simply recruit cadets whenever she likes. At this stage, doing so is illegal for guilds and can result in a massive fine of around 350,000. Yeonha is so wealthy that she believes the risk is worthwhile. Then the car suddenly stops, and Yeonha lurches forward, striking her nose against the seat. She snaps at the driver for braking. So suddenly, a nervous Soo-hyuk says they have arrived at today's monster site. Yonha does not believe him and mocks the idea that an ordinary agent could locate one. Soo-hyuk explains that monsters become more active in April, so heroes head out to hunt them. That is why most monster zones are crowded during this time of year. The location he selected is ideal for Hajin's strengths as a sniper and gives him the best possible setup in the field. Hajin supports him, saying he already checked everything, so there is nothing to worry about. He tells them he will return after completing the hunt, then leaves them behind. But Yonya clearly does not want to speak with the agent either. She walks away, saying her guild members will arrive soon. Then she suddenly knocks on the window, startling Soo-hyuk when she comes back. It turns out that she is impressed by his abilities and wants to conduct business with him soon. 10 days pass after the midterms are cut short. Classes return to normal, and the cadets head back to the academy. Everyone gathers around the results board, eager to see the rankings. Jin finishes at the top of the list, which does not surprise him at all. After defeating Horak in the practical exam, the idiots Jonghak sent after him stop causing trouble. So recently, the protagonist has finally enjoyed the kind of peace he never had when he first entered the academy. But while he is minding his own business, a punch flies past his face and smashes into the nearby wall. It is obvious who attacked. Nayun is furious about the report Hajin wrote on her profile. Judging by his reaction, however, he does not seem prepared for this. Nayun is not interested in excuses and says only he could have written something so awful about her. The truth is that MC wrote it to help her. Still furious, Nayun criticizes him for constantly saying archery is not suited to her. The nearby cadets watch everything as Nayun proposes a bet. To her surprise, Hajin accepts. His terms are simple. If she loses, she will never touch a bow again. That only makes her angrier. She wants to prove him wrong no matter what. He says he will even use a bow himself to prove his point, though he will need some training first to make the bet fair. Nayun thinks no amount of training can save him. She storms away, certain she will win the ridiculous bet. Hajin, meanwhile, thinks about his level 7 skill and sniping ability. If he raises them slightly more, he will overwhelm her. On top of that, his luck stat should help as well. He believes Nayun's true problem is that she is avoiding reality. She thinks she is equally skilled with a bow and a sword, but she is not. At the same time, the protagonist knows that empty praise does not make anyone stronger. To improve, a person must develop genuine skill. The scene shifts to room 303 of Grace Hall, where Travel Club President Han Ho makes an announcement after the midterms. MC is partly lost in thought, remembering how the study and hunting clubs were suspended after being connected to demonic incidents. The story is also progressing more slowly and with fewer major events than it originally did, which reassures Hajin because he now knows which section of the plot requires his attention. Han Ho continues and reveals the club's next destination. They are going to France, and this trip will connect to the brutal murder of a Paris millionaire, pushing the story in a new direction. He explains that everything began with a death threat sent by a dangerous group of assassins. They even provided the exact date and time of the murder. The man who received the letter was named Vadel, a person known for his kindness. He lived simply and did not waste his wealth, but that image was a lie. He was not what he appeared to be. In truth, Vadel was actually Belbet, a criminal living under a false identity. He became wealthy by deceiving and exploiting people through scams. For a time, he avoided punishment for his actions, but eventually, his trail was uncovered. He could not go to the police, and there was not enough time to hire guards strong enough to stop these assassins. Fear of death began closing in. Just when the situation seemed hopeless, he discovered a strange escape. Belbet received this opportunity only because Cube students were scheduled to travel to Paris. In the original story, Han Ho struggled to find lodging for the cadets. While that issue was being discussed, Belbet slipped in like a snake and kindly offered his mansion, claiming it was large enough for everyone. That is how the story advances. In reality, it was all a shield. If the assassins wanted him, they would first have to get through the cadets. Then, Hajin's computer receives a message about a new job offer. He is excited because it comes from his first client. He checks the details. The client wants him to locate a scammer who destroyed their family. They also attached information to help Hajin track the person down. As he reads it, he is genuinely shocked. The scene ends there, and then we see the inside of a warehouse where several members are rewatching Horrocks fight against the protagonist. One of them is excited by the anti-demon magic Hajin used, while others are impressed by this year's new students, especially MC. One woman teasingly asks their captain why they are suddenly reviewing a rookie's battle. While she remains uncertain, another member speaks in support of the boy's talent. They also investigated his background and found no dangerous connections to worry about. They believe Hajin's primary weakness is money, so they plan to use their limitless wealth to bring him into the group. One of them points out their true objective: find the traitor within their organization and punish them. He believes Hajin would be well suited for that task, but even if they recruit him, there remains a problem. They do not know which color to assign him. The only one available is black, the color of the group's strongest member, and the same color used by the traitor. Then one man steps forward and says he wants that color for himself. It is the insane brute who killed the guard, but the others immediately mock him, saying he is far too stupid to claim that color. So they settle the matter with a vote, guided by the captain's decision. Their captain makes the call and asks everyone to raise a hand if they want Hajin to join the organization. In the end, 8 vote yes and 2 vote no, making the decision clear. They will attempt to recruit him. The captain then gives her subordinate Jane Valoran an invitation to a VIP party in Paris, which will be the location of her next mission. As the yellow member of the masked syndicate, Jane Valoran is preparing to steal a ring. Now it is time for the trip to France. Han Ho, the club president, checks attendance and says the teams will be drawn before they enter the portal. As Nayeon steps forward first, Hajin thinks about how he never truly explored Europe in the real world, but here anything is possible. If the story unfolds as he wrote it, she will end up on Suho's team. Nayeon's hand reaches into the box and the scene cuts. Then we move to the Eiffel Tower, showing that the cadets have finally arrived in Paris. As for the teams, there was an unexpected twist. Nayeon ended up with Hajin, which is the last thing he wanted. She continues bothering him while people in France watch the famous academy students. Then they discover that Han Yoon has a lover in France, and the pair makes everyone else jealous. Honestly, the entire trip almost seems planned merely so he could see his girlfriend. Han Yoon introduces her as Natasha, the doctor accompanying them on the trip. She greets the group politely. With that finished, the cadets divide into the teams. They may spend the day however they wish, but everyone must return for the party that evening. Since Nayeon and Hajin are partners, she asks where he wants to go. He has no real plan, so he suggests visiting some restaurants. He is quite surprised when she chooses to remain with him. To Nayeon, the reason is obvious. They are partners. The protagonist, however, remembers how his previous partner abandoned him without concern. As prepared as always, MC already created a list so they can travel without getting lost. The only thing he asks is that Nayeon remain in contact. She warns him that her taste is extremely selective, so she will not go easy on him. In the end, they visit a very elegant restaurant. To Nayeon's surprise, Hajin already has a reservation waiting. As they sit, she wonders how he arranged it. The story does not explain it here, but he used the tome of truth. When the menu arrives, he tells her to order whatever she wants. It catches her off guard. He already knows she is selective about food and comes from a wealthy family. Then Hajin senses someone familiar and immediately becomes tense. It shakes him enough that he suddenly stands. Everything had been going well, and then he abruptly runs away, leaving Neon alone. Feeling that something is wrong, the protagonist wonders whether the story has changed. Again, he rushes toward a couple and calls out to them. The woman with glasses is Sung-ah, a major character who was never supposed to be in Paris. Ting-ah does not know how to respond, and Ha-jin had to use all his strength merely to catch up to her. She pretends not to recognize him, but MC tells her to stop pretending. At that moment, the system issues another story alert, and Sung-ah's boyfriend steps beside her. Ha-jin decides to withdraw and checks his laptop. The system warns him that the story has changed. Jane and Sung-ah are now destined to cross paths in Paris. Meanwhile, Neon has no idea why he is standing alone. He remembers that their first meeting occurred at the Holy Grace Guild headquarters. At that time, they both joined as new recruits. They completed missions together and endured difficult times side by side. They were essentially best friends who always supported each other. But that bond shattered when Jane betrayed Sung-ah. During their battle, Sung-ah lost and demanded an explanation. Jane, the person she trusted as a friend, turned out to be a sadist who only wanted to torment her. Her true identity was Jane, the yellow member of the masked syndicate. She is a villain and a master of disguise and theft. Right now, Sung-ah appears to be working undercover in the mansion. Yorin notices that she seems upset. Sung-ah says she feels relieved because this is her opportunity to finally move beyond what happened. Yorin still does not trust the informant who claimed Jane would appear at the party. Sung-ah has doubts as well, but she knows Jane well enough to believe she would come for something valuable. After all, how could Jane ignore Homer's priceless ring? Jane knows where it is stored, so she will do whatever is necessary to steal it. Sung-ah plans to strike. Then, after Nayoon finishes eating, Ha-jin asks whether she is finally ready to separate because he has other places he wants to visit. In reality, he merely wants to be alone so he can develop a plan for the party. Since she has no reason to remain, Nayoon prepares to leave. Of course, the protagonist cannot resist making one final sarcastic remark, and she responds sharply as usual. The scene jumps to the party, where Suho and Yeonha attract everyone's attention. People nearby begin wondering whether they are celebrities. Yeonha is glad she took care with her disguise, while Suho finds the tight suit somewhat uncomfortable. Then Yeonha offers him her hand for a dance because it would look suspicious if they did not. As that happens, the focus shifts to Ha-jin, who arrived at 5.30 and confirms that Sung-ah is present. So far, nothing unusual stands out. The event is being held at an old palace outside the city. MC is there to ensure that the story does not change too drastically. Using his Deodai skill, a shocked Ha-jin notices a magical portal opening from nowhere which should not be happening. Normally, with portals like this, only demonic humans can open them, and only powerful demons are capable of it. That means this is a serious threat. Someone inside the hall is secretly acting as the demon and maintaining the portal. Then he receives another system notification. This time it is a comment from the co-author explaining the change. The mysterious co-author believes that an ultra-rare item like Homer's ring should attract more attention. So an evil group called the Brotherhood of Bad Actions has joined the event. When Ha-jin learns this, he remembers how dangerous they are. Their leader, Hakpyo, is a very dangerous man. They love war, steal powerful artifacts, and repeatedly appear behind conflicts throughout the world. In other words, the protagonist must now confront an entire villainous organization simply because the co-author decided it. After activating his ether spell, Ha-jin covers his face with a mask and prepares to stop the plan. From above, he searches for Yorin and Jane. At that moment, Jane is secretly choking. A waiter. Still disguised, she gains access to the safe containing the ring. The mission appears almost too easy. The artifact is directly in front of her. Jane reaches, for the ring when a nervous but familiar voice calls from behind. It turns out Jane has been using Yoren's identity for the theft. She is surprised to see Sung-ah in a place like this. Calm and confident, Sung-ah says she is merely checking on her assistant, pretending ignorance as she walks closer. Then she suddenly embraces Jane from behind. Jane is completely confused and has no idea what is happening. A moment later, Sung-ah tightens her grip and reminds Jane that she has no intention of being deceived again. Then she slams her down with a brutal suplex. The impact is so powerful that people in the outer hall think a bomb exploded. Jane emerges through the smoke and returns to her true form. She is genuinely impressed that Sung-ah saw through her perfect disguise. Sung-ah is not interested in talking and rushes forward. She realized Yoren disappeared as soon as they arrived in Paris, and Jane's way of speaking exposed her. Nayeon admits that such sharp instincts make sense, especially after Seong-ah was betrayed once before. Before Sung-ah can strike her again, a whip catches her arm. It is Yeonha, and she wants them to stop destroying the hall. Sung-ah asks who she is, unaware that they are cube cadets. Yeonha removes her disguise and tells her to lower her weapon before the situation worsens, but Seong-ah refuses. Her electrical energy shatters Yeonha's whip, leaving her genuinely stunned by the loss of her weapon. Sung-ah then turns back toward her true target, who charges with a piercing strike. Sung-ah barely avoids it and counters with her sword. The force behind every clash is blinding. Sung-ah struggles to keep pace with Jane, but eventually she finds an opening and knocks her aside. With her sword chipped and broken, Jane falls defenseless to the ground. Furious, Sung-ah raises her blade to finish her permanently, but just before the killing blow, Suho intervenes. He blocks Seong-ah's sword with his own. Jane is drenched in sweat, realizing she was only 1 second away from death. Sun-ah coldly warns Suho to move unless he wants the same fate. Suho refuses. He does not know why they are fighting, but his sense of justice will not allow him to stand by and watch. His words do nothing to calm Sung-ah, who kicks him away. But when she turns back, Jane has disappeared. That brief delay was all she needed to escape. Sung-ah rushes after her as Jane runs away with a grin. Then a wave of black darkness slices between them. Both women freeze in shock. A demon has taken the ring for itself. Homer's ring is now in the hands of a demonic human resembling a tentacled siren. Watching from outside is Ha-jin. Now let us cut away and see what Nayeon is doing. Poor Nayeon became lost just as MC expected. She keeps trying to use a map and somehow ends up in the same place every time. Annoyed, Nayeon curses her useless smartwatch, then suddenly remembers that her father is the CEO of the company that manufactures them. She immediately takes it back and decides to call Yona for help. Unfortunately, she cannot reach her, making her even more frustrated. Back inside the hall, Yeon Sang-ah immediately recognizes the demonic human by its powers as a powerful hero herself. Yeon Sang-ah orders the creature to hand over the ring immediately, but the smug demon remains arrogant and claims that she and the other demons deserve the artifact more. Ha-jin continues observing from outside, waiting for the situation to intensify. He quickly realizes that the demon already possesses the ring, and worse, none of the heroes in the hall can recover it. Needing a backup plan, he makes his move and summons a slime whip. He launches it at top speed, and it crashes through the window into the hall. The demon is caught off guard, allowing Ha-jin to safely snatch the ring from her hand, while she looks around in confusion, unsure of what just happened. While she is distracted, Yeon Sang-ah rushes in and attacks at full speed. The fight begins, giving Ha-jin a chance to slip away unnoticed. As the protagonist examines the ring, someone suddenly attacks him from nowhere. He barely avoids a massive blast that leaves a crater in the ground. Then a man steps forward, holding an energy sword. He came to stop the intruder from escaping with the ring. MC did not expect another demon to appear so suddenly. The man politely greets him and introduces himself as Sidious. He also reveals that he belongs to the Brotherhood of Bad Deeds. The annoying talker admits he is impressed by how smoothly Hajin stole the ring. Still, whether he is sharp or quick does not matter. To him, after that, Sidious demands that he return the ring immediately. Our guy refuses, which only makes things more troublesome for the demon. So Sidious chooses his second option, taking it back by force. He readies his lightsaber and charges forward. Then he unleashes a wave of dark red magic that slices through the area. Hajin barely avoids being burned to ash. This man is not someone to mess with. He is incredibly strong. Sidious explains that his weapon is a magic sword, an expensive item worth millions. As long as its user can supply enough magic power, its potential is nearly limitless. He tells Hajin to hand over the ring and avoid getting hurt for no reason. Here is the problem with demonic humans. Once they make a pact with demons, their mana rises dramatically. That makes a weapon like this perfect for them, and extremely difficult to deal with. Hajin keeps his eyes on the sword while thinking of a way to disable it first. Sidious confidently prepares to attack again, unleashing another energy wave. The protagonist dodges with defensive movements but ends up cornered. Realizing he needs time, MC tries to negotiate. Sidious has no interest in agreeing after, already being refused. He mocks the masked fighter for thinking he can stall and win. After sizing him up, Sidious says Hajin is much weaker than the heroes inside the hall. To him, Hajin is merely a man with a gun and good dodging skills. That makes it even stranger that someone like him would dare oppose a powerful demon. Once his little speech ends, Sidious raises his sword for the final blow, expecting to finish everything in one strike. But then the magic suddenly disappears. That shocks both the demon and our guy. Sidious cannot understand what happened to his weapon, while Hajin simply stands there speechless. Then he explains that the magic sword is useless for the rest of the day, something even the demon did not know. The wild part is that the protagonist's passive luck activated, causing the magic sword to fail. Of course, Sidious thinks that is ridiculous nonsense. Since he knows nothing about MC's powers, he remains certain he can kill an unarmed human, but Hajin is not so sure. That sounds like pure overconfidence. With his remaining stigma, he channels light magic and changes his weapon mode. Sidious rushes forward, trying to finish him with one kick, but just before it lands, the protagonist fires and ends the fight. The scene shifts back to Neon, who is playing video games instead of looking for the ball. She notices several police cars patrolling and wonders what is going on so late at night. On top of that, nobody is speaking to her, which makes her feel excluded. Neon is in a bad mood and does not even understand why she is acting this way. Then a boy suddenly sits beside her. It is Hajin, appearing out of nowhere and startling her. He is injured and can barely speak after the fight. Then he simply collapses in front of her. Shocking Neon, she asks whether he is all right. But Hajin, exhausted and worn out from battle, is already unconscious and cannot answer. In a dream, MC receives part of his real life. He had just finished his Sehad exam when his parents called out to him. They had come for him. He wondered why they had pushed themselves so hard just to be there. Then their images begin to shake and blur. At that moment, he breaks down crying and apologizes for failing the exam. His parents try to comfort him because they understand how he feels. They hold their son close and show him love even during that difficult moment. Remembering the painful memory, Hajin wakes up crying heavily. He is in a bed, but where? Worried, Suho and Neon come to check on him. Neon complains because she had to drag him there while he was unconscious. She also notices his teary eyes and teases him for crying. Suho tells her to leave, while a maid brings apples and offers assistance. She explains that Hajin is suffering from exhaustion and should rest as much as possible. Hajin still does not understand why everyone is helping him or where he is. It turns out that he somehow ended up inside the mansion, which means they have made contact with Fidel, It is already late, but Hajin says he is not hungry and will not join the others for dinner. Meanwhile, his mind is filled with thoughts about the murder incident that will soon begin his plan. He is glad he woke up in time to witness it. The maid asks Naeun to accompany her for the night, which annoys her. Suho then says goodbye before peeling an apple for the protagonist. He is not sure it is wise for Hajin to get up so soon. MC checks his smartwatch and sees the news report. Fortunately, it says no one died and that most people only suffered minor injuries. Still, Jane is not mentioned anywhere, meaning she escaped safely. Hajin then asks Suho what he knows about the demon. Suho says he does not know much either. The monster escaped before the heroes could defeat her. Hajin takes a slice of apple while Suho continues cutting more for him. Seeing Suho's injuries, Hajin tells him to take care of himself. He even jokes that Suho is the story's protagonist, so it would be a serious problem if he were injured. The protagonist thinks back to how Suho stepped in against Yoon Song-ah without hesitation, even though she was ready to kill him for interfering. Only the demon's sudden arrival saved Suho from suffering severe damage. MC understands the hero's intentions and the path he must follow, but there is still a weakness. People who choose goodness are forced to make painful decisions. At the same time, Hajin thinks about his own life, misses his parents, and wants to return to his original world. Suho says that the word protagonist does not mean much in his world, and if anything, Hajin could be just as much a protagonist as he is. In Suho's optimistic view, everyone is the protagonist of their own life. Then, he brings up the report the protagonist posted from his anonymous account. He noticed that MC was being far too harsh on Naeun for no clear reason. MC disagrees, saying archery does not suit her true talent. That is why he made the bet with her. If she loses, she will never use a bow again. Suho shares his opinion and criticizes Hajin for trying to force her to quit. Hajin fires back by asking whether praising someone who is making the wrong choice is really any better. After all, constant praise does not make people stronger or help them improve. Sometimes they ignore advice anyway, which makes it even more frustrating. The protagonist asks whether someone like Suho would be ready to accept responsibility. Then Suho asks the obvious question. What is MC basing all of this on regarding Naeun's archery? And if she ends up following the wrong path, will MC take responsibility? Hajin says he has researched and studied her more than anyone. Put simply, he created the character himself. He knows her weaknesses, which is why he can see things Suho cannot. Suho still does not understand what he means. When they hear a loud noise from outside, using his special eye, Hajin realizes Naeun had been listening with a concealment skill, and her control was so refined that neither of them noticed until now. Anyway, Naeun runs into Yonha's room, completely flustered and embarrassed as she mutters to herself. Then Yonha wakes up and asks what has her so worked up. Naeun tries to dismiss it and says, "It is nothing." Yonha goes back to sleep, leaving Naeun alone with her thoughts. Naeun tries hard to calm herself and act normally. She also thinks about how neither Suho nor Hajin noticed her at first. Even so, their careful words keep echoing through her mind. Naeun is left confused when a loud scream suddenly jolts her awake. A shaken Yonha sits up again and yells at Naeun to be quiet. Poor Naeun tries to explain that she did not make any noise this time. Then both of them quickly realize that the scream came from outside. The scene shifts to one of Fidel's maids, who is horrified after finding the man brutally murdered. The killers have done exactly what they promised. Every cadet rushes out of their rooms to see what happened. Suho moves first and runs downstairs alone. Hajin comes out too, gun in hand, shocked that someone jumped from the third floor. Suho races ahead and slams the door open. The moment he steps inside, he freezes at Fidel's blood-covered body. Fidel's maid trembles as she explains what happened. Once the other cadets learn the truth, they are horrified too. Belbet has lost so much blood that he appears beyond saving. The butler is the first to accuse the cadets, convinced that they killed his master. His anger is understandable, so none of them argues back. The maid says she will call the police and an ambulance, then tells the cadets to return to their rooms. But then Hajin turns on the lights. He already knows what is happening. The others do not understand why he suddenly did that. Without answering, he walks directly toward Fidel's body while the maid yells at him for contaminating the crime scene. She demands that he step away immediately, but Hajin is not joking around. He presses a Glock against her neck. Suho and the others are stunned. Even Nayeon begins thinking that he has finally lost his mind. Then the protagonist speaks, calling Natasha a liar. He says Fidel is not dead at all. In the original story, Belbet never died here. He only faked his death, later made a deal with demons, and became involved in something even worse. Now that the co-author is changing the story, Hajin has no idea what Belbet may do next. That is why he wants to stop him here permanently. The entire room falls silent at MC's words. He knows convincing everyone in a moment like this will not be easy, and interfering could create problems for him later. Still, Suho's influence pushed him to act. He wants to believe that he matters just as much as the main cast. At this point, blaming himself for changing the story feels pointless when it has already been edited so many times, so he stands firm. Fidel is alive, and this is merely a trick to place him into suspended animation. To counter that claim, Natasha uses her position as a doctor to dismiss him, but Hajin is already ahead of her. First, he points to the wound. It makes no sense for that injury to have been inflicted from above. Then there is the blood. A person cannot lose that much. The amount surrounding the body is far too great to be real. The strongest evidence of all comes next. The protagonist taps his smartwatch and shows that Fidel is on the international wanted list under the name Swindler Belbet. He says that is why they staged everything. Natasha turns to the butler and asks whether the ambulance is on its way. After hearing that it is, she still tries to dismiss Hajin's claims and says the experts should handle it. She attempts to end the argument, but MC takes it even further. He draws his gun and aims it at the so-called corpse, leaving Natasha completely shaken. She stares at him and asks why he is pointing a gun at a dead man. Even the other cadets think he has gone too far and should stop. Hajin refuses to move, saying he will count to 3, which will prove whether the man is dead or alive. His countdown begins, and Natasha panics. She begs the other cadets to stop this psychopath from aiming at a corpse, but he keeps counting, pressing the gun against the man's head as he gets ready to fire. Natasha asks why he is so desperate to prove it when the authorities are already coming. Then he reaches 3, and at that instant, Natasha breaks. She can tell from his eyes that Hajin is serious. He truly will shoot Fidel. She throws herself over the body, willing to risk her own life, and begs him to stop. At last, Natasha confesses that the man is actually her father, and she cannot allow anyone to kill him. That reveals everything, and now everyone understands what was happening. The butler flinches at the sound of a gunshot as Hajin fires. The protagonist says they need heroes here, not police. They have just exposed and captured a wanted criminal inside the mansion. The authorities finally arrive and arrest Natasha while taking away her father's body. The fake murder was a plan created by the two of them. Since Belbet was already being hunted throughout Europe, they wanted to fake his death and escape the investigation. They also planned to use the Cube cadets as witnesses, making the story sound believable. After placing him in suspended animation, they would revive him later. As a quick note, the drug used to induce that state is not very expensive. Natasha could obtain it easily because of her experience working for the institution. Then she used illusion magic from a rogue mage to fake the chest wound, along with many blood bags to make the scene appear real. Anyone arriving first would naturally assume the man had been murdered. The police were secretly bribed too, so during the body's recovery, they would replace it with a fake corpse and help him disappear. Afterward, the Cube cadets would provide testimony, making Belbet's fake death appear even more convincing. it is difficult to doubt witnesses from Cube. That would allow Belbet to live under a new identity and continue committing crimes. At least, that was the original plan. Now it will not happen. Using the Tome of Truth, Hajin learns that Belbet is being taken by the Hero Association in France. It is safe to say he is finished for good. MC hums to himself, pleased with how the investigation ended, and with the positive image it gives the institution. Yana is impressed by his detective work and jokingly calls him Sherlock. She even says he should establish his own detective agency, but one thing still troubles her. Ajin seems to know criminals a little too well. To protect himself, he blames it on his family. Background: ironically, the author does not even know Kim Chundong's actual history because he never wrote that character into the novel. Now we cut to the fiendish group's headquarters. When Silas Sin reports that she failed to recover Homer's ring because a masked warrior interfered, she is still shocked that the same warrior managed to defeat Sidious. The group's leader asks whether that person might have been a demon, but Silas Sin is certain he was neither a demon nor a hero. With those possibilities eliminated, the leader tells her to investigate mercenary groups and hunters to find a match. Because it is dangerous, he warns her not to pursue the man alone and to report back first. He is also furious that Silas Sin openly presents herself as a demon as though she is proud of it. She tries to act innocent, but he knows better. He scolds her for failing to hide her demonic identity from others. She apologizes and changes into human form so she can blend in. Then the leader asks again about the masked warrior and the magic sword. Sidious lost. Silas Sin is clearly unhappy to admit that they lost the weapon. As for that lightsaber, like Blade, it is now in Hajin's possession, though he still does not know what to do with it. He lacks skill in magic and can only rely on stigma magic, so the weapon is nearly useless to him. Selling it would earn money, but wasting such a rare item feels wrong. While examining the extremely rare Homer's ring, he thinks about how its true power normally requires an enormous amount of magic to unlock. For him, however, that is easy to bypass by spending a few story points. He can simply change its properties and activate it himself. Once the purchase is complete, the artifact glows and reshapes into a silver ring. Its effects include a passive increase to the user's IQ over time, along with additional magic power. Hajin is pleased that he can use it safely and even trade it later if he chooses. He considers giving it to Suho or Neon instead, since they could use it more effectively. Between them, Neon may be the better match because she is naturally talented with magic, even if she does not realize it. Curious about himself, he checks his own stats and sees that little has changed besides agility and sensitivity. It feels as though his growth is beginning to slow. Even so, he trusts his persistence to overcome that barrier. While thinking it over, he wonders whether he could handle the stubborn Neon as he is now, which reminds him to investigate Chundong's past. He is certain the co-author left some clues behind. If Chundong entered the institution despite being an extra and is still considered a top cadet with heroic potential, then there is no way he came from an ordinary family. To investigate, Hajin decides to hire Jin Hyuk, a specialist in locating people and uncovering their backgrounds. He is one of the best in that field, and his enormous fee proves it. But the protagonist has no better option, so he believes hiring him is worthwhile. Then a sudden gust of wind hits. A thought suddenly strikes him. He already invested all his money in stocks, so now he is completely broke. Then his gaze shifts toward the seed he has been raising. He continues feeding it every day, and that is where the moment ends next. We switch to Yeonha's side. She is calling Jin Hyuk, most likely to investigate Jin's past. Winter has fully arrived across Norway, and instead of over-explaining why everyone is there, MC gets hit in the face by a snowball. It is that brat again, Na-yoon, showing off her perfect aim. Ha-jin explains that club activities resumed after the brief suspension caused by Sven's demonic incident. To relax, the hunting club rented a cabin in Norway for a group event. An upperclassman explains the rules. Numbered flags have been hidden throughout the forest, and each one comes with a prize, some of them quite valuable. That reward is more than enough to make the cadets. Now it is time to draw teams. Of course, Nayun ends up with Hajin. She is convinced he rigged it just to annoy her. Already irritated, she tells him not to slow her down. Hajin calmly warns her that she is about to step into a boar trap. A second later, she gets caught in it anyway. After that, Nayun notices that he is not dressed very warmly and asks how he is handling the cold. He says his jacket is enough. What she does not know is that he is wearing a special relic, the royal court jacket, which allows him to regulate temperature. Rachel actually gave him the coat as a midterm gift. To him, she is practically an angel, and he even jokes to himself that he should have written more kind people like her. Then Nayeon notices a flag ahead. Hajin examines it and says it is number 1. The strange part is how high it was placed. Nayeon does not care and begins climbing without hesitation. Meanwhile, the protagonist pulls something from his pocket, a blade attached to several wires. Nayeon thinks it is nothing special and cannot tell what he is planning. But the wires have been reinforced with stigma magic, making them far stronger than normal. He throws the blade toward the base near the flag, unconcerned about its initial path because he can guide it with magic. The knife lands exactly where it needs to, and the flag falls from above. Even Nayeon is impressed that it actually worked. The flag lands in front of Hajin, and he picks it up to inspect the reward while Nayeon runs over, excited. Hajin reads the note and discovers that they won first prize, Yeon Sung-ah's real phone number. Nayeon thinks that is incredible, but MC looks completely unimpressed and tells her to keep it. She begins talking about Yeon Sung-ah's status as vice captain of an elite guild, but it means nothing to him because he already has her number. That casual generosity catches Nayeon off guard. She tries to return it, saying she did nothing to deserve it. Hajin agrees and says they should simply return to the cabin. Then we move to Yeonha, who keeps replaying her conversation with him and the answer he gave. She is clearly confused, trying to understand how the protagonist could know anything about Belbet. Belbet is a European criminal, so they should have no connection. Perhaps MC memorized wanted faces, but even that does not fully make sense, so Yeonha creates her own theory. Hajin must have suffered a painful past and is searching for the person who ruined his life. That is why he memorized those criminals. Since he is an orphan, she even wonders whether his parents were secretly murdered. To her, that would explain why he hides his true abilities and keeps a low profile while waiting for the chance to hunt down that criminal and finish them. Still, it is all merely speculation. His past remains a mystery. But if she is correct, Yeonha thinks she may someday use that knowledge to recruit him into her guild. All this planning leaves her feeling exhausted, mostly because she hates having to call Jin Hyuk. The scene shifts to Jin Hyuk's office. He is answering a call at his agency, but the moment he hears Yeonha's voice, he freezes, wondering why his niece is calling him out of nowhere. She gets straight to the point and offers him a job. Investigate Kim Hajin, a 17-year-old cube cadet. She wants every detail about his past and trusts Jin Hyuk more than anyone to handle it. Later, the students are shocked that Hajin found not only flag number 1, but also number 4. That one provides a much more useful reward, a VR headset instead of some girl's phone number. Afterward, everyone settles in and enjoys the cabin trip. The food is excellent, and Hajin helps cook for the others. Because of that, people begin seeing a very different side of him from the negative rumors they first heard. He remembers helping at his aunt's barbecue restaurant, so he is quite skilled with a grill. As they eat, the students begin discussing the end of the semester. They say no one can be trusted during finals because the exams are brutal. Worse, the pressure often destroys friendships. Finals week matters greatly for everyone's grades, and after some time, someone mentions the remedial unit, catching Hajin's attention. It is exactly what it sounds, like a class for cadets who fell behind and could not keep up. There are about 200 students in it, and 20 of them have already made deals with demons just to pass. That is why this year's finals could become a complete disaster. With the co-author twisting the story, the remedial unit keeps growing, showing how badly the institution is falling apart. One of the girls compliments Ha-jin's cooking, saying he prepared the pork belly perfectly and invites him to eat with them. But Ha-jin is comfortable eating alone. He also finds it slightly strange that she is speaking so warmly to him over grilled meat, making him wonder whether he is truly that talented. Once everyone finishes eating, it is time to rest inside the cabin. Nayeon is teased by her group because of one of Ha-jin's jokes. After dinner, she enjoys the moment and realizes it has been a long time since she laughed like that. Then Ha-jin receives a sudden system notification. A client is searching for the con artist Jerome Miller. Ha-jin thinks the case may be connected to Belbet, so to be safe, he activates the Tome of Truth and begins asking questions. He learns everything about Jerome Miller, but the flood of information gives him a pounding headache. As always, when he uses the tome, he types the report on his laptop and earns 5 million points for the information. Easy money. After closing the laptop, he takes a moment to admire the aurora. Moments like this remind Kim Ha-jin that in his real life, he had taken up smoking. He spent almost 5 years addicted to cigarettes, yet since entering this world, he has not even thought about them. Nayeon watches him quietly and notices that small change. Ha-jin is startled when he realizes she is there, though she had only just arrived. She seems strangely disappointed, thinking he used to smoke and probably had a difficult life in high school. Now he is being hit with random accusations and tries to avoid them, but Nayeon presses further and asks something serious. She wants to know whether Ha-jin genuinely believes he can defeat her. He responds with a question. Is she truly prepared to give up the bow forever if she loses the bet? Nayeon puts on a sad expression and says there is nothing to worry about because she will win anyway, but her body language says otherwise. She appears uneasy, as though she might cry if she loses, just as she did before. Then she changes the subject and mentions the recent news from France, saying he is being called Sherlock Holmes. Nayeon leaves in her usual childish and petty manner, but before leaving, she stops to ask what cigarettes taste like. The scene cuts before Ha-jin answers. Now let us check in on Detective Jin Hyuk. He is investigating Kim Ha-jin's background while using a concealment skill to remain unnoticed, and his patience is wearing thin. Then he sees a hooded figure leaving a baby near an orphanage. That person's identity remains unknown, and before Jin Hyuk can learn anything more, the vision disappears. That only leaves him more confused about who Kim Ha-jin truly is. Back near his assistant's room, Jin Hyuk returns without a clear answer. Even so, he knows his priorities. First, he needs to use the bathroom before organizing the details. What he confirmed is this: Kim Ha-jin grew up in an orphanage. Using his detective power, he looked into the past on the day Ha-jin was left there to identify the person responsible. But all he found was what appeared to be a child suddenly arriving with the baby. Jin Hyuk still cannot connect the rest because powerful interference blocked him. To investigate further, he would need to keep his full power active for a very long time. So yes, he is literally thinking through the case while sitting on the toilet. He wants to report to Yeonha, but it feels like a scam to give away this much information for free. Then his shameless assistant peeks in with an interesting update. Someone else also requested a report on Ha-jin, and the same information could be used to earn money. That person is another Violet Haze user with the same rank as Jin Hyuk, and the request gets straight to the point. They are willing to pay 100 million points up front, followed by 500 million more if he completes the job. That is far too much money for an ordinary request, so Jin Hyuk already has a strong suspicion about who is behind it. It must be the criminal organization, the masked syndicate. Now Jin Hyuk is beginning to think this kid may genuinely be special if so many people are investigating him this aggressively. Friday's class begins, and the instructor announces that the final exams are only 1 month away. Part of them will be a practical test even harder than the midterms, covering all the hero skills the cadets learned throughout the semester. The midterms had an audience, but Hajin points out that the finals will not. The test will also take place on a remote island filled with dangerous monsters, where they must survive for a week. He already knows the co-author will probably make the entire event miserable with more changes. Even without that, many things can still go wrong, so he plans to stay alert and avoid being dragged into trouble. The instructor will not reveal more details, but he emphasizes one thing. This time, no outside interference will be permitted. High-ranking heroes have already ensured that, so the cadets only need to focus on the exam. Afterward, class is dismissed for the day. As Hajin packs his things, Nayoon approaches and reminds him about their bet. He enjoys teasing her, so he mentions that she is about to lose her bow. She snaps back and says she will defeat him in the match. At last, it is time for their one-on-one showdown. They head to the archery range, where both cadets prepare to compete. Hajin is genuinely surprised that she brought an entire group to watch. Jonghak, Suho, and the class representative are all excited to see the match, while Jonghak acts as though there is no bad blood between him and the protagonist, despite everything that happened before. Then Jonghak suddenly grabs him by the hair, clearly offended that MC told Nayeon to abandon her bow. In return, he says MC should leave the academy instead. Nayeon does not want a crowd surrounding them, so she pushes everyone back and begins the match. The game is called skeet shooting. A launcher fires targets into the air, and both competitors must shoot them down. Nayeon suggests starting at 100 meters and adding 50 more each time someone lands a hit. With the rules decided, she assumes he must be nervous by now. Hajin, however, remains completely calm. If anything, he expected something more difficult. Nayeon is ready to crush his confidence. Both archers take their positions, and Nayoon activates the launcher, sending the targets flying. She fires and shatters the target with perfect accuracy. She is certain he cannot surpass that. For Nayoon, 100 meters is easy. Then she notices that he still has not fired. It turns out this idiot did not expect the discs to launch so quickly, so he never released his arrow. Hearing that, Nayoon and everyone watching simply freeze. A moment later, they all burst out laughing, believing he must be joking. Strangely, instead of laughing with them, she is annoyed by how casually he admits it. She also thinks Hajin's stance is terrible. Since she is certain his next shot will not matter anyway, she allows him another attempt. He steadies himself and pulls back the string. It is true that Nayoon has much better form, but that is not what will decide this match. Hajin is not the kind of person who follows the basics when something more important matters. The true difference between the weak and strong lies in their abilities, and the protagonist's powers are no joke. Then the launcher fires. Again, an MC releases his arrow with help from his marksman. Skill, a perfect hit, the disc shatters. Hajin's natural talent leaves Nayoon and all the doubters completely stunned. Ready for the second round, he tells them to continue. Now we get a glimpse of Nayoon's past. Back then, people admired her as a disciplined and gifted disciple. Then she made the shocking choice to switch from the sword to archery. It was clearly connected to her mother, even though she tried to pretend otherwise. She told herself she would be fine regardless of which weapon she used. After returning the magic sword and apologizing to her master, she shocked the famous hero. He accepted it as her final decision, but asked one last time whether this was truly what she wanted, because it could become a deep regret. Back in the match, disc after disc is destroyed, as Hajin and Nayoon remain neck and neck. To everyone watching, it is difficult to believe he can actually match her. They have even reached 400 meters. One cadet points out that he is not merely fooling around. He is trying to pressure Nayoon mentally. Little by little, that pressure builds inside her mind, adding to Hajin's strategy. By now, people are beginning to accept that the protagonist may genuinely win. The expression on Jonghyuk's face says everything. He is furious and desperate for her to win. But Nayoon's latest shot is inaccurate and misses the target. MC uses the opportunity to tell her she was never suited for archery. Annoyed, Nayoon tells him to stop talking and take his shot. Watching her, Hajin realizes she was never calm or composed. She is easy to provoke, and that alone makes a long-range weapon a poor match for her. Yet she still chose the bow. He keeps pressuring her, calling her afraid and getting deeper into her mind. This time she becomes truly furious and snaps at him. Shut up, but he refuses to stop. To him, this is the only correct decision. There is no reason to protect her choice. Everything she has said so far is merely pride she built around herself. Nayoon's composure continues falling apart. Her hands tremble on the bow as she tells him once more to remain silent. Then Hajin delivers the final blow, saying that being good is not the same as being great, and that she will never defeat a demon alone or avenge her family. This way, that finally pushes her over the edge, and Nayoon fires at the flying target. The arrow misses completely, shocking everyone there, including Jonghyuk. Even she cannot believe that she missed. In the end, Nayoon loses a match that should have favored her. Afterward, Jonghyuk finds Nayoon sitting alone, devastated by the defeat. Because he cares about her, he asks what happened. Nayoon can only think about one thing. Hajin mentioned her family so casually. He did not care how deeply it would hurt, and that cut her badly. She feels betrayed for trusting him at all, even though she knew he was never kind. Jonghyuk suddenly feels compelled to help her understand. So instead of merely comforting Nayoon, he brings up the protagonist's past as an orphan. He talks about MC's life growing up alone. He also says Hajin may share pain similar to Nayeon's because she lost her mother. That changes everything for her. Jonghyuk guesses that Hajin may actually see her as someone important, someone he wants to push and teach in the hope that she will live a better life. Once Nayeon reaches that conclusion, her eyes brighten, and Jonghyuk decides it is best to leave her alone for now. Left by herself, Nayeon remembers the choice she made as a child. When she said swords felt boring at the time, her brother supported her and believed she could still accomplish great things. But he asked for one promise. When the right time came, he wanted her to reconsider that decision, meaning he also believed she was better suited for the sword. Remembering that promise, Nayoon finally feels a new sense of determination. As for Hajin, he has improved the story far more than expected, simply by changing her life. In the end, Nayoon walks forward confidently, ready for a new beginning. Back with the detective, he tells his niece that the protagonist's life appears connected to crime, then asks whether he should stop investigating. And further, Yeonha tells him to continue and says she is determined to recruit Hajin into her guild. That makes Jinyuk smile. Now he is ready to work twice as hard. After the match with Nayoon, things become complicated because so many people witnessed what happened. This time, MC is genuinely nervous about what will happen when he enters class. He even considers skipping it, but then he encounters something unexpected. It is Nayoon. She is practicing with a sword, and her hair is short now. She is startled to see him and quickly hides the sword, though that changes nothing. Hajin asks whether she is training and glances at her hair. Nayoon demands to know what. He thinks. He teases her for cutting it simply because she became upset, flustered. She insists she only did it because of the summer heat. Hajin gives her a genuine smile and says it looks good, then asks whether she feels better. Nayoon says yes, so the protagonist leaves her to continue and returns to his own training. She remembers that Kim, ranked 1100th, was originally supposed to be a swordsman when he entered the academy. He threw away years of experience and risked everything on a different weapon, exactly as she is doing now. That makes her wonder why he made that choice. Then her magic sword begins glowing, and its power surprises even her with how far it reaches. Now his words sound less like mockery and more like sincere advice. She is now certain Hajin knew what was best for her from the beginning. Speaking of him, he is out purchasing supplies. Before finals, every cadet must pass an inspection of their equipment and weapons, so he is preparing. That includes camping gear for the island. Test. Meanwhile, the seed keeps demanding food. He checks its size and realizes it has grown, so it should hatch soon. He assumes she will initially look like a normal 4-year-old, and he can probably hide her in the dorm until her appearance changes. As he examines it, the seed enjoys Hajin's embrace, and he hopes it hatches soon. Now we move to a meeting of the masked syndicate. Jane Valoran is shocked that the boss is going so far as to disguise herself as a cadet merely to observe the finals. She needs Jane Valoran's help, though Jane still believes this is excessive. The captain says she wants to inspect someone's abilities and retrieve something from the test grounds. Jane Valoran has no choice but to obey, so she uses magic to alter the captain's appearance. She already has the documents for the cadet she will impersonate, and to blend in, she must copy that student's personality as well. Jane Valoran feels worried for her, which is unusual for someone so carefree. The boss reassures her and says nothing will go wrong. Back in the classroom, the disguised captain is being teased by her classmates. Her blank expression makes her stand out even more. She tries socializing with the cadets' friends, just as Jane Valoran instructed. Then Hajin suddenly walks in during the middle of her performance. The funniest part is that he is panicking internally because his observation ability allows him to see straight through the disguise. The boss can tell that he already knows. Hajin tries to leave as quickly as possible and immediately takes his seat. He is completely confused. There is no good reason for the captain of the masked syndicate to be there. Anyway, the written exams end quickly, and then it is time for the practical test. The cadets board a ship for transportation. The protagonist keeps a close eye on Jin-won because he knows she is actually the captain. He believed she would not appear again, but she deviated from the original story and came anyway, so now he watches her to ensure nothing goes wrong. He even tried speaking to her once, but all he received was a drink. Now he wonders whether this is connected to her investigation into Suho and Jonghak. Then the instructor calls for everyone's attention and begins explaining the rules. The cadets must survive on the island for up to 5 days and collect as many points as possible. They can earn points by defeating monsters, stealing from other cadets, or buying and selling points. Anyone seeking a top score can even attempt to steal a supervisor's name tag for 200 points. It sounds simple, but Hajin knows that fighting heroic supervisors is practically impossible. The exam is about to begin as the ship approaches the island. Once they reach the shore, the cadets spread out. MC immediately sees Rachel and asks whether she wants to take the final exam with him. She is caught off guard by the sudden offer. But when it comes to the characters he created, Hajin is doing his best to protect them from any changes the co-author may introduce. There is still the threat of a powerful, villainous mage hunting Rachel. That is why he believes she is in the greatest danger during this exam, and he wants to protect her. Surprisingly, even someone as polite as Rachel knows when to refuse. Hajin is not shocked. Top-ranked cadets usually prefer handling matters alone. So instead, he asks to share location information with her just in case. He has no intention of following the co-author's version of the story. Rachel accepts the location sharing request without thinking much about it. That night on the island, a lone student moves carefully through the darkness. It is Naeun, and she stops when a monster leaps at her from behind. It is not alone. There is an entire pack of ugly creatures. She draws her magic sword and cuts them down with ease. The battle ends almost immediately, but Naeun merely sighs in frustration. She is tired of fighting endless monsters, there is still no safe place to rest, eat, or recover. Exhausted, she begins worrying that she might be the first person to drop out. Then a distant light catches her attention. Hope rises, and she runs toward it, certain someone is cooking something delicious. She thinks she is saved until she finds Hajin, who brought all his camping equipment and arrived completely prepared. Nayeon's excitement quickly disappears. The protagonist is slightly surprised that she came over and reminds her they are not supposed to fight this early. She is amazed that he managed to bring so much gear. He agrees to share food, but only if she pays the proper amount. Nayeon is stunned by his ridiculous price, but because she is starving, she cannot refuse. Hajin cooks bacon for her, and instead of ending up with Rachel, he finds himself feeding Nayeon, who happily begins eating. At the same time, he is using his laptop and has just finished hacking the drone servers. Now he can view footage of every cadet on the island, including Rachel. Since she appears safe, Hajin begins wondering whether perhaps nothing will change this time. Then he sees Rachel meet a group of cadets and ask to purchase food from them. One of them says they do not need to charge her, but his smug smile makes it obvious that he is hiding them. By early morning, Hajin is already awake. He looks upward and wonders whether this is some kind of polar night because the sun has still not risen. Nayeon fell asleep right beside him and remains unconscious. As for the little seed, MC realizes it is feeding time and takes care of it. To him, the tiny thing is incredibly cute. He slips the seed into his pocket, then looks at Nayeon and says he does not need her around. He asks whether Nayeon plans to wake up, but she still does not answer, even after he says he is packing the tent. Hajin decides it is best to finish packing and leave. This is when cadets begin fighting one another, so he thinks it would be wise to eliminate the strongest ones early. Killing is not an option, but the cadets he suspects of being connected to demons still have not revealed their true nature. There is a difference between demonic humans who rely on other demons and those with direct contracts. Those borrowing power through other demons can be used as sacrifices, and they can help one another recharge mana to delay transformation. Their contracts are lighter, but those who sold their souls directly to demons face harsher restrictions and more severe fear side effects. Only one cadet fits that description in Hajin's mind, and that is Sven. After packing, he decides to head toward higher ground to gain an advantage. His first destination is the world tree at the exact center of the island. Feeling pressed for time, he begins running, leaving Nayeon behind. She remains deeply asleep, even after he leaves. As the protagonist travels across the island, one of the cadets working with Yeonha locates him. She asks for permission to attack, but Yeonha firmly refuses and says they must not harm Hajin under any circumstances during the exam. That makes no sense to her teammate because MC's rank is near the bottom at Cube, but Yeonha knows what he can do and believes they still could not defeat him even if they tried. Soon, he reaches the world tree and gets into position. Rose has no idea what he is doing and wonders whether this maniac is truly about to climb the world tree. He is. Hajin proves her correct and launches himself upward, using incredible agility to bounce and move around the tree. Rose is left speechless, and Yeonha points out that this is exactly why they should not attack him. She reminds Rose that his rank does not reflect his true strength. He is so perceptive that he could notice her arrows without even looking toward their origin. Then Yeonha asks Rose to keep this secret, because she wants to respect Hajin's privacy for now. Rose agrees, and then Yeonha receives an alert on her smartwatch about Yu Young. She decides it is time for them to return. The protagonist is still moving through the world tree when he activates his eye skill to scan the cadets nearby. One person immediately stands out. Hajin focuses and confirms that he has found one of the cadets linked to demons. He thinks this part will be easy. Now he only needs a stick to use as a marker, with a message written on it. Once everything is prepared, MC throws the stick at full speed and bends its path with stigma magic. The stick flies directly toward the target. The cadet does not notice it until it strikes the ground nearby. Startled, he picks up the stick to see what is happening. Then he looks in the direction it came from, trying to locate whoever threw it. His first suspicion is the world tree, where Hajin is already observing him and waiting for the rest of the plan to unfold. Now back to Chae Na-yoon. She is taking this exam far too casually until she suddenly wakes up. The first thing on her mind is what Hajin said, leaving her feeling shy like a girl with a crush. Those were the words he spoke just before leaving her. Chae Na-yoon knows people constantly praise her appearance, but hearing that while she was asleep still gets under her skin. The funny part is that the protagonist was actually talking about the stupid seed, while Na-yoon thinks he meant her, or perhaps some pet, or even himself. Merely imagining him truly saying that to her makes her burn with embarrassment. She has no idea how she would respond. Now let us return to our guy, who has no idea what he caused. Even so, he suddenly gets the strange feeling that someone far away is insulting him. By morning, the remaining cadets begin moving again. In Rachel's group, she is still uneasy about what occurred previous night. She joined Yoo-hee and Yoo-sin's team, and they demanded nothing. In return, they were far too helpful, which is exactly what troubles her. Her instincts tell her something is wrong. Most cadets are separating to collect points, but Ju Yoo-hoon's group clearly is not focused on that. They do not truly care about points. What worries Rachel most is how interested they appear to be in her. Realizing the group is definitely dangerous, she decides to leave and wonders whether she should find Hajin instead. But then, Ju Yoo-hoon calls out to Rachel, saying he found a 10-point monster and wants her help defeating it. She is not interested but decides to leave. After the hunt, Rachel follows him, while the others stay behind, which makes her even more nervous. When they reach the location, Ju Yoo-hoon points toward the large bear he mentioned. Except it is not a bear, it is a masked killer that looks hungry for blood. Ju Yoo-hoon acts as though he does not know him, but Rachel immediately senses danger. She pushes him aside and dodges the deadly strike aimed at both of them. They barely avoid it, and Rachel cannot understand why a demon is on the island. Her first action is to help Ju Yoo-hoon escape. So she checks on him, but he makes an enormous fuss over a small cut. Compared to what Rachel has endured, it is nothing. Then Ju Yoo-hoon runs away the moment he realizes there is a demon present. Rachel knows he was lying. His performance was terrible. Still, she has no choice but to face the demon, so she raises her weapon. Her suspicions were correct, though she never expected Ju Yoo-hoon to sell her out to a demon. The demonic human charges at her and unleashes a storm of sharp attacks. Rachel barely dodges them, but that leaves her exposed. She blocks the next blow just in time and realizes the enemy is incredibly strong. Even so, she refuses to retreat and believes she can still fight through it. Their one-on-one close battle continues until Rachel finds an opening and knocks him off balance. Her blade cuts into the demon, but then fear strikes her. She realizes her foot is trapped in the ground. That gives the demon a perfect opportunity to counter while she cannot move. Rachel thinks she is finished when another monster suddenly appears behind her. She is trapped between both enemies and knows she cannot dodge. Just as the monster attacks with complete confidence, a beam of light tears through it and kills it instantly. The second demon tries to finish her by sending a wave of slashes toward Rachel. She cannot avoid them, so Suho intervenes and cuts the attack apart. Then he signals Na-yeon to strike. With her long-range weapon ready, Na-yeon draws her bow again and fires a powerful magical arrow that brings the demon down. Their friends rush over to help, saying those enemies were no big deal. Fortunately, Rachel does not seem seriously injured. Suho notices that the demon escaped the arrow by jumping from a cliff. Since they may be attacked again, he asks Rachel to remain with them for now, and they continue together as a group. Then, all of a sudden, Rachel feels drawn toward something nearby. She notices a bullet embedded in the area and wonders where it came from. That makes her remember who killed the first demon, especially with such a precise light-based shot. It was our guy Hajin simply doing his thing. Right now he is shooting at that bastard Ju Hoon while he runs away. By the campfire, Suho learns that Nayun has begun using a sword. Naturally, she is too embarrassed to reveal the real reason, so she says it is merely a backup weapon. Meanwhile, the princess cannot stop thinking about Hajin. No one else could use a gun that way, much less a sniper rifle. What she cannot understand is how he knew she was in danger, or why he helped only to remain hidden again. Her thoughts are interrupted when Nayun offers to work together from now on, since she and Suho are already teamed up. Rachel considers it, then decides it is better to leave, despite Suho's concern. She explains that she needs to see someone immediately, most likely the person who saved her. MC has earned 22 points in total from Nayun and the monsters he killed. Even so, he still needs at least 50 more to feel safe. Like Nayun, he is annoyed by how many monsters he must hunt. Then, to his complete surprise, someone suddenly appears to meet Hajin. It is the masked guild captain, concealed beneath Jinwon's disguise. He becomes nervous and wonders whether she truly came to fight him. Since he knows she is far too powerful for him right now, he forces himself to remain calm and assumes she may have another reason for coming. He tries speaking casually, but the moment she draws her sword, Hajin panics again. He smiles at her, but internally he knows he is in serious trouble. The captain tells him to draw his weapon. The protagonist quickly realizes there is no way to defeat her directly, so he tries another strategy to buy time. To him, only one thing determines a cadet duel. Without her noticing, he releases Ether's slime thread. The captain warns that if he refuses to use a weapon, she will simply knock him down. The thread reaches her and finally catches its target. Hajin has her exactly where he wanted. The captain does not understand what he is doing, then realizes he is surrendering by removing his smartwatch. The funny part is that it is not even his watch. Using Ether's thread, he stole her smartwatch without her noticing. She is completely shocked by the trick. Hajin explains that cadet duels are decided by whoever takes the opponent's smartwatch. So the moment he presses the fingerprint button, she effectively loses. The captain is stunned that he caught her off guard so easily, while MC thinks she should have done more research on him. Feeling somewhat generous, he tosses the smartwatch back and says he will let this one pass. The captain still has no idea what he means. Hajin uses that opportunity to run away. Even so, he leaves a strong impression on the masked guild captain. Unfortunately, Jane Valeran was not watching closely because she became distracted. Even with her senses reduced by half due to the disguise skill, she was still outplayed by a young cadet. Next time, she decides it would be better to prepare a summoning portal in advance. Back at camp, our guy is simply happy that he escaped alive. Meeting her nearly got him killed, so it helped that her disguise weakened her. Hajin feels he has done enough for now and should rest for a while. While checking his points, he suddenly notices Rachel, who appeared from nowhere. He wonders whether she came looking for him. Turns out she is hungry too, so Hajin offers to eat with her. To begin the conversation, she asks what he has been doing the entire time. The protagonist keeps it simple and says he has merely been hunting for points. Internally, he knows she truly wants to ask why he saved her, but she is too shy to say it. He also notices that she is injured, which is unsurprising after fighting a demon. As the food cooks, the seed of Evandel begins acting strangely inside his pocket. Suddenly, it shoots out and dives directly into Rachel's jacket, creating a painfully awkward moment and making Hajin yelp. Rachel finally removes the seed and asks why an almond was inside her jacket. MC is far too embarrassed to admit he is raising an almond, so he quickly says, "It is a seed." She gives the seed back, but Rachel remains clearly embarrassed by what just happened. While Hagin checks the food, Rachel finally asks what she came to ask. She wants his help. The princess explains that there may be a team somewhere hunting her. She mentions Johan, and Hagin tells her not to worry because he will not be coming after them anymore. The scene then suggests that Jonghak has already eliminated the group in a rage. Jonghak has brutally defeated the rest of Johan's teammates. Johan cannot understand what is happening or why Shin Jonghak, of all people, is there. With a cold smile, Jonghak greets him by launching a powerful projectile, causing the stick to land directly beside Johan's face. The stick has a taunting message written on it, along with a location. Johan tries to explain that it was not his fault and that he was pursuing an innocent person, but Jonghak does not care. He is not there to listen. Johan panics as Jonghak grips his spear and says he hates people like him. Then, grabbing the cadet by the throat, he begins choking him while talking about his hatred for manipulative snakes like Johan. The scene ends with a brief look at the control tower overseeing the exam. Yoon Seong-ah is part of that team and appears lost in thought. Her friend approaches and asks what is troubling her. Instead of discussing Suho as usual, Yoon Seong-ah mentions Hajin. She explains that Suho remains their main target, but she also discovered something interesting about the protagonist. She obtained a secret file called the Jonah Report. In it, Jonah claims that MC may be an even better candidate. Then Suho, the report could be false, but they still learned one important fact. He can use light magic. To her, his rank does not matter. She still lacks proof, so she plans to take his name tag. After all, stealing a supervisor's identification tag is worth 200 points. Back at camp, Rachel studies Hajin's bullet, confirming what she suspected. She still cannot understand how he knew she was in danger. Something about it feels wrong, but one thing is clear. The person behind the attack was the mage, Lancaster. Filled with regret, Rachel wonders whether it might have been better if she had died that day. Meanwhile, the author is busy hunting monsters near the World Tree. He selects a good position to shoot from and feels that the hunt is progressing more easily than expected. Rachel seemed deeply depressed earlier, but food quickly restored her spirits. Then Hajin notices a glow nearby. He discovers a lake and thinks it should contain monsters worth many points. He throws out a sphere of light, assuming it will lure them closer. Suddenly, he senses someone nearby and moves toward them. No one responds, but it is obvious that the person is still following him. Hajin activates his special eyes and spots Na-Yoon hiding beyond her stealth. He fires a shot directly beside her, forcing her to reveal herself. Startled, Na-Yoon becomes annoyed, while Hajin asks why she has been following him. She tries to make an excuse, but cannot produce anything convincing, which effectively proves that she really was hailing him. Wanting the truth, the protagonist presses her, and Na-Yoon finally admits she is hunting. Sung-ah, that catches him slightly off guard, but Na-Yoon is more curious about how he pierced her stealth. Instead of answering, he opens his laptop. Since no one else can see it, she has no idea why he suddenly kneels down. Hajin remembers Sung-ah's role in the novel. She first watches Suho, then begins observing other candidates as well. That means she has probably been watching him too. Using surveillance, he checks where she is hiding and finds her at the top of a tree. That makes him wonder whether he has become a prospect in her eyes. While Hajin pieces this together, the short-haired girl begins losing patience. She is also shocked by how he created the sphere of light. MC does not want to discuss it further, and since neither of them agrees with the other, they decide to go separate ways. He knows there is no safe method to tell her the truth. Explaining the stigma's magic would also mean revealing that their entire world exists inside a book he wrote. So Hajin returns to hunting monsters. 2 hours pass and he earns 15 more points. Still, someone else begins bothering him. This time, that person reveals herself. Sung-ah remembers him clearly and wants him to feel comfortable around her. She says her mission is to test the cadet's abilities, so she offers him a small challenge. The rules are simple. She will remain still and use only her left hand. Ha-jin can attack, however, he wishes. If he lands even one hit anywhere except her left hand or forces her to move even a single step, she will gladly give him her name tag. It is an excellent offer. But this is Sung-ah, and Ha-jin knows it will not be easy. Even so, the reward is tempting. 200 points could place him directly in first place. The main problem is that he is facing the brilliant Sung-ah, so this will not be simple. She waits to see whether he will accept or retreat. He reaches for his gun, making it clear that he is ready to challenge her. Then he fires a bullet directly at her. Sung-ah sees it as the perfect opportunity. Test him. With one finger, she flicks the bullet aside, displaying incredible speed and reflexes. She had already seen him create a sphere of light, and, although she blocked the shot, the impact still leaves her fingers throbbing. Sung-ah is pleased that the report was reliable after all. Ha-jin, on the other hand, is slightly disappointed. He used a reinforced bullet, yet she still deflected it without magic. That tells him a direct attack will not work against a hero like her. Next, he uses his stigma to create 2 swords and throws them toward her. But Sung-ah dodges easily and notes that he once fought like a swordsman before changing styles. His range of abilities impresses her. Ha-jin reloads and begins firing repeatedly, but Sung-ah blocks every shot instantly. She realizes that his gun is far too powerful for a standard training weapon, confirming that he has a gift that enhances his weapons. What she does not expect is the knives suddenly flying back toward her. Ha-jin uses a deceptive angle to catch her off guard, knowing she can only use her left hand. Even so, she has her own methods. Sung-ah activates her aura, knocking the knives away. It does not violate the rules because the attack never touched her body, and she did not move. Now Ha-jin is certain that he simply cannot defeat her. Sung-ah is amazed that he can bend projectile paths with magic. She is completely fascinated and wonders what kind of power it is. To her, he is like an onion with layer after layer. She wants to examine his entire range of talents, but the protagonist is finished. He puts away his gun and simply begins walking away. Sung-ah is stunned. She cannot believe he is truly leaving, so she asks why he is going now, just when things were becoming interesting. Then the clever author turns back and reminds her that she already lost by taking a step. She became careless and forgot the rule forbidding her from moving. Even once, the sudden realization hits Sung-ah hard, and she cannot believe she was outplayed. Furious, she hears Ha-jin say that he does not truly care anyway. The fight is a waste of time, and he has nothing against her, so he is giving up. Then he simply walks away while Sung-ah follows him, as though she still cannot let it go. The truth is that MC only wanted to measure himself against her because he thought he might have a slight chance, but now he knows she is a monster. In every sense, Sung-ah continues following him and calling his name. The entire exchange is being observed by Jin-won, who is evaluating Ha-jin's abilities. Jane asks whether everything is all right since the captain left her group just to come here. But the captain believes she made the correct choice. Suddenly, the island shakes as something even larger begins. The captain calls the tremor a pulse. Then we see a cocoon on a young tree, ready to hatch soon now. About that young butterfly, it is a parasitic monster that grows by feeding on trees. In the original story, Rachel and Suho defeated on the final day of the exam. Suho is exposed to the butterfly's powder, while Rachel receives an upgrade to her abilities. But right now, Rachel is with Ha-jin. He needs to find a way to bring her back into the story so she can fight the young butterfly. Still, there is one obvious problem. Rachel suddenly asks where they are even going, because they have merely been wandering around. The problem is that Ha-jin has no idea where the young butterfly will appear. Let us check on Suho's group. They have defeated enough monsters to take first place. Only 20 hours remain in the exam. While Suho is occupied, Nayeon suddenly asks what he thinks about Ha-jin's abilities. She says he acts as though he is hiding a major part of his power. From the museum to the pair exam, every time they encounter him, he is absurdly strong despite his low stats and rank. Suho suddenly remembers what Hajin told him and concludes that the protagonist has a crush on Nayeon, so he begins grinning like an idiot for no reason. Annoyed, Nayeon asks what he is smiling about. While they are talking, a tree root erupts from the ground and attacks them. Both are shocked to see the roots moving on their own. At the same time, Hajin sees the roots too, giving him a strong clue about where the young butterfly is. The roots overwhelm the cadets, leaving Rachel and MC on their own. Hajin explains his plan. He wants to find the source of the tremors and kill the monster, but he needs Rachel to protect him. Along the way, it is a reasonable request, so Rachel agrees. That makes him think carefully. If the cadets head directly toward the source, they will have the best chance of confronting the young butterfly. Meanwhile, Sung-ah watches everything unfold and wonders whether she should intervene, since the creature was not meant to be part of the exam. After reconsidering, she decides it could be an excellent test for the cadets. It may sound harsh, but she believes future heroes should be able to handle a threat like this. Real heroes are forged through hardship. Then Nayeon drops in with a magical sword strike, cleanly cutting through one of the roots. Even she is surprised by the power of the attack, and Suho reacts excitedly. As a swordsman, he begins giving her advice on better cuts and sword control, which annoys Nayeon because he is ruining her moment. The roots seem endless, but they can still be defeated. Suho realizes that fighting the roots themselves is not the solution. They need to destroy the source connected to the trunk. Some cadets point out that the tree looks strange, and they can see a creature moving inside the cocoon. Then the shell suddenly breaks open, and the caterpillar reveals its true form. Its enormous size shocks the cadets. Then the butterfly pulls away from the tree and rises into the air. As it flies, it spreads powerful dust across the cadets. Nayeon is the first to realize how dangerous it is. It drains her strength, and the other students begin weakening too. Nayeon faints, but Suho catches her before she reaches the ground. For some reason, he appears to be the only person still standing while everyone else is exhausted. That is because Suho held his breath to avoid the dust, but he is reaching his limit and wonders whether he can defeat the monster now. Just then, Suho notices two cadets rushing in from nowhere. They are Rachel and Hajin, already prepared with masks, and they move quickly. They charge directly toward the monster. Rachel sees the collapsed cadets and realizes the dust affected them. What troubles her most is that the protagonist already knew this would happen. He gets her attention and points toward the monster in the air. He intends to bring it down himself while Rachel handles the roots. Getting ready, Hajin fires a powerful shot that shatters one of its wings and makes it scream in pain. The sprout butterfly cries out, and roots erupt from the ground. Rachel had been waiting for that precise opportunity, and she cuts through them with incredible swordsmanship. Then she notices that the roots are still attacking from underground and looks back at Hajin. A massive root shoots upward and nearly kills him, but Rachel reacts quickly and pushes him away. The problem is that one root grabs her right foot. It pulls her upward and throws her directly into a tree. Hajin worries about Rachel, and that brief distraction costs him. The roots target him next, and it appears he is finished. Then Suho jumps in and saves MC at the last moment, but after that move, he loses control of his breathing. Hajin turns back toward Rachel, terrified that she is unconscious. Then the seed slips from his jacket and bounces toward its mother. Hajin can barely believe what he is seeing. The seed jumps onto Rachel's face and begins showering her with affection. The protagonist is already annoyed, but Suho calls for help, and his condition is worsening. With no other choice, the protagonist considers his options. Using stigma magic, he can create only 3 fire bullets. That means just 3 opportunities to kill the creature. Looking at Suho, He realizes he will need assistance. Then, without warning, a bolt of lightning strikes the young butterfly and slams it into the ground. Hajin immediately wonders who caused it. The answer is the masked guild captain, surrounded by crackling lightning. As the sprout butterfly crashes down, MC even suspects she may know something about the dust. With an opening finally available, Suho uses the last of his strength to land the killing blow. The monster is finally defeated. Immediately afterward, Suho's strength leaves his body, and he collapses. Jinwon approaches the young butterfly and reaches for the item she came to obtain. Suddenly, Hajin stops her and demands that she leave it alone. He says it is not something she should be taking. According to the author, even the captain does not yet understand what the dust truly does. She only wants to sell it later for money. But if she takes it, Suho will lose a major power-up he needs against future enemies. Jinwon barely reacts. She looks around and notices that everyone except Hajin appears to be unconscious. Now that the dust is fading, the captain cannot believe an ordinary cadet like him endured for so long. She now sees him as someone worth observing. The truth is that the protagonist has been blocking the dust with ether and controlling his breathing. He tries to put his mask back on, but then Jinwon wraps him inside a black portal. Inside that space, the captain reveals her identity. She already knows Hajin recognized her from the beginning. He plays it safe and tries to remember the name she used when they met during the midterms. For a moment, even the captain has to think. She uses so many false names that they are difficult to remember. Then she recalls the card she gave him under a fake identity. MC wonders whether she is some kind of exam supervisor. The captain remains suspicious and presses him for answers. He tries to bluff his way through, but she fires a warning shot and gives him a serious look. The captain is ready to kill him until she suddenly remembers that she is supposed to behave like a hero. The author panics and explains that he discovered her identity when she gave him the smartwatch. He adds that he possesses special eyes, but even she knows glowing eyes alone should not be enough to see through Jane Valoran's disguise. As she thinks, the captain guesses that his magic may naturally be connected to anti-magic and its attributes. If that is true, then any magic originating from his body would carry anti-magic properties. That would explain how he saw through Jane Valoran's skill by focusing that power into his eyes. Accepting that explanation, the captain becomes fully convinced that Kim Hajin is a valuable asset. She breaks the illusion sphere and, as a gesture of goodwill, decides to share the sprout dust with him. The captain begins adding a condition, but Jane Valoran immediately interrupts, so she will not say something foolish. In the end, the simplest thing she could ask for was Hajin's phone number. After that conversation, the author finally exhales. He genuinely thought it was over for him. Still, he obtained what he wanted. The sprout dust is now his. The captain's interference disrupted his timing, however, and Hajin begins thinking about how to give the dust to Suho without making anyone suspicious. Then he suddenly remembers Rachel and the seed caring for her. Her body begins shining with a beam of light. He becomes frightened because the seed has finally reached its hatching stage. The light reaches Hajin while Rachel slowly awakens. She sees a girl in front of her, warmly embracing her and healing all her wounds. There is something familiar about the child, and Rachel realizes she looks like a younger version of herself. The girl tries to speak, but Rachel cannot understand the words. She wants the girl to repeat herself, but the moment ends when Hajin runs over. Beside Rachel sits a tiny version of her. Evandel calls the horrified Hajin her father and says her mother fell asleep again. Jonghak and the others were unconscious, but they finally begin waking up. They find a dizzy Hajin carrying Suho while Jonghak handles the others. The fourth day of the final exam is finally over. They are returning to the academy. With the finals finished, the protagonist quietly thinks everything over. Although the butterfly caused trouble, anyone who helped defeat it will receive extra points. When MC checks his smartwatch, he notices that she still has not contacted him, even after taking his information for her plans. Even so, he still does not understand why she took such a strong interest in him. While he is lost in thought, Nayun mentions the dust again, so he reminds her that it knocked everyone unconscious. She heard from Suho that Hajin defeated the butterfly by destroying its wings, but she cannot understand how a pistol could break a creature's wings. He then politely asks why she suddenly chose a sword instead of her bow. Naturally, he enjoys provoking her, and Nayun snaps that he was the one who told her to do it. Hajin reverses the situation, acting as though he was merely worried she would struggle in battle with a weapon she had less experience using. Still, she says she is comfortable with it. She is also skilled with a sword, so it will not be a problem. The protagonist accepts that and asks how it felt to use a sword again. Her body language appears stiff, so MC assumes it must have been frightening. That makes her flustered and tense, because she wants to pretend she handled it perfectly. He can immediately tell when Nayeon is lying. After all, he wrote that trait into her. He smiles, realizing that even as the story changes, her personality remains mostly the same. He believes everything will work out in the end and tells Nayeon that she was born to wield a sword, which is true based on what the author intended. The scene shifts to Yanha, who is eating with Suho and Nayeon. She secretly imagines the protagonist and Nayeon as a couple, and that thought alone embarrasses her. Even Suho suspects there may be something between them after what the protagonist said. The purple-haired boy thinks most people who try to get close to MC eventually give up because of his cold personality. That makes Nayeon stand out because Hajin keeps showing interest in her. Nayeon tries to respond by reminding Yonha that she was the one who approached him first, but that only happened because Yonha wanted something from him. The protagonist and Nayeon feel different. Completely embarrassed, she tries to hide her nervousness while the others wonder how she will handle it. Speaking of Hajin, they notice him nearby, making poor Nayeon quickly pretend she does not care. MC glances toward her and keeps walking, giving Yonha even more reason to tease her. Beneath it all, Nayeon's defenses are clearly beginning to break, and it shows on her face. Anyway, the author returns to his room and finds a vandal there. She looks like a tiny Rachel and is incredibly excited to see her father. He leaps at him and asks where Hajin went. He tells the little girl not to call him father because it would create problems if people discovered her. The girl becomes stubborn and asks why. He is beginning to realize how much patience is required to deal with a small child. The little girl gives him a bright, innocent smile, and the protagonist cannot help smiling back. Evandel evolved beside Rachel on the final day of the exam. Hajin had been deeply shaken. When he discovered it, she even hugged him, happy that he had raised her so well. MC began panicking when a scouting helicopter started checking the cadets. He quickly asked Evandel to return to her seed form. She did not want to. She kept calling Rachel her mother and felt sad about leaving her. Still, in the end, Evandel returned to being a seed. That is how Hajin brought her back to his room. While the monster child continues causing chaos, this guy somehow became a teenage father overnight at lunch. Evandel happily enjoys the food. He wants her to hurry so he can focus on the butterfly sprout powder. That powder is a magic item that attaches to a target and draws out hidden potential. Its primary purpose is increasing potential, and it works on both people and objects. The problem is that it was supposed to end up with Suho, but the captain interfered and disrupted that. Now Hajin still needs to find a good way to deliver the powder to Suho. Then the story shifts to Rachel resting in bed and thinking about a dream involving a child. The feeling was so realistic that it did not seem like an ordinary dream. She wonders whether some kind of elemental tree affected her sleep or whether it was merely a hallucination. Even so, she cannot stop thinking about it, and the memory fills her with warmth and happiness. Rachel feels as though that warmth will remain with her from now on, almost as if they may meet again someday. Then we return to Yeonha, who is patiently waiting for someone. That person finally arrives, and it is Ha-jin, the one she thought might cancel. She tells him another person will join them, but since that guest is late, they should proceed first. At that point, the protagonist begins wondering who the final guest is. Yeonha congratulates him for performing well on the final exam, but MC does not care much about his score. She jokes that he should have lost 20 points to appear more average. Even so, she knows that many other guilds are beginning to notice him. Ha-jin looks out the window, then freezes in surprise. That is when Yeonha finally welcomes him to the grand headquarters of Essence of the Strait. A few hours earlier, he received a message about the Guild Experience Program. Certain cadets would be contacted through their smartwatches and given a chance to observe active heroes at work. Each guild can select whichever cadets it wants, but higher-ranked guilds receive first choice. Ha-jin is excited because he wants to see real heroes in action. Usually, each guild chooses 3 first years and 3 second years. Because of that, first years ranked below 300 almost never receive an opportunity. Since the protagonist entered with a rank in the 900s, he assumes he has no chance regardless of how well he performed later. Then a sudden notification on his smartwatch catches him off guard. He is stunned that someone actually selected him. It turns out that the invitation came from Essence of the Strait. Back in the present, Yeonha and Ha-jin walk together. He learns that many heroes spend a great deal of time indoors, studying dangerous missions before entering the field. Then he gives Yeonha a sharp look as he realizes she is the only reason he was accepted into this guild experience. As the guildmaster's daughter, she can bend the rules slightly. They enter the research and analysis rooms. One hero says Ha-jin ranked first in the written examination, so this department seemed like a good match for him. Sanho is a hero and Yeonha's most trusted aide. He is responsible for managing guild experiences for future recruits. He appears to be a decent person, but because MC wrote this story, he knows Sanho will someday betray Yeonha in a brutal manner. Then someone approaches them and speaks to Sanho and the new cadet. Jina already knows about Ha-jin, and she is another hero from the guild. She immediately judges him by his rank and looks toward Yeonha, clearly believing she abused her authority to bring him there. It is obvious that she does not want him around. Jina supports the current vice guildmaster, Hosak, placing her directly against Yeonha. Still, that resentment will not last forever. It is supposed to change later in the story. Eventually, she becomes the guild's deputy leader and one of its strongest pillars. Sanho tries to defend Ha-jin by mentioning that he placed first in the written exam, but she dismisses it as unimportant. She does not believe cadet-level academics matter much and begins pressuring him instead. Jina decides to test him and hands him a report to solve. Sanho reminds her that she is not permitted to share confidential information, but Jina does not care. She only wants to humiliate the protagonist. He becomes annoyed and sees this as the perfect opportunity to prove her wrong. Reaching toward Jin-ah, he asks for paper so he can write his answer. She continues mocking him, and Ha-jin cannot understand why she is being so hostile. Meanwhile, Yeonha notices that her second guest has finally arrived. She and her assistant go to meet that person, leaving Ha-jin to work through the report. He examines the dungeon raid variables and admits that the concepts are far beyond what most cadets could handle. Even so, his sharp perception allows him to break everything down quickly and write the answers with ease. He is just about to complete the final section of his explanation when Jin-ah suddenly snatches the paper away. She is annoyed that he continued solving it instead of following the others. Ha-jin is 1 second away from shooting her in the face. Anyway, he leaves the analysis room frustrated because he could not finish the conclusion. He only hopes she will not force him to repeat the entire test. Then, just as he is about to step Out of the elevator, MC runs into Nayeon. She is equally surprised to see him there and immediately questions Yonha about it. Hajin watches Yona's reaction and realizes she deliberately kept both of them uninformed. It has been some time since we checked on Jin Hyuk's detective agency. He is exhausting himself while trying to gather any information he can about Hajin, but nothing useful appears. Hajin's past is almost completely blank, with no real trace of his parents or how he became an orphan. Jin Hyuk is reaching his limit after his niece gave him this impossible assignment. At the same time, everything about the boy only makes the case more interesting. A fragment of a report mentions an accident that killed a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Next comes the mobilization assignment for Nayeon and the protagonist during the guild experience. Sanho asks why she arrived late, and Nayeon says she had a meeting with her grandfather before rushing over. Her grandfather is no ordinary person. He is the great hero, Che Juchul. Yona receives an important call and tells them to continue without her. In the bathroom, she speaks with her uncle Jin Hyuk and asks for an update on the investigation. Jin Hyuk teases her, saying he has barely had time to begin. Yonha becomes angry at that, and Jin Hyuk asks why she is so interested in the boy's parents in the first place. After all, Hajin is not openly searching for them. But based on Hajin's past interest in criminals, Yonha thinks he may be searching for his parents, which makes her wonder whether they were connected to some crime in the past. That connects back to Jin Hyuk's investigation into the Gwang Ho Shelter massacre. He cuts her off, says he has a client to handle, and ends the call. Then Jin Hyuk begins wondering whether there is a real connection between the boy and that massacre. Speaking of it, about 16 years ago, a wave of monsters swept through Gwangho and killed many people. 9 heroes and 87 civilians died in the attack. Jin Hyuk led the investigation at the time and was eventually expelled by his family because of it. The government claimed demons were responsible, but that was merely a cover. The true people responsible were elsewhere. They were the country's president at the time, Kim Seok-ho, Daehang Group chairman Ju Chul, and Yonha's father, Ju Nang. They never tried to uncover the truth, and instead sent assassins to silence it. The incident barely mattered to them. That raises a question. What if someone survived? What if Hajin's parents died in that massacre and it drove him toward revenge? Sensing real danger, Jin Hyuk decides to stop investigating. If Juchul targets him, his own life will be at risk. The story returns to Nayeon, who's happily sprinting ahead with the others. Sadly, MC's physical stats are terrible, so he can barely keep up. Sanho wonders whether Hajin will be okay. Nayeon does not seem worried about him, but for some reason, Yonha looks seriously upset. Most of her anger is aimed at her useless uncle for hanging up on her. They reach the monster site, where a group of golems is tearing everything apart. One golem is about to kill innocent people. It raises a massive fist to smash the ground, but Yonha's whip catches it and stops the attack. That opening lets Sanho charge forward with his spear, throwing it with all his strength. Janghak hurls his spear and smashes the golem. Meanwhile, Hajin finally catches up with the group. Nayeon prepares to fire an arrow at the golem, but then decides her sword would work better. She remembers that all golems share the same weak point, then rushes in to slash their ankles. Her blade fills with magic, and just as she moves in to strike, the golem catches her off guard and drives a fist into her stomach. Nayeon cries out in pain and crashes hard into the ground. She cannot believe the golem has become this strong. The monster moves in to finish her when someone suddenly shouts for her to move. It is Hajin pulling her away with ether magic. The rescue works, but he ends up a little too close for comfort. Strangely, simply wanting to save Nayeon made his ether react on its own, and the moment quickly turns awkward. While he scrambles to think of something to say, he settles on giving her genuine advice. If things get dangerous, fight from farther away. He even points out that her sword can launch long-range attacks. Nayeon does not take it badly, but her mind goes blank. Still, she acts tough as always. Then she turns away and thanks him. Ha-jin knows there is an important reason she must keep using that sword. With it, she can one day hold about 10 times more mana than a normal hero. Ne-yoon's innate gift is called Mana Ocean, and her sword helps awaken it. Simply put, her mana pool is enormous. Even her raw output surpasses Suho's. The mission ends with the heroes defeating the golems, while the rescue team handles the aftermath. Then Ha-jin feels someone staring directly at him. The moment their eyes meet, he knows exactly who it is. Ne-yoon calls out that they need to leave, so he turns away, feeling sorry for the person watching him. Elsewhere, Jin-ah is tired of being trapped in the office for endless hours. Her friend tells her to hand off the work, but this arrogant idiot still believes she can do it better than anyone. Then her friend checks the document Ha-jin wrote. Since Jin-ah already looked down on him, she planned to grade his cadet test harshly too. But the moment she reads the report, she is left speechless, and her entire attitude changes. She starts flooding the protagonist with messages and demands that he call her immediately. Unfortunately for her, MC has no desire to return to headquarters or deal with her again. Instead, he leaves a message for Yeona saying he will not join tomorrow's guild activity. Ha-jin thinks this should make things more interesting. While Yeonha answers him with pure sarcasm, she reminds him of his academy rank and says he is unfit for a guild as great as Essence of the Strait. That only makes Ha-jin angrier, since this entire mess began because Jin-ah could not keep her mouth shut. Knowing Yeonha will be furious later, the protagonist still believes this is the best decision. After the long day, he starts feeling sleepy. It is even worse because he still has to keep his energetic little child occupied. He picks up Evandel and thinks about doing something else while she remains fast asleep. Then Ha-jin takes out the powder and examines it carefully. Lately, one thing about it has been on his mind. There is plenty of it, enough to strengthen several main characters at once, including himself. So he decides to divide the powder into 3 portions. He reminds himself that he also has to survive alongside the main cast, meaning he must use every opportunity as wisely as possible. After dividing it, he takes 1 share, but decides using it on his body would be wasteful. There is no hidden talent there to awaken. That means the best place to use it is on his ether magic, so he sprinkles the powder over the golden sphere. The effect should activate soon. Then Ha-jin receives a late-night message from Ne-yoon, making him wonder what she wants. She texts him to thank him for helping her, then keeps typing without sending anything for a full 10 minutes. When his patience runs out and he asks what she means, Ne-yoon dismisses it and says it is nothing. MC simply tells her to sleep because she is acting strange. Instead of becoming angry, she laughs, which only confuses him more. The fact that they are speaking so casually already feels strange. He began as a powerless background character in the story, but now he has become someone important at the center of the main cast. It makes him wonder whether he counts as a supporting character now. Even so, there is still much he must handle. The scene shifts to Yeonya, who is exhausted from work. She has been buried under tasks lately. Essence of the Strait has its own intelligence team, but they are poor at gathering information. So Yeonha is trying to recruit new agents. And yes, she is still annoyed at her shameless uncle for abandoning the investigation and leaving her with the dirty work. Then, late that night, Ne-yoon suddenly calls. Yeonha answers and says she is busy, but Ne-yoon keeps it simple. She and Suho are going to a seminar and want Yeonha to join them. She nearly refuses until she hears that Jong-hak will be there. Ready to end the call, Yeonha asks whether that is all. But Ne-yoon changes the subject and mentions the drone footage from yesterday's golem fight. Yeonha confirms it exists. She has to write the guild report for management anyway, so she has already watched it. Being sharp as ever, she immediately realizes Ne-yoon is worried about the part where Ha-jin caught her. The camera captured a very clear angle of them together. Ne-yoon is practically praying the clip will not be shared. But Yeona only teases her and asks whether being held like that felt nice. The call ends with Naeun blushing deeply as Yeona hangs up. Afterward, we cut to Naeun and see that she is completely red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yeona is certain Naeun is merely refusing to face the truth, and she returns to work in a much better mood. That mood lasts until an unexpected message arrives. She is so shocked that she jumps from her seat. Hajin has voluntarily quit the guild experience because of Jinna's stupidity. Now Yeonha is beyond furious. She tears into Jinna for ruining such an excellent prospect, and she is annoyed with him too for never doing what she expects. Back to the protagonist. His story points are declining because his role in the plot keeps growing. He was not expecting to earn many points lately, so he decides he must spend them carefully. Thinking it over, Hajin admits his physical stats will keep falling behind. His real strength lies in fighting intelligently, just as when he invested the powder into ether, so this time he chooses to spend his story points on his weapon. It looks risky, but the possible effect is worth pursuing, especially since his luck usually carries him through. Going all in, MC decides to awaken the skill and hopes it does not go badly. He types on the keyboard and confirms the activation, still nervous about what may happen. When he opens his eyes, the system gives him bad news. The skill's quality dropped because he lacked enough story points. Still, his luck saves him at the last moment, so the loss is not as severe as it could have been. Hajin feels relieved, even though he is not completely satisfied with the result. It was a reckless idea, but at least it did not end in disaster. With that preparation finished, he remembers why he upgraded his skills now in the first place. Checking his smartwatch, he receives a notice about the travel club's next destination. It is time for the main story to begin moving again. Over the past week, Hajin has deliberately thrown himself into physical training. Even after spending points on his weapon, he still refused to give up on improving his body. Every session leaves him exhausted, and he still cannot raise his physical stats to the level of an average cadet. But when he activates his ether magic, he is pleased to see that its development is finally complete. We get a clearer explanation of ether. It is essentially a fluid he can shape however he wants for different purposes. His physical strength modifier has risen to 0.7, and he now has detailed materialization, allowing him to control the fluid's color and texture. He experiments with it and decides not to create guns because they are too difficult. So to test the fluid, he shapes it into a knife. It works perfectly and feels like a normal knife, but there is one major difference. Using his observation skill, Hajin sees that materialized objects receive a strength increase of up to 44%, meaning this blade is far tougher than a real one. He throws it with all his strength to test it, and the blade cuts into rock, something an ordinary knife could never do. Detailed materialization is a massive upgrade, especially when paired with random enhancement. Even if both abilities remain weaker than mythic weapons, they are strong enough to deceive his enemies. A careless opponent can still be badly injured by something as simple as a knife, which works in his favor. Then we cut to Evandel playing with the ether fluid. Hajin tells her to remain in her room while he leaves for club activities, and he even promises to bring her something tasty if she listens. He jokes with the adorable little potato, then heads out. Evandel smiles, waves goodbye, and says she will wait for him. Meanwhile, Rachel is visited by a servant who came to check on her safety. After the recent attacks, the school assigned important staff to protect her. They also mention the cadet who saved her life. The Royal Guild wants to recruit Hajin, which makes Rachel genuinely happy. She already knows his combat ability is far above that of a low-ranked fighter. Rachel guesses other guilds are probably preparing offers too. Still, no one can move openly yet because serious recruitment at this stage is illegal. The Royal Guild may not rank among Korea's greatest guilds, but they excel at approaching cadets, so Rachel believes they can offer Hajin the best deal. Then we move to the travel club president, who introduces the group to England. It is extremely hot and Ne-yoon is already irritated. Jong-hak asks why the protagonist is still wearing his cadet uniform. Ne-yoon is even more shocked that he looks perfectly comfortable with a jacket over it. To them, that seems insane. What they do not know is that he is wearing the black coat Rachel gave him, which adjusts to the surrounding temperature. Suho and Hajin admire the country's architecture. Then they learn their final destination for the day is somewhere that does not exist in the normal world. It is Clancy Islet, a floating island. The only way to reach it is through a portal. MC explains that the man-made island belongs to the government and was constructed with floating stones. It is a place filled with wealth, entertainment, auctions, and product launches. In short, it is a golden island, basically this world's Las Vegas and the main stage for the next part of the story. Once they arrive at Clancy, Naeon lights up with excitement. Suho is surprised to learn that both Yeonha and Naeon have been there before, but the memory hits Naeon hard. The last time she came was with her brother, and soon afterward he became involved in a terrible incident. Trying to cheer her up, Suho asks her to show him around. That quickly lifts her spirits, and she happily agrees. The club president explains that an event will be held on the island that afternoon, and everyone has permission to attend. Until then, they are free to explore before meeting again. Naeon immediately raises her hand and asks whether they can visit the casino. She truly is a born gambler. Since cadets are treated as adults here, they are allowed into the casino area. So the four of them head there, with Naeon being the most excited. By far, the entire place screams wealth and gold. Hajin did not expect it to look this extravagant. Naeon is ready to begin immediately. But first they must show their identification cards at the front desk. Using his observation skill, Hajin instantly sees through Jane Valoran's disguise and casually asks how long she has worked there. He plays it off, but now he knows Jane Valoran is already inside. That matters because the event at 7 o'clock is dangerous. Several demons will gather here, and he clenches his fist, trying to stay calm. His nerves are already being tested, though not for the reason you might expect. He is actually excited to gamble and test how far his luck can carry him. The incident will not happen until 7, so he's plenty of time to play first. Before long, Hajin empties one slot machine after another. Thanks to his absurd luck, he begins wondering which game to try next. Meanwhile, poor Naeon is suffering a terrible losing streak. The man across from her is named Bert. Frustrated by all her losses, she gives up and tries to leave. But Bert suddenly stops her and offers to return 20% of what she lost. Because he feels sorry for her, that kindness only makes her even angrier. She slams the table and vents her frustration at the game. What makes it funny is that in about 2 hours, she will be crying in this casino with nothing left. Unfortunately for her, the casino staff control how the games proceed. Their leader, Bert, is a minor but important figure in Hajin's story. The protagonist watches Naeon lose again and realizes there is only so much she can do against a man who gambles professionally and has tricks prepared. So he steps in like her hero and takes her seat, confident, because he wants to see how this game unfolds. Naeon thinks he is being reckless because the minimum bet is 100. 001. Even so, Hajin joins the game, which only irritates her further. The players receive their cards and begin examining their hands. Then one of the men looks at MC in surprise and asks why he has not turned over his cards. Hajin calmly says he does not intend to. With observation, he can read them even face down. To everyone else, that sounds ridiculous coming from a kid, so they wonder whether he even knows how to play. Hajin ignores them and deliberately reveals his lowest card. One man becomes annoyed by the protagonist's attitude and the way he seems to look down on him. Hajin responds that the man was the one who began speaking first. Things nearly turn into a scene, but Bert intervenes and reminds his friend to behave. They are dealing with a cube cadet, so they must show respect. Bert is equally shocked by Hajin's move, but he hides it well and remains calm, at least until MC ruins. That too. Some time passes in the casino. Jane Valoran, still disguised, confirms that 6 members of the evil organization are present, along with 3 association heroes working undercover. There is also a scammer and 1 hero acting alone, though that last one appears harmless. She also encountered the cadet whom the captain seems to like. Now she wonders whether he can recognize her after their previous meeting. The captain says he can see through her disguise with his special skill. She assumes he would not use it on ordinary people, but she is completely wrong because Hajin's skill remains active, constantly. Back to Bert. His composure is beginning to crack while the protagonist keeps playing with total confidence. It is already the 12th round, and the pot is nearly 60 million won. Bert holds the ace of hearts, and the rest of his cards form an incredibly strong hand. Even with cards that good, he maintains a perfect poker face he calls matching his opponent's bet. Another player raises, Hajin follows, and Bert stays in as well. Bert's hand is so strong that defeating him should be nearly impossible. Winning here should be rarer than winning the lottery, but MC is not normal. Bert points toward the cadet, now completely focused. His eyes settle on the ring hanging from Hajin's necklace. It is the artifact he obtained in the hall. Nayan notices and asks about it, but the protagonist plays dumb and says it is nothing important. Still, knowing how she thinks, Nayan probably assumes he is saving it for someone special. She gives up on the game and stands to leave. Hajin wants her to stay, but Nayan says it is already over. She even offers to repay whatever he might lose instead of letting him risk such an important ring. MC grabs her and tells her it is fine because he will not lose. That sudden move leaves her flustered, all over again. Then he tells Bert that the ring is extremely valuable, so if they are doing this, Bert should wager his bracelet too. Bert agrees. Now both artifacts are on the table. It is time for the reveal. Bert goes first and shows 3 aces with 2 jacks. A full house. Nayoon looks completely devastated. Bert even apologizes as he reaches for the chips, certain that he has won. Then Hajin reminds him that his own cards have not been revealed yet. The game is not over. Bert almost looks offended by the suggestion, so Hajin quickly flips his cards and reveals 4 of a kind. Nayoon's expression says everything. She cannot believe he actually succeeded. Hajin dismisses it as pure luck, but Bert is finished. He cannot understand how this happened, and his calm mask finally breaks as he lashes out. At the protagonist, it becomes so bad that security must step in and restrain him. After checking everything several times, they confirm MC won fairly. Nayeon thinks Bert looks pathetic while Hajin examines the bracelet. It is a special magic artifact with a seal that reduces damage to the wearer and converts that energy into mana. The funny part is that Bert never knew its true function. The wearer cannot directly use the mana inside, so it simply remains sealed within the artifact. If someone added 1 or 2 more magic seals, they could unlock that mana. But in the original story, Bert would not discover this for another year. Nayeon becomes curious and asks what Hajin would have done if he had lost. He calmly answers that he would have accepted death in that case. Now that he is wealthy, he even offers to repay everything Nayeon lost. She does not care about that and tells him to keep it. The only thing she says is a shy compliment. She thought he looked really cool. Yes, she is definitely falling for him. Anyway, Suho and Yeonha meet up with the protagonist and Nayeon. They barely arrive in time for the event. Hajin is dressed like a fashion model, and even Yeonha asks what caused this change. He says he merely visited an antique shop and somehow ended up in a high-end designer outfit. When money comes up, Nayoon proudly explains how MC kept winning every luck-based game like a madman. Their conversation is interrupted when a man appears who seems to know Nayoon. She did not expect to see him there, and he says he only came for fun. He jokes that perhaps he is her secret boyfriend, and Nayoon instantly blushes and strongly denies The man is Junwoo from the Forsaken Plains Guild, the same hero Jane Valoran once called harmless. Jane Valoran appears pleased and greets him in a very polished manner. They continue talking while the masked syndicate captain watches them from the shadows. She calls for Jane Valoran, who appears through magic, ready to play her role. Then the event begins, with countless broadcasts covering it live. They mention VIPs from around the world, showing how important the event is. A new method of using the white crystal is about to be revealed, and everyone wants to hear it. Rachel arrives in an elegant car and steps out immediately. She draws everyone's attention. A flood of reporters rushes toward her, asking for her opinion. The princess ignores them while her guards step in to hold them back. She closes the door behind her and stops before what appears to be a spatial gate. Rachel is relieved to finally have a moment alone, but then Zaylan, the CEO, greets her. She is clearly unhappy to see him and asks whether the anti-demon security is truly in place. He says Clancy Islet is currently the safest place in Europe. Top heroes are present to handle any trouble, so nothing should go wrong. Lethan Corporation also strongly supports the Royal Guild, so they are using this event to improve its reputation. Still, something about the way he says it feels suspicious to Rachel. His smug smile makes it obvious that he is hiding something, but he only tells her to look forward to the event. Meanwhile, Hajin sits alone at a table. There are still 30 minutes before the official start, but the venue is already crowded. What concerns him most is why anyone would hold such a dangerous event in a place crawling with demons. The author created many evil corporations in this story, but Lethan may be the worst. It is not because the company is filled with demons, but because the humans running it are disgusting. They possess the white crystal, a powerful treasure that no demon should ever obtain. From the main story, Hajin knows at least 3 demons will reveal themselves today. The last one is Hakpyo, captain of the collection team. At his current level, the protagonist cannot truly stop them from accomplishing their goal. This time, he must allow the story to unfold naturally. Then someone unexpected calls his name, the masked syndicate captain. She catches him off guard and says she is merely patrolling the area for security. Jane Valoran teases the captain for speaking to her crush. That makes her furious, while poor Hajin wonders whether he is the reason. After calming down, the captain apologizes and says she heard something strange through her earpiece. Oddly, Hajin heard Jane Valoran too, which shocks him even more. Suho notices Hajin speaking with an unfamiliar woman and asks who she is. MC introduces the captain as Zhao Feng, a personal acquaintance, then greets his friends. She acts as though she already knows them because of their high rankings. Another guest joins them. Junwoo, he is very curious about how Zhao Feng knows a cadet. He also wants to know about her guild connections, so he has probably realized who she truly is. Time passes and the event finally begins. Suho and Yeonha remain together, leaving Hajin with the other 2. Zhao Feng avoids answering Junwoo's question and says she must return to her assigned post. She quickly leaves. As she goes, Hajin breaks into a sweat, hoping this clown still has not discovered his identity. Then Rachel looks down from above and notices the protagonist's table. She also sees that he is wearing the same black royal coat she gave him, which makes her smile. Then the presentation begins. Zaylan introduces himself as the company's CEO and speaks about advancing innovation. He explains the energy that powers monsters. In the first place, it is mana, and when mana naturally condenses, it becomes a treasure with remarkable power. Among these, white mana crystals are especially valuable. In all of human history, only 480 have ever been found. The problem was that nobody knew how to use them. Now Zaylan says that has changed. He unveils the artifact and announces that, after years of research, his corporation discovered the ideal method for using the white crystal. The crystal remains sealed inside a chamber, its true purpose still hidden. The crowd applauds, filled with awe and curiosity. While Hajin waits silently, the vacuum cube chamber is said to be connected to the Persian Empire and its long history. As the speech continues, Rachel watches several suspicious figures moving around. At first they appeared to be security staff, but now she is uncertain. She can sense that something bad is about to happen, yet she cannot move without evidence. Then she notices Hajin standing and leaving in a hurry. It makes no sense for him to depart before the event is even finished. That makes her even more suspicious of MC, who always seems to be near trouble and carries a mysterious aura. It is difficult for Rachel not to suspect him. She orders her guards to search for anything suspicious. In the hallway, they hurry away, leaving her alone. Rachel touches her ring and activates Shadow Step, which conceals her presence. With it, she can move unnoticed. Her main goal is to follow Hajin because she knows something is happening behind the scenes. Both she and Zaylan believe something will occur inside Clancy Hall. An investigation into Lethan Corporation's internal documents has already been conducted. The object inside Clancy Hall is believed to be a genuine artifact, an ancient piece of pottery. The strange part is that no one knows why Zaylan risked displaying the real item instead of a replica. Hak Pio thinks Zaylan is simply overconfident and may believe this stunt will increase the company's stock price. It sounds reasonable in theory, since the entrance portal to Clancy Island is heavily guarded. The island was also created with magic, making demon-made artificial portals useless here. So instead, Hak Pio and his group chose to use a plane. No one would expect demons to arrive that way. Meanwhile, Hajin heads toward an unknown location, with Rachel quietly following behind. She stays cautious and watches from a distance. Hidden by her skill, she sees him trying to open the rooftop door. The problem is that those doors remain locked for security. The protagonist thinks for a moment and pulls out a hammer, leaving Rachel completely baffled. She wonders whether this idiot truly intends to smash the door open. Weapons are strictly forbidden on Clancy Islet, so a tool is the closest thing to one he could carry. Even so, using a hammer against a reinforced magic door sounds absurd, but Hajin does not care and swings with full force, blasting the doors apart. Rachel is left speechless. She cannot believe what she just witnessed. This guy is casually walking around with nearly superhuman strength. Then she hears chaos erupt in the hallway. The attack has begun, and several demons are already moving. They are slaughtering people without hesitation. Even Zaylan is attacked, and amid the chaos, one villain obtains the white crystal. That villain is suddenly attacked by a hero. After the strike, the hero is shocked that his target dodged and used a multiplication skill, making him an extremely troublesome enemy. Shang Chen identifies himself as an elite hero, but for some reason, the villain's copies scatter and flee. Shang Chen calls him a coward and cannot decide which one to chase first. Watching nearby, the masked syndicate captain waits for her opportunity to act. Monsters are also tearing through the event, leaving Nei Yoon stunned. Now they are dealing with both demons and monsters. Junwoo, covered in blood, rushes to help her. He tosses Suho a sword so he can fight, since Suho could not bring his own. Junwoo knows Suho must fight. He brought him here, so now he expects him to prove himself. On the rooftop, Hajin watches everything below. Just like in the original novel, Nate splits into 8 copies and escapes with the white crystal. A hero is now chasing one copy, but that one does not possess the crystal, making it pointless. Jane Valoran pursues another copy, while the captain goes after the real one carrying the white crystal. Just as in the original story, she is ambushed by a group of demons who outnumber her, but they keep forgetting how powerful she truly is. She releases a small black sphere, and her enemies badly underestimate it. The moment they touch it, the sphere begins swallowing their very existence. One man screams as his body is pulled in by the crushing force of the black hole. The sphere drags in the remaining demons as well, swallowing them all with the attack. Even Nate becomes frightened after witnessing it. A black whip quickly catches him and pierces his body, pinning him in place without mercy. Even though Hajin created her abilities himself, he still finds her fighting style terrifying. According to the original story, the white crystal should end up with the masked syndicate. But then something changes. The Nate before them is only another copy, so he does not have the real crystal. That makes MC immediately check his laptop to see whether the story changed. There is no message, meaning this was not a direct, planned update. It is simply the result of shifting variables in the story, which is bad because Hajin has no idea how to handle something he never wrote. Then he remembers his stigma, the final card he can still play. He pours magic power into the stigma and focuses. Through Eagle Eye, he pushes his senses far beyond normal. With that, he can scan through walls and search the entire area far more easily. He still cannot locate the white crystal, so he desperately continues searching for whoever holds it. Then a vehicle catches his attention. The person inside is carrying the vacuum cube, but suddenly something overwhelms Hajin, and he jerks backward. Too much information floods his brain, making him stumble. He has overused his power, but this is not the time to stop. He jumps to gain a better view and finally spots the crystal at the perfect moment. He climbs onto a bike and mutters an apology for stealing it, then starts the engine and races away. The story returns to the chaos at Clancy Hall, where Nayeon is doing everything possible to help people escape. Hajin appears and calls for her, and she becomes annoyed because he did not arrive sooner. Then he throws her something important. It is the magic sword he stole from Sidious. He tells her it matches her abilities and that she will need a proper weapon if she is going to fight demons. The sword responds to the user's mana, and as already shown, Nayeon possesses an enormous amount. With this weapon, she can stand against any demon she encounters. Nayeon asks why he is giving it to her, but Hajin has no time to explain. He leaves because he still has something else to accomplish. She tries to stop him, but he is already gone. After creating some distance, the protagonist tracks down the vehicle carrying the mana crystal. He accelerates to close the gap as quickly as possible. Inside the car, the man wonders how long it will take them to escape. Then Hajin crashes his bike directly into the car, striking it hard enough to flip the entire vehicle. He pauses to catch his breath after putting so much force into the collision. The man kicks the door open, furious and ready to kill the bastard responsible. More importantly, he is still waiting for his escort. Hajin realizes that is why the man was acting so confident. The escort is a cargo plane, but he does not know MC is about to spend story points to send it away. That shocks the man holding the white crystal. Without any warning, the plane simply turns and leaves. Now he has no one left to protect him. So Hajin approaches and says they should have a brief conversation. Then he senses a sharp presence coming from another direction. A second later, a massive blast falls from above and tears through everything. Nearby, it is the same brute working for the masked syndicate, the one who already dealt with Rachel. It truly is the worst possible moment for him to appear. Hajin's advantage vanishes instantly. He receives an even greater shock when he sees Rachel unconscious beside him. Preparing to fight, he gathers his ether magic. Hajin never imagined things would become this chaotic. Jonghyuk sees what he is trying to do and warns him not to start a fight unless he wants to be injured. But the protagonist refuses to retreat. He aims his gun at the case holding the white crystal and threatens his opponent. The brute realizes MC is concerned about the princess and says he only brought Rachel because he thought she was after the crystal too. He does not understand why she matters so much to him, but then gives him a cruel choice. He asks whether Hajin is truly prepared to pull the trigger before he tears Rachel's head off. The author still refuses to back down and prepares to fire, warning that if this continues, he will destroy the very object they came to obtain. Impressed by the boy's courage, Jonghyuk finally gives in and drops Rachel onto the ground. Now she lies in the middle of the battlefield, and the man demands the mana crystal. The protagonist quickly throws the case, and the man catches it easily. The truth is that Hajin was never truly pursuing the crystal. He knew it would end up beyond his reach. At best, he could trade it to save someone, and this time, that person was Rachel. He still wants to ask her many questions when suddenly the brute smiles darkly and tries to catch MC off guard with a sudden, brutal punch. Hajin's expression says it all. Oh no, a fist is flying toward him at full speed. The blow releases a massive shockwave, revealing how monstrous the brute's strength truly is. When the smoke clears, the villain stands there in surprise. His fist stopped just short of Hajin's face. He did not flinch or panic for even a moment. At that instant, the brute acknowledges his fighting spirit. He was only testing the boy, and now he is convinced Hajin has talent. Calling his performance impressive, the man walks away, and the protagonist finally releases a breath of relief after he leaves. The pressure was so intense that MC falls to his knees. It was the very definition of a near-death experience. Thinking about it, he remembers the fist stopping inches from his face. Nothing he possessed could have saved him from that blow. If he had made even the smallest mistake, he would have lost his head. Then Rachel begins moving, meaning she is awake again. She does not understand what happened because everything moved too quickly, and Hajin tells her the villain is already gone, so she is safe. Since she still appears confused, he explains how they obtained the white crystal, then asks whether she was pursuing it too. Rachel honestly says she was only following him. She holds out a bullet she found during the finals. He realizes it must be from when he used the sniper rifle. He tries to take it, but she quickly pulls it away and returns it to her pocket. Rachel had been worried about him, so she followed Hajin, but the enemy defeated her and she lost. Taking the opportunity, Rachel asks why he helped her during the final. It was not only then, he had helped her before as well, so she wants to know why he keeps going so far for her. Rachel believes he has been paying very close attention to her. It is a difficult question to answer, so Hajin slowly invents an excuse. He says he is her biggest fan, which sounds rather strange. Then he doubles down and says he even joined her online fan club. Internally, the protagonist wonders whether he pushed the lie too far, but he cannot reveal the truth. Rachel is one of those characters who repeatedly encounters danger, and if she dies or becomes seriously injured, the story could collapse completely. Rachel, clearly shaken, struggles to organize her thoughts and asks, "So you truly like me?" Once again, Hajin is sweating heavily and looks completely trapped. Anyway, back to Clancy Islet, which remains chaotic. Jonghak is upset because part of his hair was burned, while Nae-yoon quickly asks whether he saw what just happened. Yeonha is confused because she does not understand what Nae-yoon means. Nae-yoon talks about how Jun-woo was crushing monsters with his bare fists, without even using a weapon. Then there was Suho, cutting through everything in his path like an unstoppable swordsman. Finally, there was Nae-yoon herself, swinging the magic sword and nearly destroying monsters in one strike. She is clearly delighted with her new weapon. Nae-yoon also mentions Hajin suddenly racing away on a bike. Yeonha says she only saw him briefly before he disappeared, and Nae-yoon still has no idea where he went. Then Suho anxiously mentions that Rachel is missing. Her guards are searching everywhere, and Nae-yoon cannot understand where she went because Rachel was present before the attack. Nae-yoon suddenly realizes the demons may have targeted Rachel too. Could they be planning to use her as a hostage against the British government? Yeonha is angry and shaken when everyone suddenly sees Rachel returning on the bike. Her safe return eases Yeonha's worry until they realize it is the same bike Hajin used to leave. Guildmaster's daughter quickly understands. While everyone was distracted, MC ran off, and now Rachel is the one returning. That can only mean one thing, causing her to greatly overestimate his ability to defeat every demon by himself. She is stunned because he already seemed strong. but now he appears far beyond. A cadet's level. Later, at the premium double-star hotel, Ne Yoon looks as though she is waiting for someone. Ha Jin arrives to meet her, and it is surprising that none of the club members are present. It turns out they all went to eat because he arrived so late. Ne Yoon asks him to come with her and seems unusually eager to leave. The protagonist has no idea why she is being so kind, and he cannot understand what is happening. With every step Neon takes, feelings grow stronger. She stops and to face Hajin, but this is not a love confession. Embarrassed, Neon asks whether they are friends, and considering their history, that means a great deal. Instead of immediately accepting and saying yes, MC flatly answers no, with a completely serious expression. That answer instantly hurts her, so she turns away and dismisses it as though it meant nothing, then walks ahead, hoping he forgets she ever asked. But the truth is that Hajin does care about her. He simply cannot call himself her friend because of the path he is following. One day, he will be responsible for taking the life of the person she treasures most. That is why he refuses to grow closer and hurt her even more later. Privately, he admits they were never to be friends. The next day, he returns to the dorm, and a vandal is far too happy to see him. He brought her some delicious chicken, and that alone sends her running around in excitement. The co-author is truly beginning to appreciate having her around. Now, with no more distractions, it is time to return to work before the break begins. The first thing he does is synchronize his smartwatch with his laptop. It always annoyed him to run to the computer whenever the story changed, but now he is finally willing to purchase that feature. By the way, Jonghock's punch did not stop merely because Ha-jin wanted it too. It also aligned with the author's absurd luck stat, which activated at the last second and saved his life. After earning story points from that, he is ready to spend nearly 200 on the smartwatch. Now the synchronization is complete. He can use every function through the device, making him wonder why he waited so long to purchase it. With that handled, it is time to call his agent, Suho Hyuk. Ha-jin asks whether he obtained what was requested. It turns out he ordered a motorcycle. Suho Hyuk explains that even the cheapest option will cost at least 150 million won, which is expensive. Protagonist is willing to spend even more and use the entire budget, so Suho Hyuk reminds him how ridiculous that price is. Still, MC buys it. After all, this is the same man who won 2 billion won at the casino, so the cost barely affects him. In addition, the story is approaching the part where the Master of the War, Horse Guild, raids the Devil's Lair dungeon. Once that happens, their stock will soar and all of Hajin's investments will finally pay off. Realizing he is about to become incredibly wealthy, the man begins laughing like a villain. The break finally ends, and Ha-jin watches the excited students nearby. Speaking of social media, it has been a while since he checked the main cast's posts. He used to look every day to see whether anything important appeared. Fast forward, and he finds Jonghock posting a bold photograph with a rather daring caption. That man posts constantly, almost as though he is trying to earn money from Instagram. Ha-jin finds it slightly disgusting. Suho and Yeonha barely post at all. Rachel's account, however, is obviously managed by the Royal Palace. Then there is Nayoon, who still has not uploaded anything since the casino incident. He knows his words probably hurt her, but he assumes she will recover. Once he joins the class, he is pleased that everything is moving smoothly. Their unforgettable instructor announces the beginning of the second semester and explains the upcoming changes. First, there are updates to their rankings. Second, Cube has new transfer students. A recent transfer ceremony brought in several top mages from elite magic academies. They are all future heroes, and each class will receive 20 new students, bringing every group to 200. Hajin has already memorized their identities. Then the instructor calls them inside, and the class applauds as the mages enter and take their seats. But one of them catches the protagonist off guard. At first, he cannot place the face and wonders whether he has seen that person before. When the new student turns enough for him to see clearly, he realizes it is Tomer. She looks different, but he is certain it is her. The real question is why she is here. Then the system sends a notice about a story change. The co-author conveniently added her to the main cast, so her role has become much larger. That immediately worries Hajin, because now the story has another irritating change to handle. With that sinister smile on Tomer's face, it is easy to tell she is planning something. Back at MC's place, he now has a brand new dorm room thanks to his second semester promotion. Evangeline is thrilled because the room is enormous. Apparently, he received the upgrade because his rank improved to student number 335 in the academy. He jumped more than 600 places and entered the mid-level cadet group. That is good enough for him, especially because Evangeline can move around freely. Now, more importantly, he wants to focus on Tomer, whom he still cannot understand. After politely telling Evangeline he is leaving for class, Hajin departs. The first class of the semester is an outdoor training exercise with their instructor. The goal is to help the new and returning students cooperate. This exercise is called the Dangerous Walk. Although no real monsters are hiding on the mountain, many traps have been placed throughout the area. Those traps will behave like demon-made monsters, but this time the danger is much greater. One small mistake could send a cadet straight to the hospital. That makes everyone tense. They will split into teams of 12 and begin from assigned positions. Nayeon and Suho end up in the same squad, while Rachel and Hajin appear to be elsewhere. Once the groups are formed, the dangerous walk begins. Nayeon's team is clearly uneasy about the dark atmosphere. Only moments ago, it was morning. Suho warns everyone to watch for traps because they could encounter one at any moment. Right on cue, a student steps on a trigger and monster-like vines wrap around him. The cadets draw their weapons and fight back, but eventually everyone is captured except the two swordsmen. Nayeon helps free the others, and then they are nearly frightened to death by a girl who looks as though she came straight from the ring. Both Suho and Nayeon are shaken. They know that was a terrifying moment. Still encouraging her, Suho praises her performance. That makes Nayeon want to ask him the same question she asked Hajin. She wants to confirm that the two of them are truly friends. Caught off guard by such an obvious question, Suho says of course they are and asks why she would even wonder. Nayeon remains nervous, and his answer still troubles her, but she stays silent. She thinks anyone else would have answered normally, as Suho did, but Hajin is different. He rejected even the idea. That leaves the clueless girl wondering whether he might be planning to confess and wants something deeper than friendship. Anyway, they are surprised when they encounter the protagonist's group in the same area. Once gathered, the cadets discuss rumors of an illusion barrier. After all, they have been traveling in circles through the mountain for an hour. Then they point to Hajin, who took matters into his own hands and led them out of the barrier. They praise MC like some divine navigator because of how impressive it was. He reminds them that it is almost time for his team's training session, and Jiwon supports him. When asked whether they have chosen partners yet, both Nayeon and Suho say they have not decided. Jiwon has seen enough of Cadet Hajin to choose him as her partner. Her words catch Nayeon and Dalek off guard. Since the teams need balance, and among the mid-ranked cadets he appears to be the smartest choice, Nayeon becomes frustrated but cannot explain why. She simply calls him a stubborn man who is difficult to handle. Honestly, even Nayeon seems confused by how far she is taking this. Dalek leans closer and reminds her about the dark rumors surrounding the shooter. People say he constantly leaves campus and wastes time on expensive shopping trips. That immediately gets Suho's attention, which only makes Nayeon even more irritated. She snaps at the idiot and asks whether Dalek has ever actually seen Hajin do any of those things. She and Suho are both angry that people believe baseless rumors, They even defend him, saying he is genuinely a good person. Furious, Neon storms away, and Suho suggests they return to the hiking mission. The scene shifts to Yeonha, who has just finished disguising her voice. Since this is her first meeting, she does not want to make even the smallest mistake with these people. This is the Falling Blossoms Intelligence Guild, a new group of agents under her direct command. Wearing a cloak, Yeonha addresses the team and thinks everything is progressing well. She has already divided Falling Blossoms into 3 departments. The first will gather information from different guilds. They are the spies. Their primary mission is learning the plans of organizations like Holy Grace of God and Desolate Moon. The second team will focus solely on locating powerful monsters in dungeons. That unit will be called the Scouts. Then comes the third and final team. They will operate secretly, beyond public view. Their job is to handle unusual matters, even acts as brutal as murder. They are called the Shadows, and they operate more quietly. Turning to the third team, she assigns 5 members a mission to investigate certain targets. Her only rule is simple: never be noticed and never be caught. The interesting part is that 4 of the 5 targets are fake. She wants to see how they respond and looks forward to the results. Among those 5 names, the only real target is Kim Hajin, her person of interest. The alarm has already stopped and morning arrived sooner than Hajin expected. He is surprised to find little Evandel asleep on his bed, completely unconscious. He pets her for a moment, then hears a cat meowing outside. The co-author notes that creating ghost-like beings with witch magic is easy, but this ghost cat is different. It is actually a real cat, created by Evandel's power. For now, it merely looks like an adorable visitor, and it may prove useful later. Afterward, he heads out for breakfast. Along the way, he is surprised to encounter Yeonha and wonders where she is going. She says she is going to get something to eat. They walk together, and Yeonha mentions how much his rank has improved. At the same time, he admits this is probably as far as he will rise, causing her to ask whether he has considered his future. Kim Hajin says he is not worried at all. They still have plenty of time. Yeonha disagrees. She reminds him that the true challenge begins in their 3rd year. Then she directly invites him to Essence of the Strait, the guild she is destined to lead. Joining it would make success much easier. But to her surprise, he says he is interested in the Forsaken Plains Guild instead. He does not know whether they would accept him, but he likes their mercenary style. Trying to win him over, Yana says she may be able to change his mind if she can find what he wants most. That makes the co-author uneasy, so he asks what kind of information she means. Yeonha smoothly avoids the question and reminds him that she already dealt with Jin-ah for mistreating him. Then the story returns to the classroom, where the co-author quietly watches Suho, who will soon raid a dungeon. In the original story, after returning from break and climbing Mount Geomac alone, he discovers a hidden dungeon. Clearing one by himself should be impossible, but Kim Suho succeeds anyway. As the main character, he defeats the boss and obtains an important weapon and a power-up. Combined with butterfly dust, that weapon helps him grow even stronger. The only problem is that Hajin currently has the dust, so the weapon will not receive that enhancement anytime soon. That is why, in this timeline, the protagonist wants to accompany Suho into the dungeon. This version of the story is not as kind to the hero as the original, and honestly, this greedy bastard also wants to join because he believes treasure may be waiting there. Later that afternoon, back in his room, the co-author considers how to deal with Tomer. Evandel rests on his lap while he tries to form a solid plan before entering the dungeon with Suho. Tomer is not exactly friendly toward demons. If he can locate her father, there is a real possibility of turning her into an ally. After all, this dangerous mage wants only one thing: to find her father and kill him. The problem is that Hajin does not know where the man is, either, making things difficult. Even the Tome of Truth cannot help him here. Detective Jin Hyuk can only investigate within Korea, so that path is limited as well. That leaves only one lead. According to the data system, the only person connected to Kim Chundong is Kim Hosup, and Ha-jin contacts him immediately. Kim Hosup has been working hard at an intelligence agency, so Ha-jin asks him to locate someone. Hosup worries his boss might discover it, but he accepts the job anyway. MC also wonders whether that school bully is still bothering Kim Hosup, because the man sounds like a zombie. He tells Hosup there is a way out if he ever wants to leave his job. He should join the Falling Blossoms Guild under Yonha. With that, the call ends, and Ha-jin feels he has helped strengthen Yonha's agency even further. Now it is time for Kim Suho's solo dungeon raid. He is carefully training with his sword and refining his strikes when Ha-jin approaches. Suho wonders whether Ha-jin is training late at night too. Ha-jin thinks Suho may be pushing himself too hard this early in the semester, so he casually asks whether Suho is preparing for a dungeon mission. At first, the blue-haired boy remains cautious until the protagonist directly mentions the Mount Geomac dungeon and says he knows about the same dungeon Suho is pursuing. That shocks Suho, and he asks how MC discovered it. Ha-jin acts as though he saw it while exploring the area. Pointing to his sharp eyes, he emphasizes that this is his specialty. Then he makes Suho an offer. He wants to join the dungeon mission even if they divide the rewards 90-10. Ha-jin is content to accompany him and let Suho handle things his own way. Suho admits he discovered the dungeon last week. It appeared smaller than most, so he believed he could clear it alone. Knowing how dangerous a solo raid is, he thinks bringing someone else makes sense. Suho says he is not sure the protagonist can be trusted during a raid. For now, he wants to test Ha-jin's abilities to see whether he is capable enough. Then he suddenly challenges him. The only way MC would have any chance against Suho is if Suho accepted a handicap, and even then the gap between them is enormous. Still, Ha-jin decides his best option is to focus on evasion. He accepts but complains that the open terrain gives Suho too much of an advantage. Suho remains serious and says he is not here to test weapons, and there is no point in Ha-jin trying to win. He will stop the match himself once he has seen enough. The protagonist realizes Suho means this is a genuine test and will not go easy on him, so he relies on the only thing he has left, his intelligence. The wooden training sword Suho uses is filled with mana, immediately making MC's bullets useless. If he depends on them, Suho will humiliate him. That means the only weapon Ha-jin can truly trust right now is his luck. Suho tells him to give the signal and begin the fight. Ha-jin stalls for time while quietly adjusting his stats. With everything prepared, the protagonist decides it is time to begin. Suho starts the fight by charging directly at him at full speed. Ha-jin activates bullet time to gain a few seconds and respond to the lightning-fast charge. Thanks to it, he can read the path of Suho's sword before the strike arrives. By slipping past several swings, Ha-jin avoids most of Suho's attacks. Even so, Suho's monstrous speed is still overwhelming him, and MC realizes he cannot remain defensive forever. Ha-jin finally counterattacks and fires a shot at Suho's face. Suho calmly responds and switches to defense instead. The fight is a humiliating experience for the co-author. Even with a skill that slows time, Ha-jin still cannot completely avoid Suho's attacks. If this continues, he will only fall further behind, so he does everything possible to lure Suho into one small mistake. Then Suho vanishes and appears directly behind him in the blink of an eye. With his back completely exposed, Ha-jin quickly uses aether magic to pull himself away by hooking onto a tree. The hero's monstrous strike smashes the ground, surprising even Suho. At the same time, Suho charges again at top speed to get directly in the protagonist's face. That is exactly what MC wanted. He had been baiting Suho into stepping on his jacket. The moment his foot lands, an explosion blasts Suho into the air and catches him completely off guard. Suho crashes down, and Ha-jin immediately takes advantage. The fight ends with a Glock aimed at the hero's head. Hajin judges that the explosion caused no serious damage, but the modified cadet jacket was a trap created, with story points. That unexpected trick defeats Suho, who senses the protagonist's resolve and agrees to take him into dungeon raid. The two shake hands, beginning their partnership. Then the story jumps to an abandoned factory in Suwon. Glass shatters across the floor. It turns out Yoonjun broke the relic on Droon's orders. It is a planned move to increase the relic's value. Now all that remains is to activate the white crystal. Droon begins the process, and the crystal releases a focused beam of light. That light reshapes the material and turns it into weapons. Magic swords, they are copies of the original, created from fragments alone. Droon concludes they no longer need to search because the test proves they can produce fake weapons stronger than low-grade relics. With one fragment, they can make 30 swords. From the entire amount, Droon estimates they can produce 600 swords in total. Even if each sells for 800 million won, they would earn around 500 billion won in profit. An unbelievable amount, nearly $400 million. Yoonjun realizes they have found the greatest winning lottery ticket imaginable. Jane Valoran brings more good news to the group. She mentions the Pack Horsemasters Guild, which plans to raid the dungeon soon. That is their next target because the masked syndicate captain plans to take everything from them. Thinking back on the fight, Suho remembers that Hajin left more than a dozen openings. Even so, Suho still could not defeat him. What made it even stranger was the unusual finishing move MC used. Suho still cannot understand what happened. He wonders whether Hajin pushed him back with raw strength or a burst of mana. Smiling, the lovable hero admits he has no idea how Hajin's abilities work. Even so, he now knows one thing for certain. Protagonist is genuinely strong. The only reason he hides that strength is for his own reasons. Strangely, that makes Suho relate to him because he also hides parts of himself. He simply never expected to meet someone so similar. A nearby sound pulls him from his thoughts, and he realizes Nayeon is practicing. In the park, Suho's voice catches her off guard, and she immediately becomes embarrassed. She is also surprised he is outside so late. That gives him an idea, so he casually mentions Hajin, and she asks why they met in the first place. Teasing her slightly, Suho says they were cheering her on, which makes Nayeon snap at him. Pressing harder, she demands an answer, and Suho finally admits they were only sparring. That catches her completely off guard. It shocks her because she always believed Suho was far stronger than Hajin, so training with him never seemed useful. Suho keeps the details to himself, leaving her slightly upset. Tired of his teasing, she returns to training. Trying to help, Suho gives Nayeon some advice on using her sword. He shows her that loosening her grip can make her swings much faster. The clean slash leaves her speechless. Deeply impressed, she asks him to demonstrate again. Before long, Suho ends up training Nayeon for a while. Later, back in her dorm, she remembers Suho offering to help with her sword practice. At this point, she is beginning to understand. Nayeon stands, grabs her VR headset, and puts it on. This game has become extremely popular lately. Seasonal matches are held and streamed live, allowing winners to become famous enough to turn into household names. The game stands out because, unlike most others, it does not rely on stats or equipment. Players must use their own skill to control fight. Nayeon has an excellent record, with 98 wins and only 17 losses. She does not care about rank right now and decides to find someone to fight. Her eyes settle on a swordsman named Extra 7. His record is perfectly balanced, and he is also in platinum, so he looks like the right opponent. She expects to finish the fight in only a few strikes. After sending the duel request, Extra 7 accepts. The match begins in 3 seconds. Nayeon studies her opponent, ready to see how he starts the fight. What she does not expect is for him to attack before the countdown even ends. Their first clash puts Nayeon on the defensive. Then he grabs her throat and throws her off balance with a low kick. Extra 7 follows with a finishing strike, and that is how Na-yoon loses to someone with a plain 50-50 record. She becomes so angry that she starts believing he must be cheating, and she demands an immediate rematch, but she loses again. Then comes a third match, and the result remains unchanged. Na-yoon is defeated again. Surely the next round will be different, right? No. Na-yoon loses once more. She is furious, but she must face her own helplessness, while her opponent simply stares at her. He wants to log out and sleep, but she begs for another rematch. She learns that he is usually online at this hour, so Na-yoon asks him to teach her new skills whenever they meet. Extra 7 agrees and logs out. The author removes his headset, confused about why that player was so stubborn. He just won 7 consecutive matches. His goal was to test the game's random enhancement system, and he used it on the headset to greatly increase his stats. The random upgrade system is proving far more useful than he first expected. It was expensive, but it improves any piece of equipment and takes his gaming experience to another level. Because of that, his senses feel sharper overall. It is slightly disappointing that the maximum increase is only 44%, but Hajin believes luck may push it even higher. Evandel is eating an entire cake by herself. MC realizes he must intervene and takes it away. She begins crying and begs for another piece, but he uses the ultimate anti-child move. He places it on the top shelf, then picks her up and promises something even tastier in the morning. That calms her slightly. Hajin promises to keep his word as long as she does not eat cake tonight. Once she is fast asleep, he checks his smartwatch and finds a message from Suho inviting him to the raid meeting. With a small smile, the author is pleased with the timing and feels everything is proceeding according to plan. The only thing remaining is clearing the raid. A few days later, training continues as usual, and the classes have not changed either. In the game, he eventually overwhelms Na-yoon without intending to, but that only makes her more curious about his techniques. Since Hajin is a terrible teacher, he has no useful advice to offer. What truly confuses Na-yoon is his 50% win rate, especially when he is clearly much better than she is. Trying to explain it, Extra 7 says he does not care about match results. She likes that side of him because Na-yoon takes every loss personally. Extra 7 says that is enough for today. She says she looks forward to seeing him tomorrow, completely certain he will be online at the same time. Na-yoon's face brightens as she waves goodbye. Hajin logs out, saying he will return. The game is now part of his daily routine. He is genuinely surprised to find someone so polite. Even so, he has no idea what to call her because her username looks like random keyboard smashing. Hajin begins wondering what the username could mean. Then it suddenly occurs to him. It might be Na-yoon still. He cannot imagine her behaving so politely. Her behavior feels far too different, so he convinces himself that it is probably some man behind the screen. Meanwhile, the brat keeps improving with every strike. Suho is equally impressed. She tells him she has been playing a game, and it is truly helping her improve. He realizes she means Century Gladiators. He does not play it himself, but he has heard how useful it can be. Na-yoon explains that she found a mentor in the game, someone with incredible skill. He trains with her every day, and he is the only person who genuinely makes her excited to fight. She says his style is aggressive and precise, with every movement designed to break down his opponent in close combat. Suho figures the man must be highly intelligent and probably some kind of hero. Na-yoon says she already asked, and apparently that is not the case. Then Hajin's voice suddenly catches her attention, and she gives him an embarrassed look. The protagonist is surprised to see them together and asks what is happening. Suho begins mentioning training, but she quickly interrupts and acts as though they merely encountered each other. He looks stunned while Na-yoon tries to dismiss it with an annoyed expression. Hajin says they should leave, so Suho says goodbye. Curious, Na-yoon asks where they are going, but Suho treats it as private business and refuses to explain. Before leaving, MC tells her to enjoy training. Naewon is left puzzled, deeply confused by how well those two seem to get along. She knows Suho was probably joking earlier, but now she is actually beginning to wonder whether they have been meeting because of her. Naewon's imagination runs wild. She tells herself that makes no sense, especially after Hajin rejected her friendship. This foolish girl pretends she does not care for a moment, but then secretly follows them. Naewon watches the two talking, and then Hajin suddenly mentions Naewon, startling her. That only feeds her imagination further. Now she is convinced he may genuinely like her. Suho and Hajin eat lunch together before heading toward the dungeon in Suwon. They must remain cautious because Suwon is known as the most dangerous region. Near the capital, monster and dungeon outbreaks permanently warped the land, turning the area into little more than mountains. That is why Western Suwon became a restricted zone. Mount Gyeomak lies directly on the border. The author thinks about all the hidden pieces he's placed in this world that remain undiscovered. Some are too difficult for him to claim alone, but leaving them there could allow villains to obtain them first. If he enters the dungeon with a hero like Suho, Hajin is certain he may be able to claim one of those hidden pieces himself. That thought gets Suho's attention as they finish eating. Since Suho did not bring cash, the protagonist handles the preparations. Then, someone completely covered in clothing enters the restaurant. The outfit immediately makes Hajin uneasy. The person physically trembles after seeing him and quickly places an order. From that reaction, MC realizes what is happening. This little menace must have recognized him with her observation skill. The protagonist boldly calls out to Na-yoon, using her purple hair as the clue. He speaks as loudly as possible to get her attention. Of course, he knows it must be her because she cannot even eat ordinary food without standing out. He tells her to join them, which only makes matters worse. Feeling completely humiliated, she grabs her order and runs away without even paying. Hajin decides to cover her bill. The protagonist points out that Naeon spent 3 entire days hiding her face. It is Friday, the day of the dungeon raid, and Suho takes the lead. Deep in the mountains, they continue moving after a long walk. Mount Gyeomak is dangerous because it lies directly beside the restricted zone. Hajin remains alert, watching everything around them until they arrive. Suho marks the location and reveals the dungeon entrance. The opening is so small that it makes sense. Few people ever find it. Because the passage is narrow, Suho warns that escaping will not be easy. He wants Hajin prepared for whatever happens inside. As usual, MC already is. He draws his golden gun, then he says it carries plenty of power. Just in case, he also spent points to create lighter bullets. They will not do much against a high-level boss, but Hajin trusts Suho to handle the rest. Just before entering, he reaches out and asks Suho to take his hand. That earns him a confused look. The protagonist explains that the path inside is too dark, and using a flashlight would only attract monsters. Suho agrees with the plan, so the two enter while holding hands. As they move, Suho notes how strange it is that the cave is enormous inside despite having such a narrow entrance. It is freezing there too. Then Hajin senses something and tells him to wait. To his shock, there is a second entrance to the dungeon. Even he did not know about it. He activates his perception. Scanning the other passage, Hajin detects intruders approaching. From their footsteps, he can tell that 2 men are coming from the opposite side. Suho does not understand the problem, but MC tells him to remain silent. Hajin focuses on their voices, but still cannot connect them to any known organization. Even so, their dark energy makes one thing obvious. They are dangerous. Then, the system suddenly displays a comment from the co-author who altered this raid. The co-author thought the dungeon was too small and dull for its reward, so it was rewritten into a hidden stage connected to the Devil's Den dungeon. That means the 2 dungeons are linked. In this timeline, Worried, Hajin asks Suho for the date. It is August 14th, the worst possible timing. That is the same day the guild plans to raid Devil's Den. Now he is almost certain those two men belong to that guild. He becomes tense, and Suho notices. Hajin finally tells him where the intruders are. That guild is among the strongest in the region, and even these scouts are mid to high ranking. Fake heroes. If even the story's main hero would struggle here, what are they supposed to do? Fortunately, luck remains on their side. The two demons only came to scout this section, and they decide to regroup with the main party. Hajin realizes this is their only opportunity to defeat the boss quickly. He activates Eagle Eye and strengthens it with his stigma's power. Now his vision reaches farther and wider, allowing him to locate the boss. After confirming the route, Hajin memorizes the location and urges Ho to finish quickly. At the same time, in Suwon's Devil's Den, the main party is exhausted from hunting. The raid leader contacts the two scouts sent ahead. It is Jin Kyung, the guild master. They report a hidden opening that leads to a secret stage. Satisfied, Jin Kyung tells them to remain there. The main force will come to them. That makes things much worse for our heroes, because Jin Kyung now cares more about the hidden stage than the main dungeon. Before moving, one member points out that two people are missing from the main group. He touches his earpiece and gets someone else's attention. Behind him, Keeling has opened a massive black portal, even though nobody requested it. Keeling looks irritated and refuses to explain it to the person speaking with him. Then Jin Kyung orders Keeling to close it immediately, but he merely toys with his earpiece. Jin Kyung snaps and rushes forward to attack, but with a single finger, Keeling brutally kills him with a spike driven through his skull, splitting his body apart. The remains strike the ground, leaving everyone horrified. The entire group freezes in fear. While they focus on Keeling's madness, the true threat appears. It is everyone's favorite villain, the masked syndicate captain. She releases waves of dark energy and defeats them all by herself. The only reason she leaves them alive is because she is waiting for the stock price to rise. Now the captain wants to explore the hidden stage connected to the dungeon on her own. Keeling asks whether the plan has changed. She says the two targets inside the dungeon are not enemies, they are a treat. This is merely a test to determine whether they are worth recruiting. Turning her body into dark fluid, the captain goes after them. Meanwhile, the hidden stage is filled with weak undead, and Hajin shoots them down, one after another. Since long-range combat is ideal here, he also covers Suho's side while Suho struggles to see in the darkness. The ease of it demonstrates how strong Hajin truly is, and Suho is clearly impressed. Still, the protagonist tells him to move faster. Together, they continue cutting through the undead. There appears to be no end to them, but they are so weak that it does not matter. At last, Suho finds writing, and Hajin realizes they have reached the boss's location. Ancient words are carved into the wall, and Suho wonders whether his smartwatch can help. MC scans the text and learns it is a riddle. Suho says he has heard of dungeons like this before. In the original story, he could not solve it and barely managed to translate it. Back then, he needed help from Yonha and her intelligence guild, but now they do not have that much time. Since Hajin is the author, he already knows the answer, lightning. The moment he says it, the writing disappears. Suddenly, the ground begins shaking and the wall opens with a loud crash, revealing a passage deeper inside. So the answer was correct. The funny part is that Hajin did not even create the riddle. He borrowed it from another story. He explains it. Lightning and thunder occur together, but people notice them at different times because light travels faster than sound. Suho thinks Hajin is a genius for solving it so quickly. Unaware of the truth, Hajin readies his gun to bring the raid to an end. They head inside while the captain becomes impressed by Hojin once again. She believes his judgment and long-term thinking make him remarkable. Even in a small dungeon, he reached this point in only 10 minutes without assistance. For her, that is more than enough proof and more than enough reason to consider recruiting him into the masked syndicate. Still, one thing concerns her. She has not yet seen him kill a person without hesitation. Then she hears the two maniacs sent to scout the hidden stage. The captain realizes Ha-Jin has no idea they are demons, so she decides they will make perfect test subjects. The two cadets prepare to face the boss, who sits upon a throne. He is the swordsman of ruin, the dungeon master. The swordsman stares at them with sharp eyes and suddenly moves at incredible speed, targeting Suho. Suho does not even understand what just happened. He reaches for his sword when Ha-Jin shouts his name. Suho had been distracted, and he assumes the boss used some kind of teleportation skill. But then he feels the overwhelming force radiating from the swordsman of ruin, and it deeply shakes him. This is an upper mid-level monster capable of speaking like a human, far beyond anything he has fought before. His confidence begins to crack as the swordsman plants his blade and promises them a quick death. That sword is what Ha-Jin truly wants. He quickly speaks to Suho, who seems steadier now because sword fighting is his specialty. Suho's talent centers on swordsmanship, and he is destined to achieve true mastery. Against another swordsman, he should not lose. Ha-Jin then reveals something important. The sword is the real boss, and the earlier voice came from it. The knight is merely an ordinary corpse. That is how it was in the original story. Suho was supposed to discover this during the battle, but the protagonist wants to finish quickly. He tells Suho to focus on the sword while he targets the knight. That way, he can support him. Before they finish speaking, the swordsman of ruin leaps forward in a surprise attack. Even Ha-Jin cannot believe it is happening. The strike blasts a crater into the ground, and MC panics over what happened to Suho. But Suho is still the protagonist. He blocked the attack with his sword at the last second. The clash throws both swordsmen apart. Suho charges the knight again, and his skill clearly catches it off guard. Then Suho attacks from above, trying to surprise the knight. The knight reacts in time and smugly believes it has trapped its opponent. But when the dust clears, its sword has only struck the ground. Suho is already gone. Using his incredible speed, he slips past his opponent. He strikes from the knight's blind spot, aiming directly for the sword, just as Ha-Jin instructed. The stab lands, but not where he intended. He only damages the body, and that is still not enough. The knight praises Suho's swordsmanship. It stopped the attack by sacrificing an arm. Worse, the demonic sword now tries to take over Suho's talent.